Hello. Welcome to the Fanfic Majesty. If you want more content, you can follow me on Patreon. I will be uploading more content on there that will be exclusive. The link is in the description. Please support me. 4G. 50%. Chapter 151. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Why did the Pirate Empress come to Impel Down? Hear what the jailer said. Magellan frowned immediately. Hannibal, Tsurude, Sati-chan, and Domino are also confused. It's such a director. The jailer explained. Boa Hancock is coming to Impel Down to sea. You also know that 7 Warlords of the Sea has many privileges. Lieutenant Weasel can't refuse, can only bring her here. Then you said it earlier. Hear this. Magellan hates it got a squirt of venom. The 4 Hannibal also wanted to take the jailer over and beat them. Scare us. The 5 people all wiped cold sweat on their foreheads. You go out. Magellan waved his hand at the jailer. After driving the jailer out, Magellan's face sank again. He whispered, although Lieutenant Weasel does not yet know what happened to Starvation Hell. But he might see something when I get to Impel Down later. Be careful. Okay. The 4 of Hannibal nodded together. Call. Magellan took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. Again. In that case, the task of receiving the Pirate Empress and Lieutenant General Weasel. Director, let me come. Magellan hasn't finished speaking yet. Hannibal took a sudden step forward. Eyes are shining brightly. No, let me do it. Tsurude also took a step forward. The corners of his mouth were slightly raised. Obviously. For the beauty of Boa Hancock. Hannibal and Tsurude were salivating. See this. Sati-chan snorted coldly. The men with all faces are big trotters. But Domino, the beauty of the iceberg, had a blush on her pretty face. Now he raised his hand cautiously. Director, I can go too. The tone was unprecedentedly shy. Full of lily smell. See this. Magellan's face became more gloomy. Boa Hancock is the #1 beauty in pirate world. But any man basically fell. The Magellan looked dead-hearted. Advertisement. Quite like a straight man of steel. But in front of Hancock. It's also a big pig's hoof. In the original work, Hancock used a little trick. Magellan was completely overwhelmed. This can be seen. Magellan wanted to receive Hancock personally. Just because he is the director of Impel Down. It's a bit unruly to go to the reception by yourself. Can only pick people. On the surface, the clouds are light and breezy. But my heart is dripping blood. Especially when I look at the 3 dead faces of Hannibal, Tsurude, and Domino. There was something wrong with Magellan's body. Just then. Magellan saw Maien. From just now to now. Maien remained silent. It seemed that he was not interested in Hancock's arrival. Actually, it is a bit exaggerated to say that I am not interested. After all, Maien is also a man. He also wants to see what kind of woman Hancock is. Although Maien is a traverser. I already knew what Hancock was like. But the point is, it really feels different in my eyes. Unfortunately, although Hancock people are beautiful. But the methods are quite vicious. You can turn people into stone if you are not careful. Think about it so far. It was too late for Maien to hide from Hancock. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Of course it is impossible to receive Hancock. But it's terrible. Maien kept silent. Magellan became more curious. Whoops. Sure. Maien, you go. Magellan waved his hand. Okay. Maien frowned. My heart sank. No, I didn't say I want to go. Maien pointed to Hannibal and said. Let them go, I don't like hosting people. Exactly. Hannibal, Salutis and Domino nodded all together. No, it's up to you. Magellan said firmly. There was a burst of joy in my heart. Dislike. I don't like it. Advertisement. If you like it, I won't let you go. That can't be me alone. Maien shook her head helplessly. No way. The senior officials crushed people to death. It's easy, you take Sati-chan. Magellan smiled slyly. It's like not seeing the 3 of Hannibal. Now. Hannibal, Tsurude, and Domino can't wait to eat Magellan alive. This is definitely intentional. The more people who want to go, the less people will be allowed to go. The more people don't want to go, the more let them go. Magellan ***. Director, I don't want to go. Sati-chan frowned. As a woman, there is a natural sense of competition. Of course, lilies like Domino are not included. But Sati-chan is a real woman. What's more, Sati-chan's appearance and figure are already bursting. Sati-chan has never lost before. But Hancock is different. This opponent is not a little bit strong. The world's first beauty. One of 7 warlords of the sea. The resounding pirate empress. Sati-chan is confident. But compared to Hancock, he still had to be turned into a scum. Think about it so far. Can Sati-chan not be angry? Women who are prettier than themselves make people angry. What's more, Hancock is many times more beautiful than Sati-chan. Zero asked for flowers. In this case, he also asked Sati-chan to receive Hancock with a smile on his face. Isn't this murderous? If you don't want to go, you must go. Magellan was determined. The old face is straightforward. Sati-chan sighed faintly. A face of grievance Baba. Maien frowned. 2. Shin said, how can I not be confused by Hancock later? Hannibal, Sarudes and Domino gritted their teeth. If the look in Magellan's eyes could kill. Magellan had died thousands of times now. Just then, from Magellan's pocket rang a unique phone bug ringtone. Bala bala bala. Despair. Magellan quickly took the phone worm out of his pocket. Pressed the answer button decisively. Then looked at the phone worm with a pious face. Advertisement. Hey, is it Mr. Hancock? Quote. The phone worm in his palm was speechless. 0. There was also a moment of silence over there. It took a while before a voice came. I'm a weasel. Oh, it turned out to be Lieutenant General. Magellan's eyes darkened. The three of Hannibal on the side together. The tone is full of disappointment. See this. Maien shook her head helplessly. Sadi-chan stomped fiercely. Even the phone worm in Magellan's palm rolled his eyes. Obviously a sigh was heard. Here we are. After saying this sentence. The weasel cut off the phone worm. Hey. Hey. Magellan hurriedly called. The three of Hannibal's faces were ashamed. That's great. It's fine if you can't receive Hancock. I can't hear the sound anymore. For a time, the huge office is lifeless. Director, have you ever heard a word? Maien's voice faintly sounded. What are you talking about? Magellan asked. The three Hannibal also turned their heads and looked over. Maien sighed faintly. Licking to the end there is nothing. What do you mean? Magellan and others frowned. Slowly realize. Maien patted Magellan on the shoulder. He waved his hand to Sadi-chan on the side. Let's go. Don't play with Lee Go. Okay. Sadi-chan nodded obediently. Followed Maien out of the office. Magellan and others were left looking at each other in the office. What does he mean? Director, Chief Warden Maien seems to call us guilty. Nonsense. Maien is talking about licking. Licking go is also go. Is it? Isn't it? Chapter 152. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Hulala. Diddy. Accompanied by billowing smoke and huge whistle. A warship slowly stopped on the sea. Looking at the deep sea prison impelled down near the ruler. Weasel's face was extremely gloomy. Fists clenched. I can't wait to crush the phone worm in my palm. There is no other reason. I was talking to Magellan just now. Impelled down, everyone's frustration is clearly visible. After all, who asked Hancock when he came up? Magellan is always a little bit brainy. Should also understand this truth. Although Boa Hancock is one of 7 warlords of the sea. But it is also a pirate. How could there be a phone worm calling Magellan in your hand? Obviously. Hear Hancock coming. Magellan's brain was out of the sky. Not to mention the size of other people. Think about it so far. Baju Ling Weasel's old face is like eating a dead fly. The marine soldiers under his hands were already very disappointed. Unexpectedly, the people in Impel Down are also the same virtues. It is said that the deep sea prison is terrible. Weasel thought, people who can do things in such terrible places are certainly not ordinary people. Now it seems, it's as dark as a crow in the world. Ha ha. At this moment, a sneer came from Weasel's ear. The laughter is full of disdain. The charm of the concubine body, no one can resist. The crisp voice faintly sounded. It's as exciting as the nature. The man who speaks has long black hair. Dark blue eyes. Wearing a pair of snake-shaped earrings. Tall. Wearing a red cheongsam. He wore a white coat on his shoulders. Advertisement. The facial features are amazing. This person is not someone else. It is one of 7 warlords of the sea. Paramisha Devil Fruit. The Pirate Empress. Boa Hancock. But when talking, Hancock did not maintain his usual nostril upturned posture. It's not that I don't want to. It can't. After all, there are people hidden in the coat. But with Hancock's arrogant character. Still not forgetting to ridicule the weasel. Hancock was standing by when Weasel called the bug just now. Never thought that the phone worm just got through. There was a sentence that made Hancock extremely disdainful. Man. Listening to Hancock's cynicism, the weasel couldn't refute it either. One is that this is indeed the case. The second is not to look at Hancock. After all, Hancock's beautiful weasel can't resist it. Although it was blocked by a dagger not long ago. But you can't always use a dagger to pierce it. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Under some worries, Weasel could only endure Hancock's cynicism in silence. There was a burst of prayer in my heart. Pray for Impel Down later. Magellan and others can give Marine a little face. Don't expose that bleak appearance as soon as you meet. Just then, bang dang, sounded. The top of Impel Down slowly opened a door. Maien and Sadi-chan, who were in charge of receiving Weasel and Hancock, stepped out. Disembark. Saw the person that Impel Down was hosting came out. The weasel immediately waved his hand. But heard the weasel's order. The marine soldiers on the warship were ashamed. After all, Hancock and Weasel have arrived at Impel Down. They couldn't see Hancock for half an hour. This pain in my heart. Kang kang. Sounded. Advertisement. The weasel directly drew the long sword from his waist. Coldly glanced at the marine soldiers on the warship. See this. The marine soldiers had no choice but to push out the springboard. Bang dang, sounded. The springboard was on top of impel down. The weasel retracted the long sword from his waist. Coldly glanced at the marine soldiers on the warship. Bento first step off the springboard. Hancock followed closely behind. In the gentle instructions of a group of marine soldiers. You slow down. Be careful. We wait for you to come back. Quote. Cut. Hancock flicked his hair. Dai frowned. Obviously, he was very dissatisfied with the nagging of marine soldiers. But the marine soldiers behind him saw Hancock flick his hair. All were happy smiles. This is love. The blue veins on the forehead of the weasel burst out now. Holding the handle of the sword tightly. The anger in my heart rushed upwards. But in the end it held back. The chief caretaker, why do you men have this virtue? Look at the performance of the marine soldiers. Sadi-chan immediately curled his mouth at zero. The tone was very dissatisfied. In the process of speaking. Sadi-chan's sight has been locked tightly on Hancock not far away. Full of hostility. But after asking what she said. Maien beside him did not answer for a long time. Sadi-chan tilted his head. He rolled his eyes silently immediately. Just because of this moment. Maien is just like her. His eyes were locked tightly on Hancock not far away. The chief caretaker. Sadi-chan gritted his teeth bitterly. Huh, what did you say? Maien came back to her senses. Advertisement. It's nothing, it's up to you. Sadi-chan stomped his angry little feet. Maien didn't care. Only when Sadi-chan has a convulsion. Of course, if Maien knows why Sadi-chan is angry. Will helplessly smile, because Maien was staring at Hancock. Not just admiring Hancock's beauty. Instead, he was looking under Hancock's coat. Maien is a traverser. He knew that there was a person hidden under Hancock's coat. The Straw Hat Boy Monkey D. Luffy. Speaking of. Since the Judicial Island, Maien hasn't seen King Luffy for a long time. Maien was still a little worried. After all, Celestial Dragon's Charles Rose Saint was killed by Maien in the Holy Land Mary Geoise. And in the original work, Charles Street, but as the central figure in the Celestial Dragons event. He died early. The Celestial Dragons event has no source of triggering. Thus, there is no need for Kizaru, Zontao Maru, and Basobi Rice to go to the Chambord Islands. In case Straw Hat Crew is not shot flying. Wong Luffy never met Hancock. In this way, even if Wong Luffy wants to come to Impel Down to save Ace, he also couldn't pass through the Gate of Justice. And if Wong Luffy does not come, Impel Down is not messed up here. For Maien, a messy Impel Down, much better than a peaceful Impel Down. Maien wants to capture Blackbeard's dark fruit. But I can't understand it. Therefore, fishing in troubled waters is Maien's big plan. Obviously, Maien's worry became unnecessary. Because of this moment. Maien can clearly see under Hannibal's coat. A finger is looming. 51%. Chapter 153. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Damn rubber bastard. The moment I saw that finger. Maien was determined. There was also a smug smile at the corner of his mouth. Of course, Sadi-chan fell in the eyes of the side. Self makes her even more angry. But Sadi-chan is not the only one who is angry. And Hancock. After all, from just now to now, Maien has been watching her. Of course, I know. I knew that Maien was looking at the Straw Hat Boy under Hancock's coat. But I don't know. Take a narcissistic woman like Hancock. I would think Maien was looking at her eagerly. Now I looked at Maien not far away. Hancock had already frowned. A look of dissatisfaction. Shin said that this person is so rude. Keep looking at her. She hasn't left since she disembarked. Although Hancock also knew that he was amazing. But she had never met someone like Maien. The eyes are so unscrupulous. It was completely different from the people Hancock had encountered in the past. Those people only dared to watch Hancock secretly from the sidelines. Look at her from time to time. 09. Maien is great. The eyes looked like they were on Hancock. Without blinking. It is now. If it is in the past. Hancock had already kicked it with a fragrant kick. But now for the Straw Hat Boy under the coat. Hancock still suppressed the anger in his heart forcibly. Just then, the weasel's voice suddenly sounded. Maien Nigel. The tone was full of disbelief. The weasel stared at the man in front of him blankly. For a moment, I thought my eyes had hallucinations. Advertisement. Long time no see, Lieutenant General. Maien smiled slightly. The shock of the weasel was as early as Maien expected. Not surprising. After all, whoever sees a prisoner who should have been impelled down. He turned into the chief caretaker of Impel Down. Will be as shocked as Weasel. What's more, Maien and Weasel have a lot of connections. At the time of Marin Vando, Maien is a Marine ensign. He abruptly defeated the Weasel who was a Lieutenant General Marine. Although this incident did not cause any uproar in Malin Fando. But Weasel was actually laughed at by other lieutenants for a long time. So the memory of Maien is still fresh. However, after the killing of celestial dragons broke out. The Weasel and the other lieutenants' impressions of Maien are greatly changed. So, those lieutenants who had been laughing at Weasel closed their mouths. Even Weasel doesn't hate Maien much. Impelled down this time. Weasel even had the idea of having a chance to take a look at Maien. It's better now. People have seen it, but the cold sweat oozes out. Why are you here? The Weasel frowned. The hand has been placed on the handle of the sword around his waist. Relax, Marshal Sengoku knows about this. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Maien waved his hand. Marshal Sengoku knows. Weasel was taken aback when he heard the words. But it suddenly happened after a while. 2. For Maien, Marshal Sengoku, Lieutenant General Crane, Lieutenant General Garp, Kuzan Admiral, Pelusarino Admiral. All ran to the holy place. Mary Geoise interceded Maien. It's no big deal to let him be the head guard of Impel Down. Think about it so far. The Weasel immediately released the handle of the sword. Slowly stretched out his hand. Looking at Maien with a smile. It's been a long time, Maien. The head guard. Long time no see, Lieutenant Weasel. Maien smiled cheerfully. Reached out and shook hands with the Weasel. Advertisement. Although he has been fighting in Marin Vando. But at the moment. The two had already met each other with a smile and a grudge. See this. 2 blushes appeared on Sadie Chan's face involuntarily. So handsome. But at this moment, a crisp voice rang faintly. There was a hint of shock in his tone. Are you Maien Nigel? The speaker is Hancock. While talking, he walked towards Maien. Not bad. Maien nodded. Did you kill a celestial dragons in the Holy Land Mary Geoise? Hancock asked again. Yes, is there any problem? Maien smiled slightly. Quote. Hancock clenched his lower lip subconsciously. It seems this moment. Thought of something bad. What happened to you? The Weasel frowned. Looking at Hancock, he was a little surprised. After all, since getting on board, Weasel has never seen Hancock look like this. Sadie Chan narrowed his eyes slightly, staring at Hancock tightly. The woman's instinct makes Sadie Chan feel it instinctively. Hancock is about to be a demon. As predicted. Next second. Hancock raised his head slowly. The pretty face was firm. Put your hands on your chest. Bend slightly. Maien in front of him gave a serious salute. My concubine just misunderstood you. Please forgive me. Mr. Maien. Nothing. Maien waved her hand. The whole person is also a bit surprised. I didn't expect Hancock to come so suddenly. Advertisement. Although he knew why Hancock was doing this to him. After all, a long time ago, Hancock and her 2 younger sisters were abducted by traffickers from the boat of the Hydra pirates. Sold to the nobles of the world. As a slave to the Holy Land Mary Geoise. There was extremely humiliating treatment by celestial dragons. There are also hoof prints of flying dragon hoof on the back. For Hancock, no one hates her more than celestial dragons. After the killing of celestial dragons led by Maien broke out, Hancock's heart was extremely cheerful. But what Hancock didn't expect was Maien Nigel. It turned out to be the head guard Impel Down who has been staring at her from just now to now. But anyway, Maien killed celestial dragons. It was indeed a bad breath for Hancock. In other words, all the slaves of Mary Geoise in the Holy Land breathed a sigh of foulness. Just rush this. Hancock felt that he should apologize to Maien. It should also be called Mr. Maien. But see this. The others are crazy. The marine soldiers on the warship screamed. Weasel couldn't believe what his eyes saw. Sadie Chan's teeth clenched and rattled. I know it just by looking. Even the King Luffy under Hancock's coat frowned. He was shocked. After all, Wong Luffy never expected to meet a blue-haired bastard here. My heart is already suffering. No way. At that time on Judicial Island, Maien abused Luffy too hard. Strong strength gap. It has long been clear to Luffy that he will not be Maien's opponent. Not before. Not now. But it's terrible. That's it, Maien. At this moment he became the chief caretaker of Impel Down. Isn't this a narrow road to Yuanjia? Hiding under Hancock's coat. Wong Luffy panicked. Chapter 154. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Impel Down. In the eyes of envy, jealousy and hatred. Maien led the Weasel and Hancock in slowly. For the Straw Hat Boy under Hancock's coat. Maien ignored it. He was eager to let the Straw Hat Boy stir Impel Down upside down. After all, with the strength of the Straw Hat Kid. In the huge Impel Down. Only Magellan can beat him. People like Hanyable, Tsurude, Sadie Chan, Domino. It's not the opponent of the Straw Hat Boy at all. So once the Straw Hat Kid gets messed up, it will inevitably involve Magellan's attention. Then Maien will be able to fish in troubled waters. There was a click. The door of the lift opened slowly. Maien, Hancock, Weasel and Sadie Chan stepped in. But the key is that the space in the lift is inherently small. Only 4 people will be accommodated. For a time. Maien 4 shoulder to shoulder. Turn your back to your chest. Weasels blushed. Although Maien's face was not red. But it was also full of embarrassment. I can only read a word continuously in my heart. Squeeze is healthier. To this, Sadie Chan doesn't care much. After all, Maien and Weasel weren't deliberate. Hancock's face was cold. A little uncomfortable, backed away. Just then, there was a muffled snort. Although the sound is extremely soft. But the atmosphere in the lift is already embarrassing. No one wants to speak. So there was a dead silence. The needle drop can be heard. There was a sudden muffled hum. It is clear to everyone's ears. Okay. The Weasel frowned. Advertisement. A vigilance flashed across his eyes. Sadie-chan also hurriedly went too far, staring at Hancock tightly. The muffled sound came from Hancock's side. But she did not issue it herself. It's the straw hat boy under the coat. Said it all. The elevator space is inherently small. 4 people are just like growing up together. Hannibal also wanted to step back. Where is that room to go? Luffy, the king of straw hats, is a rubber man. But it was also uncomfortable to be squeezed to a certain extent. So I couldn't help but let out a muffled hum. Fortunately, Hancock is someone who has seen big scenes. Day's eyebrows only wrinkled slightly and stretched out very quickly. Looking at the Weasel and Sadie-chan, who turned their heads to stare at him. Hancock lightly covered his red lips. I am embarrassed and smiled. Sorry. That's it. The Weasel is blinded. Since boarding. Has Weasel ever seen such a Hancock? Just like the iceberg beauty who has been cold. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Suddenly the sun melts into snow. Everything has recovered. Not to mention the old straight man Weasel. The old face immediately blushed. Turning his head back like lightning. Thin beads of sweat ooze from his forehead. Cut. See this. Sadie-chan licked the corner of his mouth immediately. Looking at the Weasel with disdain. That's it, Lieutenant General Naval Headquarters. How is it different from Director Magellan? But his eyes turned. When moved to Maien, Sadie-chan's eyes immediately brightened. After all, from just now to now, Maien kept looking ahead. It's like not seeing that muffled hum. As stable as an old dog. Advertisement. In contrast, Weasel is weak. Look at our captain. Have a panoramic view of everything. Hancock also thinks Maien is a bit different. Obviously, since disembarking, he has been staring at himself unscrupulously. Why don't you watch it now? Pretend. It's not very similar either. Strange. Looking at Maien's back, Hancock's nice eyes narrowed slightly. There is a feeling that you can't see through the man Maien. Actually, Maien is very simple. What are you doing back? Isn't it that I don't know who the muffled hum comes from? Except for the rubber bastard King Luffy. Can't find a second person. Wong Luffy is still useful to Maien. It is best not to expose for the time being. Think about it so far. Maien can only pretend not to hear anything. Just then, ding dong, sounded. The elevator reached the Crimson Hell, the first floor of Impel Down. The moment the door opened, Hancock's pretty face is rare and solemn. After all, Hancock is one of 7 warlords of the sea. But it is also an out-and-out pirate. Want to enter Impel Down? A body search must be done. In addition, Hancock is also a Paramecia Devil Fruit-capable person. Must wear seastone handcuffs. But the point is, just search. The straw hat boy under Hancock's coat will definitely be spotted. Weasel and Sadie-chan are beside. The straw hat boy could never escape the moment he was discovered. Maien is the chief caretaker of Impel Down. Then there will be no way to indulge the straw hat boy. He must be taken down. Plus Boa Hancock. How to do it? Maien stroked his chin. Advertisement. I was a little worried for a while. Hancock's face was also very ugly. The bright and star-like eyes flickered. But at this moment, a big face appeared in front of the elevator. He has a big belly. Wearing a pharaoh-style headdress. Smile all over the face. It is Hannibal, and behind Hannibal, the little Tsurude and the iceberg beauty Domino are also looking forward to it. Anyway, the moment I saw Hancock, all 3 of Hannibal were stunned. The heart beats, backquote thump thump. A happy smile came up in his mouth. Hello, Master Hancock. My name is Hannibal and I am the former deputy director of Impel Down. Hannibal smiled and stretched out his hand. My name is Tsurude, and I am the current chief jailer of Impel Down. I am the current deputy warden of Impel Down and my name is Domino. Tsurude and Domino also hurriedly introduced themselves. Are you all shameless? Xiao Sa, Chainalts, looked at the 3 people speechlessly. Weasel even covered his old face. But see this. Hancock's eyes lit up suddenly. Maien also hooked the corner of her mouth. It turns out, Li Go still has a little effect. After all, Sadie-chan has been staring at Hancock. The instinct of being a woman. Sadie-chan instinctively felt that something was wrong with Hancock. Maien is the chief caretaker of Impel Down. Can't say anything about it. Not to mention the Weasel. One old trash. But now Tsurude's, Hannibal, Domino are coming. The situation changed instantly. Yun. After all, as a licking go. How could the 3 of Hannibal let Sadie-chan search Hancock's body? Must come first by yourself. P.S. From the morning diarrhea until now, I can't hold it anymore. I plan to go to the hospital later. If the situation is not good, I will change it today and make up for it in the next few days. Chapter 155. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. As predicted, when Sati-chan offered to search Hancock's body, Hannibal, Tsurude, and Domino all stood up. Volunteer to take this job. Although all on the surface are awe-inspiring. In fact, you know what you are thinking at a glance. The weasel has arms around his chest, watching this scene coldly. Indifferent on the face. In fact, I guess it is also envy, jealousy and hate. Sati-chan saw this. It was unexpectedly lifeless. Want to come too. Hancock is one of 7 warlords of the sea anyway. How can the 3 of Hannibal search if they want? In the end, she was still looking for Sati-chan. After all, among the people present, only Sati-chan didn't think too much about Hancock. Maien is one of them. It can be said to have broken the sky. Maien is also a man. Hancock is not a fool. How can a man search his body? But at this moment, an incredible scene appeared. In that case, then trouble Hannibal the chief jailer. Hancock smiled slightly, blinked at Hannibal. Boom. This moment, Hannibal's brain was like detonating a bomb. The whole person was blown up. Looking at Hancock in front of him. Hannibal's body was suddenly tight. Happiness came too suddenly. But see this. Tsurude and Domino's faces looked like they had eaten dead flies. The weasel's brows also frowned slightly. Sati-chan raised her eyebrows even more. Unexpectedly, I still underestimated Hancock. Only Maien remained indifferent. This scene was as early as he expected. Not surprising. Advertisement. Gudong. Sounded. Hannibal's apple moved. Swallowing hard. Looking at Hancock in front of him. He stretched out his hand tremblingly. Since Hancock-sama believes in me so, I'm better off being respectful. Wait. Just when Hannibal's salted pig hand was about to touch Hancock's body. Hancock's natural voice sounded again. What's happenin'? Hannibal paled. Thought Hancock changed his mind. The smell of death on his face. The faces of Salutis and Domino turned from cloudy to fine. The weasel's eyes also lit up suddenly. But at this moment, 2 blushes appeared on Hancock's pretty face. The teeth bit his lower lip. Pinch the corners of the clothes with both hands. Putting on a shy response. The concubine feels that instead of letting the chief jailer Hannibal do a body search, it's better to go to a room alone. The concubine took off her clothes. Isn't Hannibal the chief jailer more convenient to search? Puff. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Hancock's voice just fell. Hannibal sprayed 2 blood directly from his nose. The whole person is pretending to be Venus. There was weakness in his feet. If not for a trace of reason. He knelt on his knees with a puff at this moment. Open your arms to express my heartfelt thanks to God. That's it. This moment, Hannibal understood. No wonder you are going to die during this time. The position of deputy director is lost. As soon as he became the chief jailer, he encountered the killing of all starvation hell. I dare to be here waiting for myself. If so, then I really don't lose at all. Master Hancock, you have to think carefully. That's not good, is it? Both Salutis and Domino's faces turned green. Advertisement. Especially seeing the wretched look on Hannibal's face. The 2 wanted to tear it to pieces. The weasel also has a face of lovelessness. Sati-chan was even more shocked. Looking up and down Hancock. Uncontrollably shook his head. Unexpectedly. Boa Hancock, one of the dignified 7 warlords of the sea. The pirate empress. The taste is so heavy. People like Hannibal can be eye-catching. Think about it so far. Sati-chan's prejudice against Hancock is not so deep. Even came forward. Just right, there is a room next to it. Hannibal chief jailer, please. Good drop. Hannibal nodded without hesitation. Just like a chicken pecking rice. The eyes flashed brightly. The corners of his mouth reached the base of his ears. While rubbing his hands excitedly, he walked to the side room with a big belly. Hancock followed closely behind. I completely ignored the murderous glances behind him. Bang dang. Sounded. The door to the room closed hard. Salutis, Domino, and Weasel's eyes darkened. A series of sighs sounded. Have a panoramic view of everything. Maien folded her arms around her chest. There was always a faint smile on the corner of his mouth. From just now to now, Maien has always played the role of a melon-eating crowd. Don't say a word. There was no sound. Silently watched Hancock implement her beauty tricks. Of course. Speaking of this, Maien also admires herself a bit. Maien thought it was after seeing Hancock. He will be more or less tempted. Being disturbed by Hancock's beauty. But I didn't expect it. Advertisement. That's the case. That's right. Hancock is indeed a beautiful woman. But it fell in Maien's eyes. Amazing though. But a glance at 10,000 years is far from enough. It may be because I have been with Nico Robin these days. Beauty or something. Maien has enough immunity. Maien was still a little worried. After all, Hancock's devil fruit ability is a bit annoying. For those who like her. Even worse. But this moment. Maien already has 100% confidence. Even if Hancock uses the power of the charm fruit on him. It is impossible to turn Maien into a stone statue. Of course. It just said that. If it is possible. Maien didn't want to stand on the opposite side of Hancock. Unfortunately, the tree wants to be quiet but the wind keeps coming. Because at this moment, suddenly a strange noise came from the nearby room. It was in the room where Hancock and Hannibal went. Patter. Something seems to have fallen on the ground. Okay. The moment I heard this sound, Weasel, Salutis, Domino, and Sati-chan all frowned. Looking at each other, all four of them saw a touch of solemnity in each other's eyes. Something's wrong. See this. Maien closed her eyes helplessly. A good hand to play a pulpy. As predicted, only a bang was heard. The door to the room was kicked open. A figure suddenly sprang out. Not someone else. It is Monkey D. Luffy, the Straw Hat Kid. 52%. Chapter 156. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Although I don't know what happened in the room. But Maien can conclude that the Straw Hat Boy must have caused the trouble. Damn rubber bastard. Isn't this a hand, a good card to play a thin? The fact is just as Maien expected. The reason why Hancock called for Hannibal to search. Of course not the one who fancy Hannibal. But knowing that this guy has a big heart. Go to a separate room. It is also for the convenience of the ability to use the charm fruit. Just petrify Hannibal. Wong Luffy can come out from under her coat. After that, fish in troubled waters. No matter what, you can get into Impel Down without knowing it. But the problem is, Wong Luffy is not a man who plays cards logically. Hancock planned everything. In the end, it was upset by the King Luffy. After Hannibal got into the room, it may be that there is no one around. The hands and feet are a bit presumptuous. After Hancock petrified him, Wong Luffy couldn't see it anymore. One punch knocked down the petrified Hannibal. The strange click came from Shikai's room. It is from this. This is just great. Weasel, Sati-chan, Tsurude, Domino all heard it. The four are not fools. You don't need to think about it to know that something is wrong in the room. Just at this moment, Wong Luffy sprang out of the room. Yes, don't confess. To be frank, when I saw Wong Luffy rushing out of the room, Maien really regrets it. I knew it so long ago. You should have killed this girl on Judicial Island before. Not at all upbeat. After all, this is Impel Down. King Luffy is a pirate. How can there be any truth in appearing in front of people with integrity? No wonder it is said that One Piece is actually the road to death of King Luffy. Advertisement. As predicted, are you a Straw Hat Boy? Saw Wong Luffy for a moment. The weasel's eyes immediately chilled. Put his right hand decisively on the handle of the sword around his waist. The Straw Hat Boy, Monkey D. Luffy, one of the 11 supernovas. Hear the words of Weasel, Salutis, Sati-chan, Domino's complexion all changed. Looking at Wong Luffy not far away. One after another is waiting in full battle. But just when Weasel and others wanted to step forward and take down King Luffy, Hancock's figure suddenly appeared in front of Luffy. Luffy, you go first. Here is enough for my concubine. Thank you, Hancock. At this point, Wong Luffy also knows the big deal. There is no longer any hesitation. Directly stretch his arms and fly away. Stop. See this. The weasel stepped forward decisively. But at this moment, a fragrant wind hits his face. Aromatic feet. The moment the voice fell, Hannibal has kicked his feet. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Kang Kang sounded. The weasel did not hesitate to pull out the long sword from his waist. Resist Hancock's aromatic feet. Bang dang sounded. Hancock's aromatic feet kicked hard on the weasel's long sword. Boa Hancock, do you know what you are doing? Weasel looked at Hancock coldly. It's not your turn to tell my concubine. Hancock's face was cold. But at this moment, the beautiful eyes that were as bright as stars blinked suddenly. With Hancock's amazing facial features. Extremely lethal. Don't talk about the weasel in front of you. Even Tsurude and Domino behind Weasel saw this. It was also a moment of dizziness. Just then, advertisement. A sneer of disdain spread from the corner of Hancock's mouth. Sweet and sweet wind. Not good. Hear what Hancock said. The weasel's pupils shrank. Only then had he recovered from Hancock's temptation. Just want to repeat the old tricks. When cutting yourself with a long sword to divert attention. Hancock's hands were already in the shape of a heart. Swish. A heart-shaped beam of light flashed past. Don't give the weasel a chance to react at all. Caw caw. Two sounds. After being illuminated by a heart-shaped beam, the weasel immediately turned into a stone statue. The same goes for Tsurude and Domino. For a time. Lieutenant General Naval Headquarters. Impelled down, the two high-ranking officials completely lost their combat effectiveness. Damn it. Sati-chan gritted his teeth bitterly. Because she doesn't have any good feelings for Hancock. Shikai's sweet breeze is of no use to her. See this. Sati-chan immediately waved the long whip in his hand and slammed Hancock over. Looking at the long whip, he was about to hit Hancock. Hancock has eyes like the back of his head. With a flash of his body, he easily escaped Sati-chan's attack. Zero, ask for flowers. Put your finger on your lips. Draw a big red heart. Kiss the gun. There was a bang. Hancock's kiss gun steadily hit Sati-chan. What? Sadie-chan let out a scream. The whole person fell to the ground in pain. But looking at Hancock in front of him, his eyes are full of hatred. You bastard. What did you say? Hancock frowned. As the pirate empress, one of 7 warlords of the sea. When was Hancock, who was already arrogant, called a bitch? Hear this. Advertisement. Where can I stand it? The pretty face was gloomy for a moment. There was a murderous intent in the beautiful eyes. Aromatic feet. The voice just fell. Hancock kicked straight towards Sadie-chan. Fragrant feet are one of Hancock's great tricks. The moment of kicking someone, it can petrify and crush part of the opponent's body. But this moment, because of the anger in my heart, Hancock has killed Sadie-chan. Kicked directly at Sadie-chan's head. It is conceivable that if it hits, Sadie-chan's head will not only be petrified on the spot, and it will be crushed. In this way, Sadie-chan has no chance of surviving. Seeing Hancock's raised foot hit his head directly, Sadie-chan also closed his eyes in despair. Just then, a breeze hit his face. A figure stood in front of Sadie-chan like lightning. This person is not someone else. It was Maien. Looking at Hancock as he struck, there was no emotion in Maien's eyes. It's enough, Maien said lightly. There was a click. Hancock changed the attack in time. Kick on the floor. Kakaka's voice sounded. The floor cracked numerous fine lines. Looking at Maien in front of him, Hancock's pretty face rarely hesitated. Mr. Maien, I don't want to do it to you. But the woman behind you, I must kill her. Kill her. Maien's eyes were cold. The corner of his mouth couldn't help but raise a sneer and said. Hee hee, do you really think of this as your 9-snake island? Boa Hancock, this is Impel Down. It's not a place where you can come to the wild. B. Chapter 157. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Maien looked at Boa Hancock coldly. The tone is unwavering. If it is possible, Maien didn't want to come forward. But Hancock has passed the line. She can petrify the weasel, Tsurude, and Domino. Maien has no comments on this. But Hancock can't kill Sadie-chan. At least not in front of Maien's eyes. Anyway. Maien is still the head guard of Impel Down now. If you really watched Hancock kick Sadie-chan's head to pieces, it is not easy to explain to Maien. Anyway, the Straw Hat Boy has mixed into Impel Down. Maien's purpose has been achieved. Don't let Hancock do anything wrong. In case it is alarmed naval headquarters, things will only get worse. Before that, we also need to find a solution to the petrification of Weasel. Anyhow, it is Marines 1989 Lieutenant General. If you accidentally die Impel Down, I am afraid that even Akainu, Kizaru, and Aokiji will come over. By the time, not to mention whether Maien can smoothly absorb Blackbeard's dark fruit. Whether Blackbeard will come as a question. Mr. Maien, my concubine admires your courage to kill celestial dragons. But the woman behind you speaks badly. The concubine can't tolerate it anyway. Hancock said with a cold face. You are one of the 7 warlords of the sea. It is already a big crime to act on the naval headquarters and the senior officials of Impel Down. What's more, you also helped the Straw Hat Kid to get into Impel Down. Sadie-chan is just cursing you. Boa Hancock, don't think of yourself too much. Maien said every word. Don't treat others too badly. Quote. Hear Maien's words. Hancock's pretty face was completely gloomy. Advertisement. The original respect for Maien in my heart has long since disappeared. Instead, it is full of killing intent. Beautiful women always feel like a snake Sasori. This is particularly strong in the world of One Piece. Regardless of Nico Robin, or Boa Hancock, they all take human life improperly. Mr. Maien, don't force your concubine. The corners of Hancock's eyes trembled. You are forcing me, Maien sneered. Aromatic feet. There is no need for any hesitation. Hancock had no patience anymore. He kicked straight towards Maien. Paper arts ooze. The moment the voice fell, Maien's body suddenly became extremely soft. Just like a puddle of ooze. Take it easy. He completely avoided Hancock's kicking skills. I would also like to thank this month of penance. If it was Maien a month ago, Dao power is only 20,000. It might be difficult to deal with Hancock. But now Maien's Dao power index has reached 30,000. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Facing Hancock is enough to secure the victory. After all, Hancock is one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Most of it still depends on her devil fruit ability. So, to some extent, Hancock is like a hanging pen. Anyone who likes her, people who can't stand the temptation of her beauty. No matter how strong it is, that's it. But the other way around. People like Maien who are indifferent to Hancock. The moment the battle started, the dignified pirate empress will lose half of her power. Although in the course of the battle, Hancock has always intentionally or unintentionally demonstrated her super charm as a woman. But Maien's eyes are always clear. Advertisement. Not moved by her at all. Just like Hancock in front of me is just an ordinary woman. See this. Hancock's heart was aroused instead. The fragrant feet kicked out in succession are like gusts of wind and rain. Faster, stronger, but there is more and more no rules. In contrast, Maien, treat with caution from the beginning. But at the moment it's relaxed and casual. Even the moment when Hancock got out. Just judge the direction and location of her attack. For a time, Hancock's aromatic feet don't mention Maien. You can't even touch Maien's clothes. One goes down and the other goes up. Hancock began to gasp. Maien is still full of energy. Damn it. Hancock gritted his teeth bitterly. Looking at Maien in front of him. There is already full of vigilance in his eyes, face, and heart. Just like everyone else, Hancock didn't care much about Maien. After all, Maien's first feeling is always normal. Young. It is not demon fruit power misunderstood. Who would have thought that Maien was an extraordinary young man? But whenever the battle begins, everyone will be surprised. At this point, this is the case with all CP9 members on Judicial Island. The same goes for Straw Hat Crew. Marin Vando's weasel is like this. The same goes for Jinbei on the warship. The same is true for the previous ace. This time, it's the turn of the pirate Empress Boa Hancock. There was a bang. After kicking again, Hancock stepped back quickly. Advertisement. Flick your lips with your fingers at the same time. Draw a red heart. Kiss the gun. Bang. A heart-shaped bullet flew at Maien quickly. Flying finger pistol. Maien flicked. He didn't even look at Hancock's kiss gun. You know where it is just by sound. An air bomb was shot out instantly. Boom. Hancock's kiss gun and Maien's flying finger pistol slammed together. While making a loud noise. Also set off a larger storm. Just then, there was a touch of determination in Hancock's eyes. No way. All attacks were easily resolved by Maien. Hancock must use his own trick. Captive arrow. The finger touched his lips again. Hancock drew a huge pink heart-shaped substance in the air. Pull back like a bow and arrow. Only a series of swishes can be heard. Hundreds of pink arrows shot at Maien immediately. See this. There was also a dignified look in Maien's eyes. As a traverser, Maien, who is familiar with One Piece, knows how powerful this trick is. The captive arrow is the strongest trick of the pirate Empress Boa Hancock. The moment the pink arrow hits the target, no matter whether the target is tempted by Hancock or not, he will be petrified. And the target does not refer to people. Animals can be petrified. Even non-biological things are fine, such as rocks, shells, or machinery. Anyway, one sentence in a nutshell. These hundreds of pink arrows shot at Maien. Maien can't be hit either. If not, cool on the spot. Chapter 158. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Shave. Watching Hancock's captive arrow is about to hit Maien. Maien's feet immediately stepped on the ground hundreds of times. The whole person turned into an afterimage and flew upwards. Swish swish. Hundreds of pink arrows flew past. But they all rushed for nothing. He didn't even touch a single hair of Maien. Can see this. Hancock's red lips curled slightly. Not at all angry about not hitting Maien. On the contrary, there is a kind of cheering look. Bad. Maien's pupils shrank, the moment Hancock smiled triumphantly. Only then did he remember that there was another person behind him. Sadie-chan. Puff. There was a sound. Although Hancock's captive arrow missed Maien. But Sadie-chan was completely hit. Hancock's previous kiss gun had already seriously injured Sadie-chan. You can't even stand up right now. Not to mention avoiding Hancock's captive arrows. I can only watch the pink arrow pass through my chest. Caw. Made two sounds. The captive's arrow hit Sadie-chan in an instant. Sadie-chan's whole person is directly transformed into a stone statue. Still maintaining the posture of kneeling on the ground. His eyes are still full of hatred. But 09 completely lost consciousness. From a living person to a stone statue without a soul. Sadie-chan couldn't resist at all in the whole process. Really. Maien steps on the moonwalk. Half suspended in the air. Looking down at Hancock below. His face was rare and gloomy. Sadie-chan is right. You bastard. Humph. Hancock snorted coldly. The pretty face that was originally astonishing. It seemed a bit mean at the moment. Advertisement. If the concubine is a bitch, aren't all women in the world a bitch? Hancock's nostrils turned upward. He thought he was very proud and looked at Maien. Maien ignored this. Only the corners of his eyes trembled. Obviously, at this point, both of them were really angry. No more worries. Looking at Maien in the sky, Hancock released the captive arrow again. Swish swish. Hundreds of pink arrows shot at Maien again. Tempest kick chaos. The moment the voice fell. Maien stroked both feet. The whole person is like a spinning top. Fast. Countless silver light waves emerged instantly. With extremely powerful power, swiped towards hundreds of pink arrows. Boom 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 boom. Countless explosions sounded. Maien's tempest kick chaos collided with Hancock's captive arrow in the air. Shake the entire crimson hell. Countless crushed rocks are falling down. Billowing smoke and dust everywhere. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. This is understandable. Not long ago, Ace and Jinbei escaped from prison. The first floor of the sea was broken into pieces. Although under the command of Salu Days, a group of jailers struggled to fix it. But it is not safe. Now Maien and Hancock are doing this. The above can't hold it. The following will suffer. The crisis can be seen in Madara. Of course, for Hancock, this is nothing. Impel Down is ruined. Hancock would only be surreptitiously happy. But Maien is different. He is now the head guard of Impel Down. I want to think of the poor people up and down Impel Down. Especially the four of Weasel, Salutis, Domino, and Sadie-chan. Advertisement. They have been turned into stone statues by Hancock. Can't stand the slightest bump anymore. Otherwise, it's not dead. It is also a permanent disability. In this situation, if the first floor on the sea collapses again, it crashed down. The four weasels are 100% done. The four stone statues will definitely be broken into pieces. But the point is if the four of Weasel are over, Naval Headquarters will definitely be alarmed. In public rather than private. It's all bad for Maien. For the present, must fight quickly. Don't let Hancock mess around anymore. Shave. In the billowing smoke and dust, Maien turned into an afterimage again. Hidden in the depths of smoke and dust. See this. Hancock's pretty face instantly became solemn. The star-like eyes immediately caught Maien's figure everywhere. But it's terrible. Maien at this moment just disappeared. No matter how Hancock looked, he couldn't catch a trace. Even at this moment, Hancock has already used observation Haki. He looked around vigilantly, but Maien's breath was still absent. I can't feel him moving either. It seems to be hiding somewhere. But where is the key to hiding? Up, down, left, right. All directions. No, nowhere. Asshole. Hancock frowned to the extreme. Fists clenched. The pretty face is rare and pale Wushwang. Without a trace of blood. After all, the current scene is too weird. So much as this moment. There was a wave of anxiety in Hancock's heart. Advertisement. And this was something she had never felt before. Or, Hancock underestimated Maien again. That's right. Maien is very strong. In the battle just now, Hancock has fully learned and experienced it. But Hancock didn't expect it. Maien actually has this hand. Marine 6 styles. Hancock also heard about it. But this style did not disappear out of thin air. Captive arrow. In desperation, Hancock can only release his strongest trick over and over again. Hundreds of pink arrows appeared one after another. The swish sound never stopped once it started. The captive arrow was Hancock's strongest trick. Not used often, but now, Hancock made it endless. Not because Hancock is not tired, but Hancock had a feeling. Once she stops, Maien will win this battle. It's a pity that Hancock was wrong. She doesn't stop, Maien will still win. Quietly. A transparent light door emerged from behind Hancock. The moment the door opened, Hancock seems to feel it. Turned around quickly. The captive arrow is also ready. But just when Hancock was about to launch, a big hand grabbed Hancock's slender jade neck mercilessly. Accompanied by a surge of force, Hancock couldn't breathe in an instant. Even a muffled hum can't come out. There was a burst of darkness directly in front of Hancock's eyes. Immediately the whole person passed out completely. But before fainting, a word still faintly came from Hancock's ear. Even women all over the world are bitches. You are definitely the cheapest one among the bitches. Boa Hancock. Chapter 159. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Holding Hancock's slender jade neck. The killing intent in Maien's eyes only increased. After all, Maien's words were not wrong. Hancock is indeed a real bitch. The king, Luffy, doesn't like her at all. Still chasing backwards. The cheapest is Wong Luffy's every move. In Hancock's eyes, he was showing love to her. Don't need a little face. Of course, it doesn't matter to Maien whether Hancock is a bitch or not. But the point is that Hancock has done a little too much. Weasel, Sadie-chan, Tsurude and Domino are 4. It's not someone Hancock can kill casually. If Hancock honestly removed the 4 of them from petrification. Maien is not going to do everything. But this bitch is so ridiculous. I really treat Impel Down as my own home. Touched Maien's bottom line. It's no wonder that Maien is so violent. His eyes were cold. The big hand pinching Hancock's neck slammed hard. The facial features that were shocking to the heavens suddenly became incomparable. This moment, although Hancock passed out completely. But the whole body couldn't help convulsing. Everyone looks like an extremely painful look. Can see this. Instead, a sneer appeared at the corners of Maien's mouth. I also felt an inexplicable refreshment in my heart. The big hand pinching Hancock's jade neck also used some strength again. Looking at Maien, he was about to cut off Hancock's jade neck. There was a crack sound. A roar suddenly came from a distance. Stop. Maien frowned. You don't have to look back to know who is coming. After all, this voice is really familiar. Especially in this period of time. Director, you are a bit late. Shrugged. Maien slowly turned around. The big hand still pinched Hancock's jade neck. It's like carrying a chicken. Effortless. Advertisement. The Comer is Magellan. Seeing Maien pinching Hancock's jade neck, Hancock's pretty face was still green. Obviously a state of extreme hypoxia. Drops of cold sweat ooze out of Magellan's forehead. Angrily said, "Asshole, what do you want to do? Kill her." Maien's answer is simple and clear. "Are you crazy?" Hear Maien's words. The pupils in Magellan's eyes shrank directly into pinpoints. Master Hancock is one of 7 warlords of the sea. How can you want to kill her? Director, are your eyes in the crotch? Maien reached out and pulled her ears. While lifting his chin to the side, he said. Lieutenant General Weasel and Sadie Chan were turned into stone statues by this bitch. How can you save them if you don't kill this bitch? That can't be killed. Magellan gritted his teeth. Magellan saw the 4 stone statues of Sadie Chan, Salutis, Domino, and Weasel early in the morning. It is impossible to say not to be angry. After all, Magellan is still a good officer. There is also a steelyard in my heart. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Although it was Hancock's lick. But at the very least, pay attention to proportions when licking. The reason why Maien is prevented from doing it at this moment. It's really big, after all, for naval headquarters. There will be a fierce battle soon. Hancock is one of the 7 warlords of the sea. It is also the top combat power of naval headquarters. How can you die and impel down? As for Weasel and Sadie Chan et al. It is also completely possible for Hancock to use Devil Fruit's ability to disarm. No need to hurt the killer. Maien, let go of your hand. Magellan was anxiously angry. I was afraid that Hancock would die from lack of oxygen. Director, are you worthy of Sadie Chan for doing this? Maien looked at Magellan speechlessly. To lick is to lick. Sadie Chan and the others just turned into stone statues. When Hancock-sama wakes up, let her use Devil Fruit's power to relieve it. Advertisement. Magellan paused. What if she doesn't release it? Maien was straightforward. Quote. I'll talk about it then. Magellan hesitated. You lick it. Maien looked at Magellan coldly. You are licking go. Magellan's list was about to split. By now, even if Magellan is a fool, I must also understand that licking go is not a good word. Otherwise Maien can't say again and again that he is licking. The dog is very bad. Aren't you licking go? You have been toward this bitch. Maien's torture from the soul. Thank you, you are still the director of Impel Down. The person Marshal Sengoku has always valued. Do you just give back this uniform on you? Even the pair of wings behind you are sorry. Wake up, director. You treat others as your first love, they will only abuse you 1,000 times. It's better to let me kill. 100. What's the mess? Magellan waved his hand. The anger in my heart reached its extreme. But looking at Maien's face firmly, Magellan also understands. This thing is not good. This fellow Maien killed Hancock. Think about it so far. Magellan can only be soft. Looking at Maien helplessly. Backquote this way, you let go of Hancock-sama. It's a bitch. Maien corrected coldly. All right, you let go of this bastard first. Magellan endured the pain and said. Let's talk to this bitch first. If this bastard honestly dissolves the petrification of Lieutenant General Weasel and Sadie Chan and others, we will keep this bitch's life. If this bitch doesn't know what to do, you will strangle her again. How? Advertisement. Finished. Magellan looked at Maien expectantly. Maien frowned, touched his chin and thought about it carefully. Finally nodded. Okay. But the voice just fell. The big hand pinching Hancock's neck shook it vigorously. Only a swish sound was heard. Maien threw Hancock straight out. It's not dead. He was heading in the direction of Crimson Hell. Sharp sword trees and needles are waiting. If it's normal, I can't hurt Hancock by half. But now Hancock was fainted all over. Chan Nuo is good. If you fall directly into Crimson Hell, I can't imagine the consequences. You bastard. Upon seeing this, Magellan's lungs exploded. Hurried forward with a stride. Want to save Hancock. But at this moment, Maien's voice came from behind. Director, say goodbye to Lieutenant Weasel. Okay. Magellan stiffened. Hearing this sentence, he turned his head and looked around. As predicted, a weasel turned into a stone statue on his shoulders. Maien shook it hard again. Only a swish sound was heard. The stone weasel flies away. There are 2 extremes in Hancock's direction. One left and one right. One south and one north. But the result is the same. If Hancock fell into Crimson Hell in a comatose state, no doubt he will die. If the stone weasel hit the floor, quasi-guarantee fell to pieces. Among the 2, Magellan can only save one. Chapter 160. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Maien I****. The moment when Maien threw the stone weasel out, Magellan exploded directly in his heart. After all, dogs are not humans at all. Isn't this to kill him? Weasel. That's Lieutenant General Naval Headquarters. If you die Impel Down. He died under Magellan's nose. Marshal Sengoku didn't take him Magellan alive. Is it fake? But on the other hand, Hancock is indeed the white moonlight in Magellan's heart. And it's one of 7 warlords of the sea. The same can't die in Impel Down. But now, Magellan must make a choice. Otherwise, Weasel and Hancock will both be cool. Sweat dripping from his head. Magellan is facing one of the most difficult choices in his life. His eyes glanced at Maien intentionally or unintentionally. I hope the dog can become a human being. But Maien just folded her arms around her chest. There was a touch of cunning in his eyes that didn't need to be concealed. Watching this scene quietly. Don't plan to do anything at all. The mouth even opened and closed. Whispering something. Magellan couldn't understand. After all, that is not the language of this world at all. To be or not to be. This is still the same. Survival or destruction. This is a question worth thinking about. It is also the problem Magellan has to face at this moment. Hancock is a beauty, but the weasel represents Magellan's position, justice, official career. And what he must do. Just as Maien expected, he glanced at Hancock extremely desperately. Magellan finally turned around, charged to the stone weasel. Just in the process of flying to the stone weasel. In order to vent the dissatisfaction in my heart. Magellan spit out 2 mouthfuls of venom at Maien without hesitation. It's just that Maien, who was all anticipated in advance, escaped easily. Is this the anger of Li Go? Advertisement. Maien smiled slightly. Roll. Magellan gritted his teeth and spit out the word. The whole person has come before the stone weasel. Opened his arms and took the stone weasel. Magellan's heart was hit hard. Because at this moment, caw, made 2 sounds. The stone statue weasel suddenly cracked fine lines all over its body. Accompanied by a crash sound. Pieces of rocks fell from the weasel. The body of the weasel gradually appeared. At the same time, the petrified Sati-chan, Salutis, and Domino also made 2 clicks. Fine lines densely covered. The stone flakes fall. The body gradually revealed. The limbs are no longer stiff. Full of blood resurrected. Master Hancock. Magellan clutched his heart. His face was already pale. After all, the petrification status of Weasel, Sati-chan, Tsurude, and Domino want to be lifted. Except for Hancock's ability to use Devil Fruit. There is only one possibility. Hancock is dead. Maien Nig, what the hell did you do? Magellan's teeth rattled. What about you, director? Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Maien asked instead. You can't save Lieutenant General Weasel. The choice is clearly in your hands. Now you have made the choice, but blame me. Hey, I didn't expect that you are not only not an excellent director. Not a competent lick. You. Magellan's list was about to split. But there was nothing to say. After all, what Maien did was not wrong. Although a bit extreme. But Hancock is really damn it. Just rush her to turn the weasel and others into stone statues. It is already a death penalty. Rao is in front of Sengoku. No one blames Maien for this. 7 warlords of the sea just sounds like Haki. It's not comparable to a marine lieutenant like Weasel. After all, Weasel is full of loyalty to marine. Advertisement. 7 warlords of the sea like Hancock. It is only a pirate to say that Datien is broken. If you don't understand this, Maien couldn't swear to kill Hancock either. It was even more impossible to throw the stone weasel out in front of Magellan. Although on strength, the current Maien is even worse than Magellan. But on scheming, Magellan is a proper elementary school student. Not enough at all. A long sigh sounded. It came from the mouth of the weasel. The moment of recovery from petrification. The weasel heard Maien and Magellan opponents. Think of the scene before being petrified again. And now the situation of petrochemical being lifted. It was clear that Hancock was dead. I can't help but feel a pain in my heart. After all, Weasel is also one of Hancock's licks. It's just that it's not so obvious in the crowd. So, although the weasel has a heartache. But there is no way to say anything. Tsurude and Domino are different. Learn the fact that Hancock died. I cried directly. Tears flowed back into a river. It just can't beat Maien and Magellan. Otherwise, I will look at the eyes that want to kill people. Tsurude and Domino have to fight with Maien and Magellan if they say anything. This is the sorrow of Li Go. Don't worry about it. Maien was also indifferent to this. Magellan was aggrieved and panicked. But he was also responsible for Hancock's death. There is no way to say anything. But at this moment, a fragrant wind hits his face. Master Warden. Sati-chan opened his arms. Hold Maien and don't let go. Almost squeezed Maien to death. Finally pushed away. Within a second, Sati-chan hugged Maien again. Back and forth more than a dozen times. Maien had no choice but to stand still. Only if he is a tree. Advertisement. Sati-chan is a koala. Just then. Bang dang, sounded. The door of the next room was pushed open. Hannibal limped out, clutching his head, with a dazed expression. What's the situation? Master Hancock is dead. Tsurude and Domino cried. What? Hannibal's pupils shrank. Shaking his head frantically. No. Impossible. I do not believe. It is true. Magellan nodded weakly. How so? There was a puff sound. Hannibal knelt on both knees. There was no tears on his face. Ask the heavens and ask yourself. Just a moment's effort. Hannibal thumped his chest and his feet. Do you know what Hancock did to you? Maien asked curiously. I know. Hannibal nodded. Quote dot dot dot. She turned you into a stone statue. Maien reminded. So, Hannibal asked rhetorically. Quote dot dot dot. Nothing. Please go on. Maien's face is capitalized. Looking at the distraught weasel, Magellan, Salutis, Domino, and Hannibal. Sati-chan, who turned his head and entangled himself, said. See you. This is called licking. Master Caretaker. Sati-chan didn't hear Maien say anything at all. The whole person's 5 senses are all placed on Maien. Obsessed in his eyes. Maien sighed helplessly. Got it. The huge impel down. Frozen as led a group of licking dominate. Chapter 161. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Impel down. Crimson hell on the first basement level. Maien hung Sati-chan and sat aside, looking at the 5 licks in front of him coldly. Hannibal still knelt on his knees, crying. Tsurude blew the triangle fork in his hand sadly. Domino cried silently. Shangjan shrugged from time to time. The weasel stands upright, poker face, but the hands hidden in the long sleeves trembled slightly. Magellan stared at Maien bitterly. From just now to now. Maien hasn't left his sight half a minute. Just then. The sound of Barabala came from Magellan's pocket. The weird thing is, no one noticed for a while. Director, your phone worm rang. The unique bell rang for a long time. In the end, Maien reminded Magellan. What do you mean? Magellan gave Maien a grimace. Don't get Maien's love at all. Why do you blame me for not licking? Maien folded her arms around her chest. With a faintly resentful expression. Roll. Magellan frowned. His face was as dark as the bottom of the pot again. But even so, the hand still reached into his pocket decisively. Take out the phone worm. Press the answer button with a click. What are you doing? The phone worm just connected. Magellan shouted directly. No way. The fire in my heart can't go out. Magellan can only find the air bag. Gudong. There was a hard swallowing sound from the phone bug. A good phone worm is also dumbfounded at the moment. Department. Director. Advertisement. With a cold sweat. The phone worm yelled timidly. Talk. Magellan said impatiently. Quote dot dot dot. Director, it's not good. Someone trespassed impel down. The phone bug reports over there. Who? Magellan asked directly. There are no surprises in the expression. The straw hat boy monkey D. Luffy. The phone bug replied. Where are you now? Magellan asked again. The expression still has no surprises. We have reached the 3rd floor of starvation hell. The phone worm replied again. So, Magellan raised his eyebrows. Director, the straw hat boy is a bit powerful, we can't resist. You can't resist it, so you asked me to help you. The phone bug hasn't finished talking over there. Magellan's face sank again. He was squeezed. Jung Cho can't find any reason to vent. This phone bug is here. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. What does impel down want you to do? A straw hat boy can't resist. Tenten knows to call me for help. A bunch of trash. Quote dot 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 quote. For a time, Magellan's roar rang from the entire Crimson Hell. The phone worm was silly by roaring. I believe the people on the phone worm are the same. Maien looked speechless. After all, Magellan has long known about the straw hat boy trespassing on impel down. I also know that there is Hancock behind the straw hat boy. It is precisely because of this. Magellan is so helpless. It's like a beloved woman breaking the law. Catch her or not catch her. Fortunately, Maien came forward. Help Magellan solve this problem. There are 4 of Weasel, Hannibal, Tsurudes and Domino. Advertisement. This is also why Maien swears to kill Hancock. Confession is a disaster. Hancock is not dead. There is definitely something. Just this group of licks. Even if you caught Hancock, it is estimated that it will be offered as an ancestor. In this way, Hancock used a little trick. Cast a wink. Show some career lines or something. Just this group of licks. Who can count on it? Must be fascinated. By the time. In case, turn this group of licks into stone statues again. Could Maien come to rescue them again? Save the professional householder. That's it. Might as well kill it clean. 100. Just rush this. Magellan doesn't thank Maien, but he is considered to have no conscience. There is still a face that doesn't give Maien a good face. This. Wait for lousy to get dark fruit. First suck you up. Hey, the director is too much. Seeing Magellan still roaring at the phone worm. At this moment, the spitting stars are almost overwhelming the phone bug. I don't know if it was disgusting enough or other reasons. Zero asked for flowers. Maien finally couldn't see it. While waving his hand, he said. The Straw Hat Boy is a big pirate who is offering a reward of 300 million yuan. The second child of the Supernova 11. How could our jailer stop it? What does it have to do with you? Magellan waved his hand. It means to stay where it is cool. Okay. Maien spread her hands. Don't argue with Magellan either. Turning to look at Sati-chan who was hanging on his body, he said. Go, let's destroy the corpses. Advertisement. You stop me. Hear these words of Maien. Magellan directly threw the phone worm in his hand to the ground. Swish, rushed to Maien and said. What did you say? Dot 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 dot. What's the ruin, Hancock? Maien spread out and said. As for the director of the destruction and extinction, do you not understand? Pour some oil and light the fire. Are you the devil? Magellan looked at Maien in disbelief. It's not enough to kill Hancock. You want to destroy the corpse. Swish 3 times. Magellan just finished speaking. Hannibal, Tsurude, Domino all rushed up. Holding Maien's clothes in one hand and shaking them. If you want to burn, burn me. Don't move her. Brother Maien, let's be good people. Master Caretaker. In an angry condemnation, Sati Chan's arms around Maien's hands tightened. The obsession in Maien's eyes deepened. Unexpectedly. Sati Chan originally thought Maien was simply handsome and tall. Now it seems, in terms of abuse, the skill is not lower than her. Can you calm down? Maien held her head helplessly. No matter, it is Sati Chan's troublesome people. It was the condemnation of Magellan, Hannibal, Salutis, and Domino that caused him a headache. Without any choice, he could only turn his head to look at the weasel and said. Lord Admiral, what do you think? There was another long sigh. The weasel was pale, his hands trembled, but at this moment, he nodded weakly. Just do it. B. Chapter 162. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Lieutenant Weasel, are you the devil too? Magellan, Hannibal, Sarudes, and Domino looked at the weasel with eyesight. I can't believe that the person in front of me was once a member of their licking group. This traitor. What can we do without destroying the corpse? Weasel's face was extremely pale. I feel uncomfortable. But as a lieutenant general of naval headquarters, the weasel's mind is extremely calm. So, he knew that Maien was not a pervert. Not even the devil. Magellan, Boa Hancock is the pirate queen. I'm impelled down now, if I spread it out. What a disadvantage to naval headquarters. There are many people who admire her on this sea. Weasel analyzed word by word. Maien added faintly on the side. That means she has a lot of licks. Shut up. The Magellan 4 glared. The anger of licking 8 or 9-7 go is unreasonable. Maien shook her head helplessly. Okay, Maien. The weasel patted Maien on the shoulder. Weakly smiled and said. I think Director Magellan will understand your painstaking efforts. Painful. The Magellan 4 were desperate. Can it be painstaking to destroy Hancock's body? Of course. The weasel nodded without hesitation. Not to mention those who admire Hancock. Even the residents of Nine Snake Island should not be underestimated. Although they are all women. But most of them are Haki users. If they knew Hancock died here, I will definitely go with the Whitebeard pirates. Whitebeard pirates. Hear this. Magellan's face changed immediately. Hannibal, Salutis, and Domino also frowned. Although not very understanding. But for the current situation, Magellan and others have an estimate. Fire Fist Ace is about to be publicly executed. Advertisement. And this is tantamount to publicly challenging the Whitebeard pirates. A big battle is coming. Marine at this time, it's really not suitable for making too many enemies. Even the female warriors on the island of Nine Snakes. After all, the Whitebeard pirate group has more power. One more person will die on Marine. Will the Whitebeard pirates really attack Malin Vandor? Magellan asked in a deep voice. Will do. The weasel nodded without thinking. After all, it is the Lieutenant General of Naval Headquarters. The weasel still has this intuition. Magellan sighed faintly. The faces of Hannibal, Tsurude, and Sati-chan also looked like they had eaten dead flies. At this point, it won't work if you don't destroy the corpse. After all, corpses exist for one more second in this world. The news that Hancock died in Impel Down is more likely to be leaked. And as long as the body is cleaned, God knows whether Hancock is dead or alive. Big deal to report a missing person. Let the female soldiers on Nine Snake Island find them. It doesn't matter if they learn the facts one day. As long as they don't know now. It's an eventful autumn. Only Li Go will care about beauty. From this point of view, Weasel is still possible. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Thanks to Lieutenant General. Maien patted the weasel on the shoulder. Weasel shook his head weakly. I don't know how many times I made a long sigh. See this. Magellan's lips twitched immediately. Looking at Maien bitterly. I knew that. Wouldn't you just kill Hancock? That's it. It was all your fault. No pity for Shangshiyu at all. Magellan just finished speaking. Hannibal, Tsurude, and Domino said. Finally found a catharsis point. They wouldn't let Maien go. You are really shameless. Maien was speechless. I won't kill Hancock. You guys are still stone statues now. Advertisement. All said. You can catch Hancock first. Magellan said bitterly. Talk to her well, in case she feels better. Say it. Magellan's voice did not fall. Maien raised an eyebrow. Silently smiled. Director Magellan, that's Boa Hancock, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. You tell her well that she can take care of you. Then you can use some means to torture her. Magellan said again. Such as. Maien shrugged. Beat her. Scold her. Torture her. Poison her. Magellan, Hannibal, Tsurude, Domino talked. Are you willing? Maien asked directly. Quote. A dead silence. The air seems to freeze. The Magellan Four stiffened. Full of embarrassment. For a time, no one spoke. But for a long time, the Magellan Four still looked at each other. Then all turned to look at Maien. A look of lovelessness said. Destroy the corpses. Understand zero. Maien nodded. After speaking, he walked straight forward, looking at Maien's back gradually away. Magellan, Hannibal, Tsurude, and Domino are all heartbroken. There was another long sigh. But it was the last time. Holding a long sword at his waist, Weasel shook his head vigorously. In this way, I waved away the cohesive shadow in my mind. At the same time, Maien is trying to get rid of Sati-chan. Tell the Weasel and others that it was the destruction of the corpse. But Maien has his little 9 in his heart. Boa Hancock's strength is impressive. It is also a person with the power of charm and fruit. Advertisement. Also has Haki from Conqueror's Haki. Such a woman. Isn't it a pity not to absorb it? Burned out. Who? That's a beast. How could Maien do such a thing? But the point is, I want to absorb Hancock without knowing it. Maien must bring Hancock's body into the door of space. That's it. Koala Sati-chan must get rid of it in advance. It's really funny. Sati-chan was wrapped around Maien for a long time. Maien has become a habit. After coming to Crimson Hell, I remembered that Sati-chan was still hanging on his body. His face immediately became gloomy. You ungrateful animal. Don't think it's great to crowd people. Come down. Maien said coldly. I do not. Sati-chan's I do said brightly. I want to see that bastard ruin his body. Roll. Maien gritted his teeth and spit out a word. Okay. Sati-chan curled his lips aggrievedly. Finally let go of Maien. He left Crimson Hell extremely reluctantly. It is worth mentioning that Sati-chan's reluctance is not entirely because she can't see Maien destroying Hancock's body. But before leaving, Sati-chan thought to, haha, Maien. Maien just avoided. Don't give Sati-chan a chance to take advantage of it at all. Although beautiful women are always heart like Sasori. But it is an exception to the devil like Maien Nigel. About this point, Nico Robin has been fully confirmed. Sati-chan and Domino are also victims. The poorest is Boa Hancock. As the #1 beauty in the pirate world. At the moment, the whole person didn't even look at it. The death is extremely miserable. But see this. There was a sneer at the corner of Maien's mouth. There was also a bloodthirsty light in his eyes. Chapter 163. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Hiss. The sound of inhaling air conditioning sounded one after another. When I saw Maien's mouth there was a smile. All the prisoners of Crimson Hell instinctively took a step back. Speaking of, although Crimson Hell is only the basement level of Impel Down. It's not terrifying in the 6 levels of Hell. But the shock to the naked eye is great. Red sword tree. Red needle grass. Everything in Crimson Hell is bright red. So, it makes people silly and unclear. The bright red liquid on the needle grass and the sword tree. Is it the blood dripping from prisoners? Or the sap from needles and sword trees? No one can tell if you don't look carefully. But there is no doubt that there is a lot of bright red liquid. The smell of blood in the air is also extremely dignified. Accompanied by endless screams. The level of torture by Crimson Hell can be seen in Madara. But when Boa Hancock was thrown into Crimson Hell by Maien, all the prisoners of Crimson Hell were stunned. So, since the establishment of Impel Down, Crimson Hell, who has never stopped screaming, is extremely silent for the first time. No one uttered a word. All the prisoners looked up at the shadow falling from the sky. Like a fairy descended on the earth. Everyone is dazzled by 09 fans. Although it's a bitch, but what I have to say is, when closing your mouth, Hancock's face is indeed a hit. Even afterwards, there was a puff sound. Hancock was pierced by needles and weeds all over his body. The blood is pouring down. The needle grass under her body was dyed red in an instant. Although it was originally red. But Hancock is still beautiful. Red lips opened slightly. A stream of blood ran down Hancock's mouth. The patters dripped on the needle grass. The intense pain of the body being penetrated at the same time. Hancock was awakened suddenly. She was pinched by Maien and passed out. Advertisement. But this moment, Kanru Shinchan's eyes suddenly opened. The pupils in the eyes are clearly shrunk into pinpoints. Hancock screamed intermittently, I want to raise my hands. But because both hands are penetrated by needles and needles. She can't move at all. Can only wait for death honestly. The taste of blood draining from the body made Hancock desperate. But those bright and star-like eyes can only remain motionless. The pupils gradually dilate. The pretty face became paler. The body cools quickly. At last, the famous Boa Hancock is dead. As the Pirate Empress, one of 7 warlords of the sea. The character created by Oda exhausted all his efforts. A woman with infinite charm. Hancock died easily in Maien Nig's hands. With this extremely miserable appearance, the prisoners of Crimson Hell have been dumbfounded. I don't know why. It may be that Boa Hancock after death can still make them fall in love. It may also be planning some evil idea. Fortunately, Maien came to Crimson Hell in time. Otherwise, read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. It doesn't matter what Boa Hancock is like. But Maien didn't want to wash her hands. But the point is, after Maien came, looking at Hancock in front of him. Such a beauty. The whole person does not feel a pity. Instead, he smiled slightly. It seems that seeing Hancock's tragic death makes him very happy. But at this moment, the scene where all the prisoners of Crimson Hell couldn't help but close their eyes appeared. Slowly walked to Boa Hancock's body. Maien ignored Hancock's tragic death. Instead, there was a pouch sound. He reached out and pulled out Hancock's body. That's right. Pull it out. Hancock had been penetrated by needles. What should I do if I don't pull it out? ZZ. 2 beeps. Advertisement. Blood splattered everywhere again. Half of Maien's face was sprayed. Even Maien's eyes were dyed bright red. A drop of blood flowed slowly down Maien's eye sockets. But Maien remained indifferent. See this. The prisoners of Crimson Hell were all terrified. Let Ace and Jinbei escape from prison. All the prisoners of Crimson Hell have been impressed by Maien. But even so, at this moment Maien still scared them almost to death. It's ridiculous. The prisoners of Crimson Hell are all less guilty. But everyone's hands have been stained with blood. The total number of homicides committed is not 10,000, but there are also 8,000. Such a group of murderers. At this moment, she shuddered at Maien. Gudong. In a dead silence, hard swallows sounded one after another. Maien frowned. It seems to be very tired of these gudong sounds. Roll. Puff 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 puff. Puff 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 puff. Maien just finished speaking. The prisoners of Crimson Hell ran away quickly. But the needles on the ground are too sharp. The soles of the prisoners' feet are pierced every time they take a step. Blood dripping. But every prisoner did not dare to stay in the slightest. For a time, the sound of flesh and blood is endless. But the scream was unexpectedly silent. The prisoners all covered their mouths. Endure the severe pain. Don't dare to interfere with Maien. Maien watched this scene coldly. His face remained indifferent. Wait until all the prisoners disappear from Maien's vision. Maien also made sure that there were no other people in the 4 weeks. Immediately waved his hand. There was a click. A transparent light door emerged in front of him. Carrying Hancock's body, Maien stepped a little. The needles on the ground were directly dusted by Maien. It could not cause any harm to Maien in the slightest. Advertisement. Bang dang. Sounded. Maien carried Hancock's body and jumped into the transparent light door. The door closed quickly, immediately disappeared into the air. In the world of the air gate, Nico Robin is still reading. For one thing, Maien can only meet Robin's request. Secondly, Robin has so many hobbies. The huge bookcase. 500 or 600 books. 3 batches have now been changed. That's right, since being captured by Maien. Just a month and a half. Nico Robin has read more than 1,500 books. Let Maien, who has received 9 years of compulsory education, address the neighbor's children directly. Who did you kill again? The moment the door of space opens. Robin doesn't have to look up. I knew that Maien had killed another person. Although the eyes have been on the book in hand. But Robin's nose smelled a faint blood. Speaking of. This was also practiced by Maien. After all, Maien kills every time. We have to deal with bloodline here. As for the frequency, Robin can't remember. After being caught anyway, Robin has never seen Maien without blood on his body a few times. Over time, Robin is very sensitive to the smell of blood. But this time is different. When Robin turned his head to look curiously, the whole person immediately got up from the chair with a swish. His eyes also became extremely alert at this moment. A clear disgust passed across Chow's face. What did you do to her? Robin looked at Maien coldly. After all, this moment. Everything in front of you is easy to misunderstand. Hancock is a very beautiful woman. And Maien is a man. Some things are not clear at first. What's more, Maien is still carrying Hancock. How do you look? Maien is properly ill-intentioned. Chapter 164. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Hey, what is your look? Maien glanced at Nico Robin dissatisfiedly. Then he threw Hancock's body on the ground, raised his hand and wiped a handful of blood on his face. Maien looked at Robin speechlessly and said, if I'm really that kind of person, have you been well this month and a half? You. Robin gritted his teeth bitterly. The pretty face was gloomy and watery. But I don't know how to say it. After all, this topic is a bit awkward. But what I have to say is, it makes sense, for his own appearance and figure. Robin still has that confidence. Since this month and a half, she and Maien are in peace. There is only one possibility. For women, Maien is not interested. But looking at the woman's body on the ground, Robin's footsteps still couldn't help but step back. After all, Hancock's death is a bit miserable. Who is she? Robin asked coldly. Boa Hancock, Maien replied. The pirate empress. Robin's pupils shrank. Do you know her? Maien's eyes flashed. Nonsense, she is one of 7 warlords of the sea. Robin folded his arms around his chest. Gives Maien a cold look. You are so bold. Even 7 warlords of the sea dare to kill. I dare to kill celestial dragons, not to mention 7 warlords of the sea. Maien shrugged. That's different. Robin sneered. What do you mean? Maien frowned. Boa Hancock is recognized as the #1 beauty among pirates. Don't talk about men. Advertisement. Even if a woman sees her, it's hard not to be charmed. It's good for you. Such a beauty can kill a killer. You are not afraid that this matter will spread. How many people want you to pay for Hancock? Robin paused. In the process of speaking, Robin's eyes kept staring at Maien. I hope I can see something bad from Maien. But the point is. Maien's brows were frowned at this moment. But the next words made Robin want to throw him out. Hey, aren't you worried about me? Maien looked at Robin warily. Of course not. Robin answered quickly. Really isn't it? Maien stroked his chin. Looking up and down Nico, Robin said. I always feel a little dangerous. Last time I came back from starvation hell, you were like that. Come back this time. Nico, Robin, you are the son of the devil. You can't like people. Roll. Robin made a rare swear word. A pretty face was flushed with anger. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. But see this. Maien was really relieved. This woman is really too old scary. Helplessly shook his head. Maien squatted down. Put your hands on Hancock's body. Shoo. The black Uzumaki pattern in the palm turns quickly. Strange black light and terrifying suction also emerged. A wave of power gushed from Hancock's body. Maien's body changed a little again. Boom. Twice. A layer of black gradually appeared on Maien's 2 hands. Even in the gate of gray air. This black is also glowing with a clean luster. Use the ability to absorb fruits so many times. Maien has also become more proficient. Advertisement. Now it is in the process of absorbing the strength of others. You can use it seamlessly by yourself. Not bad. The black that appeared on Maien's hands was nothing else. It is the armament Haki that Maien dreams of. Although Hancock's Haki qualifications are only moderate. But this moment, Maien finally has a way to deal with Logia fruit ability. But at this moment, a faint sensation suddenly appeared in Maien's mind. It's like being hit by someone with a stick in the back of the head. For a time, Maien can't stand up a bit. Can feel this. Maien's face was not at all panic. On the contrary, I am very happy. Conqueror's Haki. Innate qualifications. Symbol of the king. Only 1 out of millions of people. Boa Hancock is one of them. Maien originally thought that absorbing the fruit would not be able to absorb Hancock's Conqueror's Haki. Until the moment when the brain feels fainting. Maien realized the horror of absorbing fruits once again. So, Maien wanted to capture Blackbeard's dark fruit more and more. As for Conqueror's Haki, Maien didn't care much. It's good to have it. It doesn't matter if there is none. Maien is a realist. Everything has to be done before it can be proved. How can you rely on just one kind of Haki? Does it prove that this person will become a king in the future? It seemed to Maien anyway. A person who has nothing gets everything through his own efforts. Much better than someone who was born with everything. More worthy of admiration. There was a swish sound. The black Uzumaki pattern in the palm slowly stopped turning. The strange black light and terrifying suction also disappeared. Hancock on the ground has become a withered man. All the prosperity is gone. At best, it's a bit whiter than others. Never find the half charm of his lifetime. Advertisement. Even the pink peach-like fruit in Maien's hand at the moment. Hancock is more attractive than human beings. Pink peach-like fruit. Nothing else. It is Paramecia devil fruit. Sweet fruits. It is covered with black Uzumaki patterns. Same as all devil fruit. Backquote it's finished. There was a swish sound. Maien threw the sweet fruit in her hand to Nico Robin. Nico Robin reluctantly reached out and took it. At this moment, Robin's heart is full of humiliation. Because only this moment. Robin felt like Maien's maid. Although it is. You collect so much devil fruit and don't eat it. Why do you keep it? Robin put the sweet fruit in the bookcase and hid it. Grieving on one side. Chan Nuo Jiao, how can I eat that rubbish devil fruit? Maien spread out and said. I am the one who can absorb fruit. It's not picking up tatters. Then you don't want to suck people up. Watching the people on the ground F*K Hancock. Robin's scalp was numb. Quite a feeling of sadness. What do you know? Maien shook her head speechlessly. These devil fruits are useless to me. But for others, it has a fatal attraction. Anyway. Devil fruit can still increase a person's combat power to a certain extent. Speaking of which, Maien stood up, stretched leisurely. Before proceeding to the country. The future can be expected. What do you mean? Robin frowned. Maien refused to answer. Just a mysterious smile. At the same time, there was a bottomless gleam in his eyes. Chapter 165. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. No one knows what Maien wants to do. Actually, Maien didn't know it from the beginning. The day when we traveled to the world of One Piece. Maien is just an ordinary marine soldier on Judicial Island. There is only one thing I think about every day. Under the crisis struck by Straw Hat crew, how can Maien Nigel survive the weak and helpless? Later, I inadvertently learned the whereabouts of the absorption fruit. Maien had a dream in her heart. The eyes burst into light. Known in this world, make Maien Niger's name louder than Gore D. Roger. This is Maien's dream. It is also the goal he has been working hard for. But before killing celestial dragons Charles Rose Saint. What Maien did, it's all crashing everywhere like a headless fly. Maien never thought about it. Why is the name of the One Piece King D. Roger so shocking? Just because of his identity. Do not. The most important reason is. Roger ushered in an era. The emergence of the Great Pirate Era. It all depends on what he said before his execution. Just rush to this point. Roger's name is worth remembering. Times make heroes. This guy is a hero making the times. Take Roger as your opponent. Maien's dream is too difficult. To be frank, with the ability to absorb fruits. It is not difficult for Maien to be famous in the world. Just like many well-known people in this world. Whitebeard. Mother. Kaido. Red Hair. 7 Warlords of the Sea. Marine 3 Admiral. Monkey D. Garp. There is also the core protagonist in the killing of celestial dragons. Advertisement. Maien Nigel. That's right. Being famous in the world is that simple. Even if there is no strength. As long as people are crazy enough. Sufficient. But the point is, it would be unrealistic to want to surpass Roger. If we say that famous people in this world are like stars in the sky. Then Gore D. Roger is the sky. Become the mark of an era. In any case, it has been lingering. Maien Nig is just a plain name. Said it bluntly. It's a bit ugly. Such a name. Want to be remembered forever. It's as difficult as climbing. But in the Holy Land Mary Geois, Maien found a shortcut. Although the shortcut was Maien's self-righteousness. Overthrow the world government. Kill all celestial dragons. Break the existing rules and regulations in this world. Recreate a new world. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. The era of the great pirates will eventually be a thing of the past. A new era will finally come. But Maien hopes that this so-called new era will not be given any name. What a great marine era. The new era of pirates. No. Just a new era. A new era that has nothing to do with the past. Only in this way, Maien can make his name louder than Roger. It's easier said than done. Even if Maien absorbed Blackbeard's dark fruit. It is impossible to overthrow the world government easily. Maien can't do this by one person. He needs people. Or an army. Charged devil fruit. Just preparing for this. Although these devil fruits are not enough to see. Advertisement. But the 9-story high platform rises from the base soil. Just like a month and a half ago. Maien is just an ordinary marine soldier. Who could think of the people at that time? It is this ordinary marine soldier who can become Marine's new hero. The chief caretaker of Impel Down. The first existence in the world who dared to kill celestial dragons. Do it if you dare to think. Only by doing it can you turn your thoughts into facts. Maien is a selfish person. But it does not mean that he has no long-term vision. And this moment, Maien's plan is gradually becoming a reality. It is also ridiculous. After Hancock died, Magellan's group of licks completely wilted. Weasel rushed to the naval headquarters to report to Sengoku about Hancock. He boarded the warship and left in a hurry. Before leaving, I didn't think of one thing in a daze. So much as this moment. King Luffy single-handedly. It was a mess to push the big one into the city. No way. The jailers had previously called Magellan to report that the Straw Hat Boy had trespassed on Impel Down. But then I heard that Maien was going to destroy Hancock's body. Magellan threw the phone worm directly. The Straw Hat thing is completely shelved. The jailers were desperate. Although Impel Down 6 levels of hell. It is more dangerous as you go down. The more you go down, the stricter the guard. But the King Luffy is somehow a big thief with a reward of 300 million. The jailers are all Ishin, united as one. It will never be Wong Luffy's opponent. Blocking it for a while is already desperate. To catch something is a delusion. In addition, Magellan and others are not good at it. Delay in making a move. The jailers couldn't help it. Can only helplessly watch the Straw Hat Boy break into the 5th underground floor. It's already in Newcama land now. I'm having a relationship with the ladyboy King Ivankov. At the same time, Maien has walked out of the world of the air gate. Advertisement. After absorbing Hancock's power, Maien's strength has been greatly improved again. Even if it is a qualitative leap, it is not exaggerated. After all, this moment, Maien already owns Conqueror's Haki. Fight with 7 warlords of the sea like Jinbei and Hancock. Basically, one strike is accurate. However, the power contained in Maien's body has reached the extreme. Nico Robin is right. After all, there is an upper limit to the power that the human body can contain. At this moment Maien could no longer use the ability to absorb fruits. If not, Maien's body will definitely not be able to bear it. Be the first to explode. At this point, Maien can only capture Blackbeard's dark fruit as soon as possible. Fortunately, this moment is not far away. Shave. His feet stepped on the ground hundreds of times in an instant. Maien immediately turned into an afterimage. The speed is faster than before. In a blink of an eye, I came to the basement floor. Now, the four licks of Magellan, Hannibal, Sarudes and Domino are still in despair. There is no god in the eyes. Look up at the sky. The whole body was full of dynamism. Extremely malaise. Only Sadi Chan's eyes lit up. The moment I saw Maien. Immediately opened his arms and lunged at Maien. Fortunately, Maien had expected it. One dodges Sadi Chan. But the whole person did not stay. Instead, he raised his right leg without hesitation. There was a bang. Armament Haki covers it. Maien's right leg turned black. Director. Okay. Hear Maien's voice. Magellan looked up listlessly. Then I saw a dark leg infinitely magnified in my own eyes. Chapter 166. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. A loud bang. Maien's big black legs were thrown directly on Magellan's big face plate. He had seen Magellan not pleasing to his eyes. Kick it down. Maien confiscated much strength at all. It's not an exhaustion. It also takes 7 to 8 points to pour it in. Coupled with the blessing of Wu, Haki. The moment when Magellan big face plate was drawn. Just vomit Magellan. Puff. Magellan opened his mouth spewing a cloud of venom. Eyeballs are about to split at this moment. I looked at Maien in disbelief. But Maien was indifferent. Flashed directly sideways. Avoid the venom spewed by Magellan. And at this moment, Magellan's whole person has turned into an afterimage and flew back. Boom 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 boom, accompanied by a series of noises. Magellan crashed into walls, stairs, railings and other messy things one after another. Finally, he slapped the floor with a puff. Take a perfect dog-eating posture. The floor is cracked. One can imagine the power of Maien's leg. For a time, Magellan couldn't even stand up. An old face is full of pain. There is a trace of bloodline on the lips. A large soul print is clearly visible. Not to mention the complexion. After the pale is pale green. After the miserable green, go directly to the purple. After the sauce. Finally, it was as dark as the bottom of the pot. Maien Nigel. He stood up tremblingly with his big face. Magellan's eyes were full of killing intent. The whole body trembled. There was a grunt. The purple venom came out instantly. In a blink, Magellan became a poisonous man. I will kill you. Magellan growled loudly. Advertisement. He rushed towards Maien while roaring. Fast. Murderous. See this. Saru Des. Sadi Chan. Domino. Hannibal just recovered. After all, Maien can kick this leg. It's really unexpected. Although the smoker is Magellan. But it also stunned the four of Hannibal. What's the situation? But this moment, looking at Magellan in anger. The four of Hannibal couldn't remain indifferent. Anyway, Maien is the chief caretaker of Impel Down. Magellan must not kill him. Although before that, Maien killed Hancock. But Sarude and Domino are not the kind of people who can't tell the difference. Not to mention Sadi Chan. Open his arms directly in front of Maien. Staring at Magellan fiercely. If you want to kill him, kill me first. Hannibal is taking out his own blood now. Waiting for Magellan. Joke. Behind Maien is Marine San Admiral. Such a thick background. Hannibal is not guaranteed. Can his Impel Down deputy director be restored to his post? Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Just look at this one. Magnellon, are you crazy? Director, first give the chief caretaker a chance to explain. Yes, director. Do you dare to move him to try? Hannibal said each of the four. Although the words are different. But the meaning is roughly the same. It's the same as their position at the moment. This is Maien. Magellan over there. Hannibal stood at the front with a bloodsucker in his hand. Sadi Chan stood at the end with open arms. Saru Des and Domino are left and right. 4 people are the same as the 4 guardians. Protect Maien tightly. Magellan was alone. There is not a single supporter. Especially when I see Maien. Advertisement. Those who stand are their former supporters. Good guys. The collective backlash. This moment. Magellan's heart was so cold. Just after learning that Hancock was dead. Wrong. Still not cold at that time. After all, licking go is licking go. Even if there is nothing. Hannibal, Sarude, Domino, Sadi Chan. Magellan still didn't want to give up. Try hard to say. Are you all blind? The bastard Maien kicked me for no reason. The following guilty. Heavily sinful. Is it wrong to kill him? I think the head guard must have his reasons. Sarude spoke. Director, don't worry. Domino waved his hand. That's right. Didn't you just get a kick? Hannibal chuckled as he said. I don't care. If you want to kill Warden Maien, kill me first. Sadi Chan stands firm. You. Magellan jumped on the spot angrily. This is all irrational. He was obviously kicked. Hannibal and others all spoke to Maien. Calm. No big deal. You guys. After a burst of anger in my heart. Zero ask for flowers. Magellan took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. The purple venom oozing out of the body was also recovered. Suppressing the anger and looking at Maien said. If you can, just look at Hannibal and the others. Maien, please explain it. Why kick me? Because you should kick. Maien replied lightly. I killed you. Maien just finished speaking. Magellan grunted. The purple venom oozes again. Fortunately, the four Hannibal are united. Stopped it again. Advertisement. But everyone's forehead oozes drops of cold sweat. The look in Maien's eyes was also full of hints. Brother, stop it. It's time to admit your mistakes. Looking at the eyes of Hannibal and others. Maien directly ignored their ignorance. Still looking at Magellan coldly and said. Do you think you still have the qualifications to be the director of Impel Down? The Straw Hat Boy hit freezing hell. You are the director. There is still time to sigh here. Magnellan, are you worthy of Marshal Sengoku? Are you worthy of the jailers in Impel Down? Are you worthy of them, Hannibal? Are you worthy of this uniform on you? Are you worthy of the big shoe print on your face? Me, Maien said more and more. Magellan's face became more ashamed. The four Hannibal also bowed their heads in shame. Now, everyone understood Maien's painstaking efforts. He didn't kick Magellan on purpose. He kicked Magellan for Impel Down. No way. As the director of Impel Down, the appearance of Magellan from just now to the present is extremely disappointing. Maien must kick him up. The four of Hannibal are not doing well. Maien wanted to give them a kick. But consider his current strength. The strength of the four Hannibal. Go down alone. If you don't die, you have to waste it. Can only give up. Fortunately at this moment, Maien's sudden kick. Finally, they kicked Magellan, Tsurude, Domino, Sati-chan, and Hannibal to wake up. Just at this moment, the wow sirens sounded loudly. The dazzling red light resounded through the entire Impel Down in an instant. See this, including Maien. All the 6 high-ranking officials of Impel Down looked solemn. Chi said, Eternal Hell. B. Chapter 167. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. The Straw Hat Boy had already reached the 5th layer of Impel Down, freezing hell. The siren will sound again now. There is only one answer. The Straw Hat Boy has reached the 6th level of Impel Down, Eternal Hell. The jailers probably couldn't help being forced. Call the bug to Magellan and get scolded. The so-called support can't wait. But now that the Straw Hat Boy has hit Eternal Hell, cannot fail to report. In desperation, the alarm can only be sounded. Regardless of Magellan and others. See it. Anyway, the jailers of Impel Down have done their best. Let's go. Looking at the dazzling red light in front of him. Magellan's face was not somber. Only one piece of firmness. Although there is a big soul print on his face, it makes Magellan's face firm look a little funny. But this moment, Suru Des, Sati-chan, 897 Domino, and Hannibal all have a tick at the corner of their mouths. I have worked with Magellan for a long time. Hannibal and others know Magellan very well. It's right to be firm. This is the real Magellan. Maien was also relieved to see this. After all, the Blackbeard gang has to rely on Magellan to solve it. Anyhow, it's the director of Impel Down. Magellan's combat power is beyond doubt. Go to eternal hell. Let those prisoners know the majesty of Impel Down. Finish this sentence. Magellan oozes a lot of venom all over his body. Rushed down quickly. Maien stepped on Moonwalk followed closely. Hannibal, Tsurude, Sati-chan, Domino also quickly followed. The 6 high-ranking officials of Impel Down rushed to eternal hell in such a mighty manner. At the same time, Wong Luffy has already taken the Shemale King Ivankov and Scissor Lightning into the 6th layer of Impel Down, Eternal Hell. Advertisement. It is a pity that Ace has been transferred by Marine at this time. Go to Naval Headquarters Malin Vandor. Just rescued the seaman Jinbei and Crocodile. Formed a prison escape alliance. Start to break upward. Hope to play Impel Down. It is at this moment. Not far from the great deep sea prison Impel Down. There was a click. The huge door of justice slowly opened. A warship moved in slowly. But the person standing on the warship is not Marine. But a pirate, watching Impel Down getting closer and closer. The big mouth grinned unconsciously to the base of his ears. It is a pity that there are many defects on a row of teeth. It looks very ugly, but the owner of the tooth didn't care. Still making a harsh laugh. Ha ha ha. At the same time. Impel Down. Scissor Lightning is a person with the ability to cut fruits. His hands have long been turned into 2 big scissors. Accompanied by the click, click, click sound kept ringing. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. The Scissor Lightning directly uses Devil Fruit's ability to cut a path. Wong Luffy took the lead. Fast forward along this road. Crocodile's legs turned into a roll of sand. Followed closely behind Wong Luffy. The ladyboy King Ivankov has a big face. The corner of his mouth carried a ruuru smile. He looked at Crocodile in front of him playfully. Cold sweat oozes from Crocodile's forehead. Teeth clenched and rattled. I can't wait to suck the ladyboy King Ivankov directly into a mummy. But in the end he lowered his head honestly. See this. The big rock in Jinbei's heart finally fell. Looking at the thin figure in front of him. There was a glimmer of hope in his eyes again. Hope to rescue Ace. Advertisement. Although this moment, Ace has been transferred to Marine Vando by Marine. But Jinbei believes, the Straw Hat Boy Monkey D. Luffy will surely turn things around. The protagonist's aura is exposed. But at this moment, just listen to a poof sound. A cloud of purple venom instantly smashed towards Wong Luffy. The Straw Hat Boy quickly get out of the way. A cry of horror came from behind immediately. Shemale King Ivankov has been imprisoned for so long in Impel Down. I know what this group of venom represents. Okay. Hear the words of the ladyboy King Ivankov. Wong Luffy stopped immediately and jumped back. As predicted, Zila sounded, although the purple venom did not hit the King Luffy. But at the moment it hit the floor. Immediately there was a hot air. The floor melts quickly too. It's so poisonous. Wong Luffy looked at the table of contents to split. A heart is mentioned in the throat. At this moment, the development of the matter is still slightly different from the original work. When the Straw Hat Boy broke into the 5th layer of Impel Down, freezing hell, 0. There was a battle with Magellan. There are no accidents. Wong Luffy was directly killed by Magellan. If it weren't for the Shemale King, Ivankov is a hormonal fruit-capable person. Wong Luffy is dead early. But now it's different. Hancock's death. Magellan suffered a great blow. There was no time to pay attention to King Luffy for a while. This allowed Wong Luffy to easily break into eternal hell. So, Wong Luffy didn't know what this venom meant. I didn't find it either. This moment is behind him. Scissor Man Lightning. Advertisement. Shemale King Ivankov. Sand Crocodile. Seaman Jinbei. All his complexion changed. Everyone's eyes are also full of solemnity. But even so, the Jinbei 4 will not give up on their own. After all, since the moment of escape, the Jinbei 4 are ready to face Magellan. Impel Down is the deep sea prison. Easy to get in, harder to get out. Magellan is the director here. How could it be possible to watch them escape? A fierce battle is coming. Even the King Luffy who doesn't understand anything. At this moment, there was a wave of anxiety in my heart. All of a sudden, the atmosphere is dead. The air seems to freeze. The Prison Break Alliance stopped tacitly, looking ahead vigilantly. Gurulu, sounds from far to near. Less than a moment. A figure covered with purple venom appeared in front of Wong Luffy and the others. It is Magellan, accompanied by the sound of patter. Every step Magellan took, the purple venom on his body fell one after another. Along the way, the front is already full of toxins. The floor also feels a bit melted. Gudong sounded. The 5 of Wong Luffy's Adam's apple moved. Chi swallowed hard saliva. Obviously, I was shocked by the way Magellan appeared. But even so, Wong Luffy still didn't take a step back. But at this moment, the appearance of a figure. But Luffy Wong couldn't help taking a step back. The pupils in Hexia Jinbei's eyes suddenly shrank into pinpoints. Chapter 168. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. The figure that made Jinbei and Wong Luffy look disillusioned is not someone else. It was Maien, standing beside the tall Magellan. Maien's figure looked very small. Plus that immature face. Everyone thinks Maien is harmless to humans and animals. At least not as scary as Magellan. But this moment. From the inner point of view. Compared to Magellan, who was covered with purple venom. Jinbei and Wong Luffy are going to fear Maien even more. After all, both of them have been ruthlessly dominated by Maien's strength. Brother Luffy, be careful. Jinbei pointed to Maien and said to Wong Luffy. The boy next to Magellan. Very strong. Jinbei's voice did not fall. Wong Luffy took the lead and said, I know Jinbei. Okay. The windy eyebrows suddenly raised. Jinbei was surprised. Does Brother Luffy know Mr. Maien? Mr. Maien. Hear this. Wong Luffy's brow suddenly raised. Oh 9, Jinbei, do you have a good relationship with this guy? Mr. Maien killed celestial dragons in the Holy Land Mary Geois. He is the benefactor of our Murloc race. Jinbei said every word. Even now, Jinbei still respects Maien, although there is no Maien. Jinbei returned to the mobile with Ace long ago. But Jinbei does not hate Maien for this. Just find it tricky. It's tricky. Oh yes. Hear what Jinbei said. Advertisement. Wong Luffy then remembered that the blue-haired bastard in front of him had done a big deal not long ago. The celestial dragons are the people you met in the Chambord Islands. Hey, they all say that those people can't be offended. How dare you kill them? I just did what I should do as a person. Maien spreads out. Hip-hop. So you are the marine boy who made a sensation in the world. Shemale King Ivankov finally understood now. The scissor lightning beside him also lit up. The two were cadres of the Revolutionary Army. I have never liked celestial dragons. Maien Nig killed a celestial dragons. Did something that even their revolutionary army dared not do. It is really worthy of admiration. Hip-hop. Marine boy, do you want to join our revolutionary army? Shemale King Ivankov smiled and sent out the invitation. Thank you for your kindness. Forgive me. Maien politely declined. It's a pity. Shemale King Ivankov's eyes darkened. Her long eyelashes trembled and trembled. I also wanted to kill a celestial dragons many years ago. Unfortunately, I didn't get what I wanted. As Maien Nigel, read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. It's really interesting. Crocodile sneered coldly. The eyes looking at Maien were rarely bright. It's a shame for a good person like you to follow Marine. It's better to play Impel down with us. At that time, you can do whatever you want. Hee. True freedom can't be obtained by jailbreaking. Maien's mouth curled. He shook his head decisively. Although it's not a long time to come here. But Maien already understood deeply. Beyond Impel down. It's just a bigger Impel down. The so-called freedom. Not so much freedom. It is better to say that there is more room for activity. Advertisement. But in fact it is still under the control of others. Crocodile, Seaman Jinbei, Straw Hat Kid King Luffy, Shemale King Ivankov, Scissorman Lightning. They belong to different camps. They are also under the control of different people. Want freedom. Simply self-righteous. Rather than go outside and get caught again. Still now, Maien looked at the escaped group of 5 blankly. There is no emotion in his eyes. Hee, what a big tone. Crocodile's eyes trembled. The whole person has disappeared in the same place while speaking. When it reappears, has come in front of Maien. The fine yellow sand quickly closed. It reveals Crocodile's face crossed by a long scar. Boy, don't think that killing celestial dragons makes you feel amazing. There was a moment when a slightly hoarse voice sounded. Crocodile quickly raised the golden hook that replaced his left hand. Strike hard towards Maien. Looking at the golden hook, Maien crossed his chest. Maien's eyes narrowed abruptly. A punch and no hesitation blasted at Crocodile. But not at Crocodile's golden hook. It's Crocodile's waist and abdomen. Haha, see this. The sneer on Crocodile's mouth. Immediately transformed into full of pride. After all, he is a capable person of Logia Devil Fruit Sand Fruit. The whole body can be sanded. As long as there is no water on your hands. Never want to run into him. And this moment, Crocodile clearly saw that Maien had no water in his hands. Even if that punch is fast. No matter how powerful it is. It can only be lonely. In contrast, advertisement. Crocodile's golden hook was threading towards Maien's chest. Maien couldn't attack here. Crocodile will not keep his hands. But at this moment, just listen to a bang sound. Maien's punch hit Crocodile firmly. The expected loneliness did not appear. Crocodile's body did not sand. Instead, he was unprepared. Maien fisted and flew straight to the distance. There was a tumbling in my stomach in the process. The acid water in the open mouth. With traces of blood. Under a punch, Maien Nigel actually wounded Crocodile. And look at that posture. The injury is not light. It seems to be touching the scene. See what happened to Crocodile. Wong Luffy's face instantly paled. The whole person is also a little uncomfortable. Haki, Jinbei, Ivankov, and Lightning saw this. All froze in place, just because of this moment. Maien's fist was black, shine with a clean luster. The 5 members of the prison escape group are terrified. Crocodile is even more incredulous. After all, this is really terrible. Maien is only 17 or 18 years old. Have you actually learned armament Haki? The power is so amazing. Otherwise, it is impossible to hurt Crocodile with a punch. This guy, who the hell is it? Think about it so far. Crocodile, Shemale King Ivankov, Scissorman Lightning are finally the same as Jinbei and Wong Luffy. Looking at Maien Nig in front of him. There is full guard in his eyes, face, and heart. Chapter 169. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. But the 3 of Crocodile didn't know. They are wary of Maien. Jinbei and Wong Luffy felt distressed. Especially Jinbei. Originally he thought Maien would not know Haki. Now it seems. It's not that Maien won't. But not use it. Naturally, Jinbei would not know that Maien is a fruit-absorbing ability. I thought Maien had been hiding his strength. Anyhow, 7 warlords of the sea. The idol of the Murlocs. Hexia Jinbei originally thought that his strength was not bad. Even if I lost to Maien. But fortunately, Maien was forced to the last step. Now it seems. Far from it. Dare to love previously on the warship. Maien defeated her without trying her best. Thought of this. Jinbei wanted to find a crack in the ground to get in. Murloc's power is 10 times stronger than ordinary humans. Whale shark people like Jinbei. Not to mention. But even with such a huge advantage, he is still not Maien's opponent. The gap is not just a little bit. Damn it. Looking at Maien in front of him. Jinbei's eyes trembled. It's not about hating Maien. It's Maien's strength. Plus Magellan. They are a group of 5 who escaped from prison. The situation is precarious. Everyone, don't keep your hands. Jinbei said every word. If you have any tricks, use it all. Otherwise, don't say escape from impel down. It's very difficult to be alive. Boom, twice. Jinbei's voice just fell. The webbed hands became black. Armament Haki is fully covered, glowing with a clean luster. The big hideous face is full of firmness. Obviously, he is ready to use all his strength. Second gear. Wang Luffy stood on his feet. Put one hand on your knee. Clench a fist in one hand and hammer into the ground. Advertisement. Gudong. Sounded. The skin of the feet is compressed and contracted like a pump. Accompanied by the sound of ZZ. Hot air gushes from Wang Luffy's body. The skin all over his body has also become shiny. Damn it. Reached out and erased the bloodline from his mouth. Crocodile stood up again. He unbuttoned the coat on his shoulder and threw it aside. Crocodile's expression was extremely solemn. Looking at Maien, his eyes were full of murderous intent. Shemale King Ivankov and Scissor Man Lightning saw this. Also frowned. Stay ready. At this time, Hanyable, Tsurude, Domino and Sati-chan finally arrived. The speed of the four is no better than Magellan and Maien. So it was extremely slow. But looking at the escaped group of 5 in front of him, his complexion was serious. At last, the war is about to start. Impel down, the battle between the 6 high-ranking officials versus the 5-man group is about to begin. This moment, the atmosphere is extremely solemn. The air is all lifeless. Impel down, 6 high-ranking officials are on the left. The escaped group of 5 is on the right. One party is in the east. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. One party is in the west. Slightly on one side. One side slightly down. The 2 sides participating in the war are the Great Deep Sea Prison Impel Down. Director Magellan. Chief Warden Maien. Deputy Chief Warden Domino. Chief Jailer Hanyable. Chief Jailer Saru Des. Chief Jailer Sati-chan. The escaped group of 5. The Straw Hat Boy Monkey D. Luffy. Seaman Jinbei. Sand Crocodile Crocodile. Shemale King Ivankov. Scissor Man Lightning. The 2 sides confronted each other. For a time, no one took the lead. But the silence will always be broken. Jet Pistol. Advertisement. After waiting not too long. After all, it was Wang Luffy who was the first to lose his temper. Bang. A shock wave hit Impel down quickly. Flying Finger Pistol. Maien flicked. An air bomb was fired quickly. There was a bang sound. Maien's Flying Finger Pistol collided with Wang Luffy's jet pistol in twos. A splash of dust. Just at this moment, Crocodile's pupils shrank. Sha Lan. The moment the voice fell on Crocodile's right hand, a salon roll appeared immediately. With a strong wave. Woo. 2 beeps. A huge sandstorm hit Maien and others instantly. In the process of attacking, the floor cracked for a while. There is a piece of flying sand and rocks in front of me. It's vaguely indistinguishable. See this. Magellan didn't panic. Faintly spit out 2 words. Poison Dragon. Guru. 2 beeps. Magellan just finished speaking. A large amount of purple venom began to ooze out of his body. It's not an order of magnitude at all. Don't want money with venom. Swish. To the outside. Just then, from behind Magellan, 2 purple dragons suddenly sprang out. With his big, hideous mouth open, he rushed towards the sandstorm and howled. Zila. Sounded. Magellan deserves to be the director of Impel Down. The 2 poisonous dragons just came into contact with the sandstorm. Just dissolve the huge dust storm directly. No longer can pose any threat to Maien and others. The sandstorm is too dirty. Even after dissolving, the surrounding space is still gray. Obstruct people's sight. People can't see clearly. So, even Magellan didn't notice it. 2 figures have already circled behind him. These 2 are not others. Advertisement. It is the Ladyboy King Ivankov and the Seaman Jinbei. They are all masters who have experienced many battles. Even though they have never fought together before. But the tacit cooperation of the escaped 5 is still perfect. Wang Luffy's jet pistol is just a decoy. Crocodile's Sha Lan is to block the sight of Maien and others. Just to create a sneak attack on Magellan for Ivankov and Jinbei. After all, 5 people know it. Here at the moment. Who is the greatest threat to them? It's not Maien Nigel who surprised them. It was Magellan, director of Impel Down. As a person with the ability to poison fruit. Magellan's ability is too troublesome. Must be defeated first. Even if it's just wounded. It's like doing nothing. Backquote Death Winks. 7,000 tiles swing kick. Without any hesitation. Came silently behind Magellan. Jinbei and Ivankov attacked immediately. There was a loud bang. Ivankov blinked. An extremely powerful blast wind instantly struck behind Magellan Promise. At the same time, Jinbei's limbs are all covered with armament Haki. Push your feet hard on the ground. Jinbei's speed is amazing. Put all your strength on your right leg. Jinbei spun 360 degrees in the air. The acceleration of gravity makes the power on the legs even more amazing. Wink with Ivankov's death. Attacked behind Magellan together. Not good. Be careful. Hurry up. Director. 4 shouts sounded at the same time. It's a pity when the 4 Hanyable found out. The attacks of Ivankov and Jinbei were less than a foot away from Magellan. Under this close distance, even if Magellan heard the shouting statement of the four Hanyable, there is no time to escape. But at this moment, only a swish sound was heard. An afterimage suddenly appeared in front of Magellan, looking at Jinbei and Ivankov, who were in disbelief in front of them. The corners of the afterimage's mouth quickly evoked a sneer. Don't talk about martial ethics. Chapter 170. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Observation Haki. Teeth rattled. Crocodile's hatred for Maien has reached its culmination. I saw Jinbei and Ivankov quietly walking around behind Magellan. Crocodile thought the attack would be successful. Never thought about it. Halfway through, another Maien Niger. The reason why a person hates it. There are always reasons to be hated. No matter what the reason is. Even if it is a handsome figure. The reason why Maien Niger is so annoying. It is nothing more than 4 characters. Unpredictable. I thought it was just a teenager who was only 17 or 18 years old. I didn't expect to be a master. I thought I was just proficient in Marine 6 styles. Unexpectedly, there is armament Haki. I originally thought that this was Maien Niger's full strength. Unexpectedly, there will be observation Haki. Damn blue-haired bastard. Wong Luffy was originally a guy with a good personality. But seeing Maien like this, there is also a fire in my heart. Ivankov also clenched his fists. Even Jinbei frowned. Just at this moment, the attack finally came. Ivankov's death winks. Jinbei's 7,000-watt roundabout kick attacked towards my 900 together. With the sound of explosion and the sound of splashing water. The power of the whole trick looks more amazing than before. Obviously, this moment, Ivankov and Jinbei both hit real fire. 6 type uprising 6 king spears. Maien folded her hands. Pull it back quickly. Put on the look of Gibo Qigong. Pour the power of the whole body into your hands. And quickly compress it. Advertisement. Then push forward suddenly. A loud bang. A terrifying shock wave blasted from Maien's hands. Roaring forward with amazing strength. Bang. Maien's 6 type uprising 6 king spears easily broke through Ivankov's death wink. The powerful shock wave swallowed the explosive wind in an instant. Immediately remaining prestige undiminished. It banged on Jinbei's right foot. There is another bang. Maien's 6 type upright and 6 king spears collided head-on with Jinbei's 7,000-watt roundabout kick. A huge wind and wave instantly rushed out from this center point. The surrounding walls creaked. The floor cracked. The gravel above falls to the ground. The whole space is shaking. AJBB under the collision of the trick. Maien and Jinbei almost turned this place upside down. The 4 of Salutis, Hanyable, Domino, and Sati-chan were all frightened when they saw this. Magellan frowned, too. Crocodile and Wong Luffy looked at Jinbei expectantly. Shemale King Ivankov and Scissor Lightning also clenched their fists secretly. But at this moment, there was a click. The pupils in Jinbei's eyes shrank into pinpoints instantly. The big hideous face is also full of pain at this moment. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. What? Jinbei let out a scream. Can no longer compete with Maien's 6 types of Upanishad's 6 king spears. The whole person was hit by the terrifying shock wave. It flew backwards like an arrow from the string. Puff. In the process of flying backwards, Jinbei opened his mouth and spouted a large cloud of blood. Because the speed of inverted flight is very fast. The blood spurted out was just like a moving fountain. On the trajectory of Jinbei flying upside down, a road was dyed directly with blood. The list of people who saw it was cracking. Jinbei. Wong Luffy roared. Jinbei's tragic situation made Wong Luffy directly angry. The eyes looking at Maien wanted to tear him apart. You bastard. What did you do? Advertisement. The moment the voice fell, Wong Luffy rushed towards Maien immediately. Quickly swing your fists. A fist is like a gust of wind and rain. He hurried towards Maien. Jet rubber machine gun. Looking at the king, Luffy's face became savage because of his anger. Maien immediately shook her head helplessly. Judicial Island is like this. It's still like this now. No growth at all. Too disappointed. Straw Hat Kid. The voice just fell. Maien behind his hands. Neither use the iron body in Marine 6 styles for defense. Nor does it use paper arts in Marine 6 styles to escape. Instead, he slowly closed his eyes. It's time to let you know. What a huge gap between you and me. Maien paused. Just at this moment, Wong Luffy's jet rubber machine gun finally arrived in front of Maien. The distance is not excessive. Seeing Maien was about to drown in Wong Luffy's fist. But the body turned slightly at this moment. It's worthy to avoid King Luffy's first punch. Then his neck shook. It can be used to avoid King Luffy's second punch. To be forgiving. Maien's eyes still didn't open. There was still darkness before his eyes. But it was in this darkness. Maien gradually felt the difference. Not bad. At this moment, Maien is using observation Haki to avoid King Luffy's attack. But at the same time, Maien is also feeling observation Haki. Among Conqueror's Haki, both armament Haki and Conqueror's Haki can be directly expressed. Only observation Haki is different. This kind of Haki exists deep in everyone's heart. You can only feel it on your own. After all, the role of observation Haki. Advertisement. It is that the five senses of people become sharp. Can detect changes in the breath and emotions of surrounding creatures. It can also be used to predict and avoid danger. But how to make observation Haki stronger? There is no suitable way. Armament Haki still has a stream Sakura anyway. But observation Haki has nothing. Want to become stronger? You can only learn more, practice more and use more. Although Maien is capable of absorbing fruits. But not everything depends on the ability to absorb the fruit. Blacksmith need its own hardware. So, the moment Maien closed her eyes, he immediately felt the difference. Now, although it was still dark in front of him, can be unknowingly, one small light after another appeared gradually. With time, the light appeared faster and faster. The number is also very large. Until a certain moment, the light gradually gathered together, collapse into a human form. Wearing a straw hat around his neck. It is Monkey D. Luffy, the Straw Hat Kid. And when Wong Luffy's figure appeared in the dark, one body after another also appeared one after another. Crocodile wearing a golden hook. The Scissor Man with two hands turned into scissors lightning. Jinbei, the seaman who died on the ground. A big-faced ladyboy King Ivankov. Magellan covered in venom. Hannibal holding a blood-sucking long sword. Saru Des holding a triangle fork. Sadie Chan wielding a long whip. Domino with his hands on his waist and a gun. This moment. Maien's observation Haki perceives everyone here. Even though his eyes are still closed tightly. But my heart is like a mirror. The world is still very clear. Maien is not afraid. Chapter 171. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Hoo-hoo. Accompanied by violent gasps, Wong Luffy's chest fell together. Since using the jet rubber machine gun, Wong Luffy's offensive never stopped. Both fists quickly blasted towards Maien. Punch after punch. The speed will only be faster than before, even if the whole body is rubber. But Wong Luffy still feels, the two arms are sore. One can imagine how much power King Luffy used. However, the result is extremely chilling. Wong Luffy's aggressive offensive, it looks amazing. But there was no punch to Maien. From just now to now. Maien easily dodges every punch Wong Luffy throws. Even Wong Luffy's offensive is faster. The easier Maien avoided. But what made Wong Luffy desperate the most? Naturally, it is Maien's observation Haki. If you close your eyes, you can do nothing. If Maien opened his eyes, how can Wong Luffy be an opponent? Think about it so far. For the first time, fear appeared in Wong Luffy's heart. Looking at Maien in front of him, his face was even more pale. Just then, bang, Maien with her eyes closed slowly raised her hand. Catch the fist of Wong Luffy. It's really unambiguous to say you don't grow up. Forgot again. Maien opened her eyes slowly, looking at the King Luffy in front of him. A sneer suddenly appeared at the corner of his mouth. Not good. Wong Luffy's pupils shrank, until I saw Maien sneer. The whole person just remembered the time when Judicial Island. The scene when Wong Luffy and Maien fight for the first time. The King Luffy at that time was the same as now. Except it's not second gear. All resorted to rubber machine guns. As predicted, Wong Luffy just got it here. Advertisement. Maien pulled hard. There was a swish sound. A huge force is coming. There is no room for King Luffy to resist. The whole person was dragged and rushed towards Maien. There was a bang. Maien firmly grasped Wong Luffy's arm with one hand. Don't let him break free. The other hand quickly covered armament Haki. Glowing with a clean luster. Maien's right hand was completely black. Just then, Wong Luffy came to Maien's body. Go. Aim at King Luffy's big rubber face. Maien covered armament Haki's right hand and immediately clenched into a fist. Strength is poured into it. Punch it straight. A loud bang. Maien's strength is already great. No matter how hard Wong Luffy tried, he couldn't make up the gap with Maien. Maien also uses armament Haki at this time. Punch down. Directly punch Wong Luffy's entire face into it. Accompanied by a click sound. Wong Luffy's head suddenly heard a crisp sound. Under a punch, Maien cracked Wong Luffy's skull directly. Rao is so. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Maien's strength still hasn't weakened much. There was a swish sound. Just follow the gun. Maien punched Wong Luffy directly. Fast. Run faster than Wong Luffy. Boom. Wong Luffy penetrated the ceiling of this floor. Was beaten directly from this layer to the upper layer by Maien. Straw Hat Boy. The voice of the ladyboy King Ivankov immediately sounded. The tone was full of horror. Everything happened so fast. Ivankov has no time to react. But when I thought that Wong Luffy was the son of Dragon. Ivankov felt distressed. The life and death that Maien punched at this moment is unknown. A rare redness in the eyes. Lightning. Ivankov yelled. Advertisement. The Scissor Man Lightning nodded immediately. Get along for a long time. A tacit understanding has been developed between each other. Prickly. sounded. The scissor man immediately swung his hands that turned into scissors with lightning. Cut the road in front of you straight up. He followed this upward path. Luffy rushed quickly. The life and death of the Straw Hat Boy is unknown. Scissor lightning cannot be left alone. Where to run? Under an angry shout, Hanyable, Tsurude, Domino, and Sati-chan immediately stopped in front of the Scissor Man lightning. Although these 4 people are the same 6 senior officials of Impel Down. But the combat power of Maien and Magellan is far different. But the same. The strength of the Scissor Lightning is not great. Under 4-1. The 4 of Hanyable still managed to win. Not to mention that the 4 of them are in good spirits right now. Radiant. After all, no one thought of it. Maien is too strong. The 4 of Hanyable were already prepared to sacrifice. In their view, this battle with the prison escape group of 5. It is destined to be an extremely tragic battle. Not to mention equal, also have to stalemate for a long time. It's better now, overwhelmingly prevail. The power gap is too great. Under one face, Sand Crocodile is injured. Seaman Jinbei fainted. Zero ask for flowers. Monkey D. Luffy with straw hat cracked skull. That's all. 3 powerful big pirates, a supernova, 2 predecessors 7 warlords of the sea. I was surprised that Maien fell on the ground alone. Neither Magellan nor them had a chance to shoot. Standing by the side, honestly in front of the people eating melons. Maien solved it alone. Think about it so far. The 4 of Hanyable were confident and morale doubled. But also a little ashamed. After all, Maien can't do everything alone. Both are the top executives of Impel Down. Advertisement. The 4 of Hanyable also got a little bit of strength. Even soy sauce is good. But when the 4 of Hanyable prepared to stop the Scissor Man from lightning to rescue the Straw Hat Boy. A salon roll hits again. Flying sand under the rocks. The 4 of Hanyable were blown up and down. ... 0. One after another fell to the ground. The Scissor Man lightning took the opportunity to sneak up to the upper level. See this. Crocodile waved his hand again. Woo, there was a sound. Sharon rolls under stirring. Instantly destroy the road that Scissor Lightning uses to cut fruits. And a lot of sand quickly smoothed out the holes in the ceiling. Now, all of a sudden, Maien and others can't go up. Preventing the Scissor Man from rescuing the Straw Hat Boy from lightning has also become a little troublesome. But just after Crocodile finished it, a breeze hits your face. An afterimage appeared in front of him again. As that punch just not enough. Maien looked at Crocodile coldly. Slowly raised an index finger in his left hand. Finger pistol Wanglian Haki edition. There was a bang. Maien just finished speaking. The index finger on the left hand immediately turned black. Armament Haki covers it, glowing with a clean luster. Also looks very fierce. Puff. There was a sound. Maien's finger pistol Wanglian Haki version penetrates Crocodile's body without hesitation. Puff. Crocodile opened his mouth and spouted a mouthful of blood. The pupils in the eyes suddenly shrank into pinpoints. His face turned pale instantly. In fact, with the strength of Crocodile. Even if it is not Maien's opponent, it shouldn't have been so easy for Maien to succeed. Go all out. It's that Maien will. Armament Haki also has to tip a little bit to beat him. Unfortunately, for the Straw Hat Kid, Crocodile is distracted. This made Maien a hit. Damn the protagonist Halo. B. Chapter 172. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. The Straw Hat Kid made you Impel Down. You actually choose to protect him now. Crocodile, you are so cheap. Maien put her hands in her pockets. Looking down at Crocodile wrote on the ground. There is no feeling in the eyes of neither big nor small. It's hard to see what Maien's intention is in asking this sentence. Ha ha. Crocodile clutched his waist, while breathing heavily. There was a weak sneer at the corner of his mouth. The wound pierced by Maien with finger pistol Wanglian still shed blood. The injury is extremely serious. Maien can be heard. Crocodile still answers. Though the Straw Hat Boy is my enemy. But he is a pirate anyhow. But what about you? What are you? The running dog of the world government. Oh, that's not right. To be precise, it should be a running dog abandoned by the world government. 900. Maien Nigel, asshole, what are you talking about? Hear what Crocodile said. Maien is not doing anything yet. Hanyable, Salutis, Domino, and Sati-chan screamed instead. Looking at the bleeding Crocodile. Can't wait to get rid of it. But just when the 4 of Hanyable wanted to put it into action. A big hand stopped them. The painless counterattack of the lingering and panting. If we were really angry, wouldn't it be a disguised form to show him the joke? Maien smiled slightly. The whole person was unexpectedly calm. Hate guy. Crocodile's eyes trembled. Very unwilling. But the whole person can only collapse on the ground like a dead dog. Although the consciousness is still there. But he couldn't lift half of his strength. Even the words can't be spoken. Like a lamb to be slaughtered. Advertisement. See this. Maien slowly turned around. No longer pay attention to Crocodile on the ground. Instead, he fixed his sight on the body of the Ladyboy King Ivankov. The fiasco of the escaped five. The pressure on the shoulders of the ladyboy King Ivankov doubled. Now, Ivankov carried 4 lives on his back. Seaman Jinbei. Crocodile. The Straw Hat Boy Monkey D. Luffy. Scissor Man Lightning. Although the Scissor Man successfully escaped to the upper level with lightning, the whole person was unscathed. But under the unmatched strength of Maien and Magellan, Scissor Lightning is simply waiting for death. What's more, the skull of the Straw Hat Boy has been cracked by Maien. This is a fatal serious injury. No matter how powerful a doctor is, it may not be able to save it. But the ladyboy King Ivankov has that ability. As a Paramecia Devil Fruit Hormone Fruit capable person, Shemale King Ivankov can inject heal hormones for King Luffy. At the cost of 10 years of life. Let Wong Luffy have a chance to save. Although the chance of success is only 2%. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. But with King Luffy's protagonist Halo, you can turn danger into a breeze. In the original work, after Wong Luffy was poisoned by Magellan, it was rescued by the ladyboy King Ivankov with this trick. A miraculous full-blood resurrection. Now it seems this trick still needs to be used. The so-called butterfly effect. After hundreds of thousands of times, I still have to return to the original point after all. It's just the one who made Wong Luffy pay the price of 10 years of life has changed from Magellan in the original book to Maien now. Of course, in the current situation, Shemale King Ivankov even wants to save King Luffy. It is also a problem. Maien and others are senior officials of Impel Down. How could it be possible to give Ivankov a chance to save King Luffy for no reason? In a word, advertisement. Can't defeat Maien and others. Ivankov could only watch Wong Luffy waiting to die. Call. Under tremendous pressure, the ladyboy King Ivankov can no longer have the hippie smile he always wanted. Let alone the excitement of hip-hop. Looking at the 6 high-ranking officials of Impel Down in front of him. The focus is Maien. Just listen to a swish sound. Ivankov's red nails stretched immediately. Then he pierced his big face without hesitation. Embryo face growth hormone. Gudong. Sounded. Shemale King Ivankov just finished speaking. The long red nails injected hormones into his face. The moment the hormone was injected into Ivankov's big face, Shemale King Ivankov had a huge face. Immediately become even bigger. All of a sudden, well, Ivankov was dumbfounded. As the name suggests, the head is as big as the body. How tall is the body? How big is the face? Boy Marine, you shouldn't put such a heavy hand on a Straw Hat Boy. Ivankov clutched his huge enlarged face, looking at Maien coldly. It's the hand that the Straw Hat Boy did to me first. Zero. Maien spread her hands, looking at Ivankov with interest. You are also his uncle. You should stop him before he does anything to me. Okay. Ivankov frowned. After all, Maien's words are a bit wrong. What does it mean that you are the uncle of the Straw Hat Boy? People who don't know are waiting in Magellan. There is nothing special about this sentence. Because Ivankov's age is right there. Wong Luffy is only 17 or 18 years old. Calling Uncle Ivankov can't lose him. But the point is, Maien's words, not by age, advertisement, but in terms of relationship. Shemale King Ivankov is a good friend of King Luffy's father Monkey D. Long. Daddy's good friend. I am Wong Luffy's uncle. Could it be? No, impossible. Looking at Maien in front of him, Shemale King Ivankov shook his head vigorously. Throw out the unrealistic idea in his head. After all, Maien can't know who Luffy's father is. Ivankov himself knew that Long had a son. Maien is only young. How is it possible to know this? Don't think too much. Marine Boy didn't mean that. Squint his eyes slightly. Ivankov stared at Maien tightly. I just wanted to make an explosion in the blink of an eye. The sound of Barabala came from Magellan's pocket not far away. And hear the unique ringtone of the phone worm. Maien's face suddenly sank. A cold light flashed quickly across his eyes. Just a moment. The complexion returned to normal. The cold light in his eyes also disappeared. There was a click. Magellan took the phone worm out of his pocket. Press the answer button decisively. Say. Magellan just finished speaking. Maien took a step back unconsciously. Stand beside Magellan. Although his sight has been fixed on Ivankov in front of him. But a heart has long been placed on the phone bug in Magellan's palm. After all, count time. That person should be here too. As predicted, after the phone worm is connected. The first sentence from over there. This is what Maien has always longed to hear. No. Bad director. Marshal D. Teach, one of 7 warlords of the sea. I do not know why we impel down. A lot of us have been killed now. Chapter 173. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. What? Hear the report from the phone worm. The pupils in Magellan's eyes shrank into pinpoints immediately. Cold sweat oozes from the foreheads of Hanyable, Tsurude, Sadi-chan, and Domino. Good guys. Shemale King Ivankov hasn't settled yet. Then there is another Blackbeard Teach. What kind of evil did impel down during this time? Why should anyone come here to mix things up? Especially 7 warlords of the sea. It's really incompatible with impel down. Inside the group of 5 prisoners, there are 2 predecessors, 7 warlords of the sea. Sand Crocodile, Seaman Jinbei, not to mention the current 7 warlords of the sea. The pirate Empress Boa Hancock not long ago. Blackbeard Teach now. Add it all together. Can make a table. Damn it. How so? Magellan felt a headache. Speaking of this, he hurriedly raised his head and looked at Ivankov, the Shemale king on the opposite side. For a while, I thought that Blackbeard Teach was in harmony with Ivankov and others. Ready to pick them out of prison. But it's impossible to think about it carefully. Shemale King Ivankov is a revolutionary army. I can't fight with Blackbeard Teach 09. Both the Straw Hat Boy and the Seaman Jinbei entered the impel down for Ace. Blackbeard Teach was the culprit in the Fire Fist Ace incident. Under such a relationship, the Straw Hat Boy and the Seaman Jinbei don't eat Blackbeard Teach alive. It is impossible for Blackbeard Teach to contact them. But if not so, what is Blackbeard Teach doing to impel down? Killed so many jailers. It's clear that you are going to have a quarrel with the world government. He pinched his chin in deep thought. Magellan's eyes flickered. Don't know what to do for a while. At this time, Maien's voice faintly sounded. Advertisement. Go to the director. Leave it to me here. Blackbeard Teach will leave it to you. Hannibal, you guys go help too. Ivankov alone is enough. This, Magellan frowned. But a decision was made in a moment. Okay. Hannibal, follow me. Finished. Magellan turned around. Rush forward quickly. The 4 of Hannibal glanced at Maien worriedly. But under Maien's smile, the 4 Hannibal can only keep up with Magellan as soon as possible. Looking at the 5 figures of Magellan, Hannibal, Tsurude, Sati-chan, and Domino, they disappeared from the field of vision. Maien couldn't help it anymore. The big mouth grinned suddenly. He almost reached the base of his ears. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. The laughter is getting stronger. Maien is getting more and more crazy. The Shemale King Ivankov, who was watching unconsciously, stepped back and then back again. I don't know what happened to the Marine boy suddenly. But listening to Maien's wanton laughter, Shemale King Ivankov's heart was instinctively uneasy. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. It seems that a terrible event is about to happen. Call. The laughter continued for a long time. But in the end it stopped slowly. Take a deep breath and exhale slowly. Maien's mind finally calmed down at this moment. The restless mood gradually calmed down. But looking at the ladyboy King Ivankov in front of him, Maien's eyes were filled with sorrow. I'm not playing anymore. Okay. The ladyboy King Ivankov raised his eyebrows. Don't understand what Maien said. Stop playing. Okay. Maien nodded without hesitation. The whole person is like a robot. The tone did not contain the slightest emotion and said. Advertisement. I'm going to do a big thing soon. No time to play with you. When do I want you to play with me? Shemale King Ivankov frowned. You may not understand what I mean. Maien shook her head and said. I'm not playing. It means to defeat you as soon as possible. Speaking of which. Maien slowly raised an index finger. 1 second. Shave. The moment the voice fell, Maien's feet hit the ground hundreds of times. The whole person turned into an afterimage. In the blink of an eye, he came to the side of the ladyboy King Ivankov. I go. Until Maien appeared in front of Ivankov. Ivankov only realized that Maien had disappeared. The pupils in the eyes instantly shrank into pinpoints. The whole person quickly retreats. Finger pistol Madara Haki edition. There was a bang. Maien slowly raised the index finger on his left hand. Armament Haki covers it, glowing with a clean luster. Maien's index finger quickly turned black. Hell blink. Hell blink. Hell blink. Quote. See Maien covering Armament Haki's index finger. Shemale King Ivankov was sweating down his head in cold sweat. The heavy makeup on the big face is directly washed away by cold sweat. For a time, a face of Ivankov is like a ghost symbol. And this is understandable. Crocodile's tragic situation, Ivankov had just seen it all. That's a lesson from the past. How could Shemale King Ivankov not be afraid? Looking at Maien in front of him, directly sent out dozens of hell blinks. Blink quickly. The long eyelashes are flying away. But precisely because of this advertisement, dozens of explosive winds blasted towards Maien one after another. Boom bang 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 bang. Only a series of explosions can be heard. Ivankov's hell exploded on Maien in a blink of an eye. See this. A triumphant smile was already at the corner of Ivankov's mouth. After all, hell blinking is Ivankov's trick. The power is by no means comparable to ordinary death winks. Under the injection of embryofacial growth hormone. Since the ladyboy King Ivankov's big face has become longer, the eyes are naturally bigger than before. The explosion of 900 in the blink of an eye is also extraordinary. But precisely because of this, the unbelievable scene appeared before Ivankov's eyes. Obviously dozens of hells blasted Maien's body in a blink of an eye. But Maien was completely unscathed. Even the galloping pace has not been affected at all. Where can Ivankov think of it? Maien had launched the attack as early as the moment. I used the Iron Body Soromu Haki version. Iron Body Empty Mu Na is the unique trick of CP9 member Rob Lucci. It is the most wonderful application in Iron Body. Plus the coverage of armament Haki. And Maien's current strength. The moment when the show came. Defense and hardness are comparable to diamonds. Rao is the sparkling impact of Diamond Joes can compete 1 or 2. Shemale King Ivankov's hell is even stronger in the blink of an eye. There is no way to stop Maien at this moment. Puff. There was a sound. When the ladyboy King Ivankov looked at Maien incredulously. Maien's index finger has penetrated his body, accompanied by a series of bloody flowers splashing around. There was a puff sound. Shemale King Ivankov fell in a pool of his own blood. So far, the escaped group of 5, except for Scissor Lightning, Sand Crocodile, Seaman Jinbei, the Straw Hat Boy Monkey D. Luffy, Shemale King Ivankov, all lost in Maien's hands. The standard 4 kills. Chapter 174. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Ahem. Damn it. Shemale King Ivankov fell to the ground. The corners of his mouth kept spilling blood. Looking at the 2 blood holes in the chest. It is obvious that the vitality in the body is fading fast. Everything in front of me gradually became blurred. Embryo healing hormone. There was a bang. The red nails quickly become longer and sharper. Ivankov slowly raised his hands. I want to inject healing hormones into my body. Don't give up. Maien shook her head helplessly. Looking down at the Shemale King Ivankov who was lying on the ground. Stepped directly on Ivankov's chest. Puff. Feeling a huge pressure on his chest. Ivankov was already seriously injured. Immediately opened his mouth and spouted a cloud of blood. Under the blood flowing, Ivankov's big face was dyed red. The raised hand was also unable to put it down. There is simply no way to inject myself to cure hormones. I can only watch Maien in front of me kill myself. I can only feel weakly that the big foot on his chest increases its strength. This moment, Shemale King Ivankov only felt that his whole body was going to be trampled and exploded. Death is approaching, but Ivankov's eyes were unwilling to tears. Of course, Ivankov is not a person afraid of death. But Ivankov knew he would not die. Can't afford to die. The Straw Hat Boy whose skull was cracked is still waiting for him to be treated. If Ivankov died like this, Wong Luffy will never survive either. Poor parents in the world. Monkey D. Long said that he had never seen his son Wong Luffy in his life. But even if the pain of losing a child is stronger than an emperor, it will be like a sword. Monkey D. Dragon is no exception. Thought of this. Ivankov felt that he was sorry for the dragon. Let down the dragon's trust in him. Let us go. Under all thoughts. Advertisement. The ladyboy King Ivankov said to Maien. I can't die yet. Do not kill me. Boy Marine, please. Let us go. Hey, are you begging for mercy? Maien smiled coldly. Not bad. Shemale King Ivankov nodded without hesitation. I'm begging for mercy. Speaking of which, Ivankov was already in tears. I don't know how to attack you. Causes the current situation. I'm really sorry. Quote. Maien watched this scene coldly. The brain went blank for a while. After all, the current situation has exceeded Maien's expectations. Well known. Maien is a thoughtful person. You must plan ahead for everything you do. He even thinks about plans that are not planned in advance. Simply put, that is, plan A is not working. Just use plan B. So, since learning about the whereabouts of the fruit of absorption in Judicial Island. Every step Maien took. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Although surprised. But there is no risk. But this moment. Ivankov's begging for mercy is outside Maien's plan. Or, there was a situation that even Maien felt incredible. After all, in the world of One Piece, there are heroes everywhere. There is no such thing as a person who really asks for mercy. Even the clown buggy is a trash. It will only be subservient on the surface. I will still stabbing you secretly. But at the moment. Dignified ladyboy queen, Ivankov, a cadre of the Revolutionary Army. But he was sincerely begging Maien for mercy. It's like a lamb to be slaughtered. Before he died, he would always look at the butcher with that sluggish gaze. Advertisement. Give up everything, including human dignity. Just for survival. Unfortunately, Maien's heart has long since cooled. He couldn't be kind to Ivankov, even if Ivankov begged him for mercy. Maien's big feet on Ivankov's chest were still exerting force. So much so now, Ivankov even said intermittently begging for mercy. Don't kill me. I was wrong. The Straw Hat Boy, I can't help him. It's not my business. Maien shrugged. The expression is as usual. The tone is also bland. Indeed, the death of the Straw Hat Boy has nothing to do with Maien. If not, it is impossible for Maien to crack the Straw Hat Boy's skull with a punch. But just when Maien was about to stamp Ivankov's chest inward, there was a hoarse voice behind him. Mr. Maien. Okay. Maien frowned, slowly turned around. Looking at the person in front of him, he was a little surprised. As the Murloc's abnormal physique, the owner of the hoarse voice is no one else. It is the seaman Jinbei. When preparing to attack Magellan earlier, Maien fainted directly after being hit by a 6-type Upanishad 6-King spear. Maien originally thought that Jinbei had suffered this trick. Even if he doesn't die, he is absolutely half dead. Anyway, I couldn't wake up at all for a while. But now it seems. Maien still underestimated the abnormal physique of the Murlocs. But even so, Jinbei who stood up was already covered in blood. The footsteps are vain. Everyone looks like he can barely stand up. Such injuries. Maien really didn't know why Jinbei had to stand up. Obviously, just lie on the ground obediently. Can save a life. Oh. Advertisement. Maien sighed faintly, looking at Jinbei helplessly. It's because you always call me Mr. Maien. I don't want to kill you. After all, there are too few people in this world who are as polite as you. But Jinbei, don't force me. There was a puff sound. Maien just finished speaking. Jinbei just knelt on his knees. The huge head suddenly knocked to the ground. There was a loud boom. Mr. Maien, let us go. Quote. Heard and saw what happened. Maien was speechless for a while. Then he shook his head decisively. Don't think about it. Then kill me alone. Jinbei straightened up. Bend and stretch your hands. Take off your kimono. Promise. Then he patted the sun mark on his chest and said. Let go of Luffy, let go of Ivankov and Crocodile. Mr. Maien, even in the face of Mr. Ace. Can you just come to me alone? Speaking of which, Jinbei's eyes were already full of tears. Hee, that's really great. Jinbei just finished speaking. A sneer followed. It is Crocodile. Now, it may be due to excessive blood loss. Crocodile's eyes were dark. The so-called consciousness also began to become illusory. Can't tell if the moment is a dream or reality. Jinbei's words can be heard. Ivankov's words. If this is really true. Crocodile couldn't help but tears from the corner of his eyes. With tears, Crocodile's lips squirmed and slowly uttered a few words. Hey, kill the celestial dragon's kid. Can't we just let us go? Chapter 175. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Call. Take a deep breath and exhale slowly. Maien retracted the big foot that had stepped on Ivankov's chest. Put your hands in your pockets. Looking at Jinbei in front of him, he said. Trade it. I am the head guard of Impel Down anyway. Want me to cheat for favoritism? There must be some conditions. Mr. Maien but said it's okay. Jinbei's eyes lit up. The huge head knocked heavily on the ground again. There was a loud boom. The floor was smashed and cracked. Jinbei's forehead also swelled rapidly. But I heard Maien's words. The so-called pain is trivial at all. As long as Mr. Maien is willing to let us go. Even if you just let the old man become your Murloc slave. The old man does not hesitate, too. Jinbei said with a firm face. A Murloc slave. Maien smiled slightly. Unexpectedly, the dignified seaman Jinbei could even say such things. Others don't know. Maien knew it. Jinbei is the founder of the Pirates of the Sun. The little brother of the Murloc explorer Fisher Tiger. And Fisher Tiger, once taken as a Murloc slave to the Holy Land Mary Geoise. This is the shame of Tiger's life. Even before he died, he couldn't let go of it. Jinbei is the heir of Tiger 900. The second captain of the Pirates of the Sun. At this moment, are you willing to become Maien's Murloc slave? This is enough to show that Jinbei has given up everything. Including the dignity of being a Murloc. But precisely because of this. Maien was a little interested. Originally Maien said the deal. Just test Jinbei. See how far Jinbei can do this. If you want to be a watch and want to set up an archway. I'm sorry. Advertisement. Maien didn't have enough patience to listen to Jinbei's nonsense. But at the moment, since Jinbei is even willing to be a Murloc slave. Maien has to think about it carefully. After all, Jinbei was killed. There is no benefit to Maien. Look back in everything. The chief caretaker of Impel Down was only Maien's stopgap measure. He will not stay here for long. The Blackbeard group has arrived at Impel Down. Maien is about to complete his big plan. But after capturing Blackbeard's dark fruit. Everything has just begun. Want to be famous in the world. I want to make the name Maien Nigel even louder than the name of the pirate king Dear D. Roger. Maien must create a new era. To this end, Maien needs to do more. But specifically, it is nothing more than 3 steps. Holy Land Mary Geoise will be destroyed. All celestial dragons must die. The world government must be overthrown. But want to do it all. Maien can't rely on him alone. Must collect all the power that can be collected. Gather into a huge force. Led by Maien Nigel. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Challenge the world government. Sorry, I'm not interested in Murloc slaves. Maien folded her arms around her chest. Smiled slightly. But I am very interested in your Murlocs. Okay. The windy eyebrows wrinkled slightly. Jinbei was puzzled and said. What does Mr. Maien mean by this? Ha ha. A faint smile rose from the corner of his mouth. Maien stepped forward. This moment, Hexia Jinbei was still on his knees. Even though the body is huge. Jinbei, who could kneel down, was exactly the same size as Maien. So, When Maien slowly stretched out her hand, it just happened to be able to touch Jinbei's huge head. Advertisement. Have to say, it feels very slippery. Mr. Maien, you, hiss. Jinbei looked at Maien puzzled. I don't know why Maien touched his head, but I just asked out. The whole person immediately took a breath. Just because of this moment. Jinbei saw Maien's eyes. His eyes are full of desire. But it does not look greedy. The pupils are shimmering. It seems to symbolize hope. Surrender to me, Jinbei. On behalf of your people. Become my courtier. AJBB. Speaking of which, Maien stepped forward abruptly. While touching Jinbei's huge head. While pressing Jinbei's ear, he said lightly. Trust me, someday, your murlocs will have the same status as ours. No more murlocs will be trafficked. There will be no more so-called murloc slaves. Let the damn murloc and celestial dragons go to hell. Quote. A dead silence. Hear Maien's words. Jinbei's brain was blank. The whole person didn't know what to say. But feeling the heat of the big hand on his head. Pattern. The tears in Jinbei's eyes kept overflowing. Dropped down along the wide cheeks. For a time, the floor was wet with Jinbei's tears. Obviously Jinbei was already wiping with webbed hands. But the tears are still rolling down. Flow down the arm into the armpit. It is at this moment. For the first time, Hexia Jinbei started to meet the young man named Maien Nig. Do not. It should be said that the man named Maien Niger. Obviously it looks so immature. Advertisement. But the words are heard in the ears. But there is an extremely powerful convincing power. Just like a demon. I do not know how it is. Jinbei chose to believe Maien. Even though there are still many puzzles in my mind. For example, what does Maien want to do? Isn't he the chief caretaker of Impel Down? How can we help the murlocs? All kinds of questions popped up in Jinbei's mind one after another. But looking at Maien Nigel in front of him, Jinbei did not ask. Instead, the knees are closed. Stand upright, staring at Maien without blinking. His face is full of determination. Boom, with a sound. Jinbei's huge head knocked heavily on the floor for the third time. But it is very different from the previous two. If things really become reality as Mr. Maien said. In the future, Mr. Maien will die. Jinbei and the Fish-Men Island. Don't obey. The hoarse voice slowly sounded. Jinbei told his vows word by word. Maien stretched out a big hand. Put it on Jinbei's huge head again. Accept Jinbei's allegiance. It seems to be a ritual. But no matter what, at this moment Maien finally embarked on that path. Or, finally opened the curtain of dreams. To this. Maien was not surprised. After all, this day will eventually come. No big deal. But for Jinbei, this day is a permanent memory. Even after a long time. Seaman Jinbei is getting old. Before he died, he still remembered this day. Because on this day, Hexia Jinbei became a minister of the Emperor. Chapter 176. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Well, looking at the respectful Jinbei in front of him. Maien nodded in satisfaction, slowly turned around. Focus on the body of the ladyboy King Ivankov and Crocodile. Maien asked again, what about you? This. Shemale King Ivankov's eyes flickered. Don't know what to do. As a cadre of the Revolutionary Army, Shemale King Ivankov could not be loyal to Maien. But at the moment, if you don't agree to be loyal to Maien, Ivankov can't live. In this way, who should save the Straw Hat Boy? Damn it. Shemale King Ivankov frowned, anxiously sweating. Take his as a man. I thought of pretending allegiance to Maien. After saving the Straw Hat Boy, take the opportunity to escape. Look at Maien's sharp eyes. This idea just flashed through Ivankov's mind. It was completely denied in less than a second. Cannot do this. Ivankov said to himself in his heart. But the reason is not that ridiculous condemnation. But Ivankov has a feeling. No matter how good his acting skills are. I can't hide it from Maien. What Maien wants is someone like Jinbei who is desperate. To him such a disagreeable guy. Playing tricks in front of Maien is like looking for death. In a word, don't try to irritate Maien. There is no good end. Think about it so far. The ladyboy King Ivankov shuddered all over his body. Quickly shook his head. Throw out the ridiculous thought in your mind. Turning to cover the blood hole on the waist with one hand. Supporting the earth with one hand. Stand up slowly. Advertisement. Looking at Maien's sharp eyes. Shemale King Ivankov shook his head decisively. Decided to tell the truth. I am a cadre of the Revolutionary Army. Never loyal to you. Can you change the terms? Change conditions. Maien's eyes trembled. With a cold smile. Oh, if it weren't for the sake of you being a hormonal fruit-capable person. You can hang your life at a critical moment. You are already dead. There was a swish sound. Maien said that. Both feet immediately stepped on the ground hundreds of times. The whole person immediately turned into an afterimage and rushed forward. I just felt a gust of wind hit my face. Ivankov had no time to react. The thick neck was strangled by a big hand. I will give you one last chance. The big hand holding Ivankov's neck squeezed hard. Maien directly lifted Ivankov's huge body high. The feeling of suffocation came instantly. Ivankov's face quickly turned pale. The injury on his body was already extremely serious. Maien pinched him so hard. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. There was a burst of blackness in front of him. Loyal to me. Maien's voice faintly sounded. Holding Maien's big hand with both hands. Ivankov struggled feebly, but no matter how he struggles, he couldn't even take Maien's big hand from his neck. The face is gradually desperate. But Ivankov's eyes remained firm. No way of allegiance is no way. It's useless for you to strangle me. Ha ha, seeing Ivankov's face full of determination. A funny smile appeared at the corner of Maien's mouth. Interesting. The voice just fell. Maien slowly released the big hand that was holding Ivankov's neck. There was a puff sound. Advertisement. Ivankov hit the ground straight. Suddenly breathed oxygen. Ivankov coughed violently. Ahem. But clutching his sore neck, Ivankov looked at Maien, but his eyes were filled with puzzlement. Why didn't you kill you? Ivankov's voice did not fall. Maien asked him the rest of the words. And give answers. You should thank yourself. If you just prepared to be loyal to me, I will choke you to death. Emporio Ivankov. Speaking of which, Maien knelt down slowly. He stretched out his hand and patted Ivankov's big face and said, I don't like people who don't know good or bad. But I don't like traitors even more. If you can betray the Revolutionary Army now, I will definitely betray me in the future. So you won't kill me. Ivankov's eyes lit up, surprised, and said, thank. There was a pop. Ivankov's remaining thank you word hasn't been said yet. Maien's big hand suddenly moved forward. Grab Ivankov's big face. Zero asked for flowers, while sealing his big mouth. Also pinched hard. Ivankov first. No, it should be a miss. Did you make a mistake? I won't kill you. It's not that I appreciate you. I simply want you to do something for me. Can you do it? Feeling the huge power suddenly coming from the big face, Ivankov nodded without hesitation. After all, if he dares to shake his head this second, Ivankov has no doubts. In less than a second, Maien will be able to crush his big face together with his head. Well, advertisement. Maien smiled with satisfaction. Speaking of which, the hand holding Ivankov's big face pulled hard. Maien directly pulled Ivankov to his side. ... 0 0. The mouth faced Ivankov's ear like this. Bring me a word to the dragon. I beat his son. Come to me for revenge if you have the ability. Otherwise, wait for me to see the Straw Hat Boy next time. Blow his head directly. ... The pupils in his eyes suddenly shrank into pinpoints. And accompanied by Maien's words. The pupils are shrinking. This moment, Shemale King Ivankov couldn't believe what he heard in his ears. I can't believe that it is reality at this moment and not illusion. The face is full of disbelief. The same is true in the eyes and in the heart. Ivankov stared at Maien Nigel blankly. One word at a time. Are you crazy? Can you do it? Maien did not answer Ivankov's words. But the sensation in his eyes has said everything. He is serious. Every word, every tone. It's all from the bottom of my heart. In that case, I am happy to help. Ivankov nodded foolishly. After all, this thing is very simple. Moreover, the current situation does not tolerate Ivankov's refusal. But there is no doubt that, at the moment in the eyes of the Ladyboy King Ivankov, Maien is no longer human. This is understandable. After all, Monkey D. Dragon is the #1 criminal in the world. Seen as a thorn in the flesh by the world government. Has the reputation of the devil. But this moment, Maien wanted to anger the devil. And only the devil. To anger the devil. B. Chapter 177. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Because it is a whisper. Whether it's crocodile or seaman Jinbei. I don't even know what Maien said to Ivankov. But looking at the Shemale King Ivankov's extremely pale face. What Maien wants Ivankov to do. Don't even think about it to know that it is extremely abnormal. Coupled with Ivankov's torture from the soul. Are you crazy? Obviously, Maien Nigel is starting to be a demon again. But Crocodile and Seaman Jinbei are not surprised. After all, Maien has always exceeded people's expectations time and time again. To be frank, such Maien, even if one day you have to poke a hole in the sky, the three people present will not be surprised. Especially the Ladyboy King Ivankov. Unconsciously, the whole person retreated quickly. Use your best efforts to open the distance with Maien as soon as possible. Then he bowed his head tightly. Don't dare to stare at Maien. See these 93. Maien's mouth still has a faint smile. After all, it is normal for Ivankov to express this. Only Maien knows the reason why he wanted to anger Monkey D. Dragon. It's not simply crazy. It is not blindly arrogant. Not bad. Everything is still in Maien's plan. Said it all. Want to overthrow the world government. Maien must gather all the power he can use in this world. The Murlocs represented by Jinbei are part of it. The Revolutionary Army headed by Monkey D. Long is naturally no exception. Even strictly speaking, Maien and Monkey D. Dragon have the same goals. They all want to overthrow the world government. From this perspective, seeing the dragon Maien might even call him comrade. But precisely because of this, there must be a battle between Maien and Monkey D. Dragon. Although the goal is the same. But there can only be one faucet. The man who carried the banner of overthrowing the world government. Advertisement. It must be him, Maien Nigel. If not, the day when a new era comes, everyone in this world will only remember the name of Monkey D. Dragon. As for Maien Nigel, that's it. No way. No matter how the times change. People will always remember the first place. There can only be one so-called pioneer. As for the right arm beside the pioneer, no matter how great the credit is made, it's just a wedding dress for others. What places your dreams on others? Only waste can speak like this. Do what you want to do well. What the hell is it when you push it to others? So, as the ladyboy King Ivankov thought, this moment, Maien Nig is indeed declaring war on Monkey D. Dragon. Either surrender, either die. Monkey D. Dragon always sees the head but never ends. Maien doesn't have the time and patience to find him. Might as well let him come to find himself. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. But this is not a big problem. Poor parents in the world. His son was branded that way by others. Which dad can't feel bad? Since it is possible to rescue King Luffy from Smoker in Donghai Log Town, I can also come to Maien to find a place for his son. Call. Take a deep breath and exhale slowly. Maien only felt the blood all over her body suddenly boil. The whole person can't wait to step Monkey D. Dragon under their feet. Bring all the revolutionary army under his command. Of course, if Monkey D. Dragon is unwilling, then Maien couldn't help it. He is not a person who likes to force others. Although the coercion can only kill them completely. No big deal. In the world of One Piece, this is quite normal. Really. Advertisement. Slowly spread his arms. Maien stretched leisurely. The corners of his mouth sneered. The eyes burst brightly. Just say every word like this. This world is really interesting. Right, Crocodile. While talking, Maien tilted her head and looked at Crocodile. There was still a long-lasting sneer at the corner of his mouth. Maien always said, now you, surrender or die. Choose one. Gum ha ha ha, is it up to you? Crocodile sneered back, am I not strong enough? Maien spreads out, you are strong, but not enough to make me surrender. Crocodile said lightly, because of his severe injuries. Crocodile was already weak in speaking. But the tone was extremely firm. Oh, Maien's eyes lit up, knowingly asked, then what kind of powerful talent can make you surrender? Quote. Hear Maien's words. Crocodile fell silent briefly. He wanted to say that no matter how powerful a person is, he won't let him surrender. Look at Maien in front of you. The look in the eyes is very good. Instead, Crocodile raised a little interest. Just at this moment, a stalwart figure appeared in Crocodile's mind. At last, he raised his left arm without hesitation. The golden hook that replaced the left hand was displayed in front of Maien. Whitebeard Edward Newgate. Only a powerful person like that can make me choose to surrender. Guahaha. The kid who killed celestial dragons. Can be as strong as that? Crocodile stared at Maien's eyes tightly. While talking, the sneer at the corner of his mouth appeared. Advertisement. But when Crocodile has finished speaking, Maien's performance once again made him extremely annoying. Because of Maien at this moment. Not as Crocodile expected. There was a look of panic and shock. Instead, he smiled slightly at him. Nodded and said, that's it. There was a swish sound. The voice just fell. Maien turned into a gust of wind and came to Crocodile. Slowly stretched out his little finger towards him. Make an appointment, Crocodile. If one day I kill Whitebeard, you surrender to my feet. Quote. A dead silence. The surrounding air seemed to freeze. The seaman Jinbei on the side was stunned. Shemale King Ivankov was scared again. Crocodile was also blinded. Are you going to kill Whitebeard? Crocodile looked at Maien incredulously. Yup. Maien nodded slightly. The tone is very relaxed and casual. Didn't you say it? Only a strong man like Whitebeard can make you surrender. In that case, as you wish. I killed Whitebeard. You surrender to me. Fair and reasonable. Quote. Do you really know who Whitebeard is? Crocodile asked blankly. Of course. Maien smiled slightly. The first of New World 4 emperors. He is hailed as the strongest man in the world. As powerful as the One Piece King Gordy. Roger. That is Whitebeard Edward Newgate. So what? Speaking of which, Maien stepped forward abruptly. He stared into Crocodile's eyes tightly and said, can't I kill him? Chapter 178. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Quote. Crocodile was speechless. In other words, the shock in his heart has made him wonder what to say. I can only stare at Maien in front of me blankly. The seaman Jinbei and Ivankov looked at each other. All saw a touch of shock in each other's eyes. Although it has long been known that Maien Nigel is not an ordinary person. No matter what you do, it is not surprising. But this moment. Jinbei and Ivankov still couldn't believe what their ears heard. Good guys. This is really going to poke a hole in the sky. Whitebeard Edward Newgate, is that an existence that can be said to be killed by killing? Can it be killed? Jinbei's eyes darkened. In his current capacity. It was really embarrassing at the moment. After all, Whitebeard is also his father. But he also promised to be loyal to Maien. If such two people fight. No matter which side died, Jinbei couldn't let go. Although which party will die has now surfaced. Jinbei couldn't help it. Even if you don't touch your conscience. Jinbei didn't think Maien could kill Whitebeard either. The so-called odds are not nearly impossible. But not at all. Shemale King Ivankov also thinks like this. But looking at Maien in front of him. There is fear in his eyes, face, and heart. 09. After all, Maien now. It is no longer enough to describe the devil. Intentionally angered Monkey D. Dragon. Want to kill Whitebeard Edward Newgate. In addition, Maien once killed a celestial dragons in the Holy Land Mary Geois. Got it. What no one dares to do in this world. Frozen as let Maien Nigel take it all. Everyone else avoided it. Maien faced the difficulties. Devil, madman. Do not. Maien Nig is crazy. There must be something wrong with his brain. Advertisement. And the problem must not be small. If not, he would never do such a thing. Guahaha. Just when Jinbei and Ivankov couldn't believe it. Crocodile's iconic sneer suddenly sounded. Just looking at Maien's eyes at this moment. Crocodile couldn't find any trace of Maien talking big. So, this proved in disguise that what Maien said was indeed what he had in mind. This moment, Maien Nig did want to kill Whitebeard Edward Newgate. Although before and after speaking, there was no murder in Maien's eyes. It's more important than murderousness. It was the firmness in Maien's eyes. That is a kind of faith that can't take away its ambitions. Ambitious. Do not know why. Maybe Crocodile is the same person. He liked the firmness in Maien's eyes. Love this moment Maien's ambition. At last, after sneer, Crocodile reached out the little thumb of his right hand. Make an agreement with Maien. And solemnly nodded. A word is settled. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Readily. Maien smiled slightly. Retract the little finger. Turning to look at Jinbei behind him. Take them away from Impel down. We will meet again soon. Yes, Mr. Maien. Jinbei nodded respectfully. See this. Maien turned her head to the ladyboy King Ivankov and said. Don't just hit the straw hat boy with your healing hormone. If Crocodile can't hold it, give him a shot. After all, it is my future subordinate. It's a shame to die in Impel down. Shemale King Ivankov nodded quickly. The amplitude of the nod is the same as that of a chicken pecking at rice. Okay everyone. See you soon. Advertisement. One last glance at Crocodile. Maien immediately waved his hand. There was a click. A transparent light door emerged out of thin air. Maien walked in. Bang dang. Sounded. The transparent light door closed instantly. Then disappeared into the air. Quote. This, what is this? Shemale King Ivankov opened his eyes wide. The expression is like seeing a ghost. His devil fruit. Hexia Jinbei couldn't help taking a breath. After all, Maien's move is really amazing. In addition to the ability of devil fruit. Jinbei couldn't think of the second possibility. But precisely because of this moment, Jinbei's webbed hands trembled slightly. Guahaha. The standard sneer sounded again. Crocodile clutched his head. I can't laugh myself. Although the laughter was full of helplessness. After all, it is really unfair. Maien Nig Mingming is just a teenager who is only 17 or 18 years old. How could it be so strong? What do you mean? Shemale King Ivankov also understood now. The pupils in the eyes instantly shrank into pinpoints. The cold sweat on his head swelled again. How could Maien Niger be demon fruit power? No, he can't be. Hey, Jinbei, Crocodile. If that guy is really demon fruit power, what are we? A complete loser. Crocodile's hoarse voice rang faintly. Hexia Jinbei also said with a sad expression. Accept your fate. We have seen the strength of Mr. Maien. Even without the power of devil fruit. Mr. Maien still defeated us easily. In other words. The ladyboy King Ivankov had no love for life and said. Weak people like us are not worthy of Maien Nig's ability to use devil fruit. Yes. Crocodile nodded without hesitation. Advertisement. Originally, he was very depressed. But now, there was already a little light in Crocodile's eyes. Just because I saw Maien like this. Let Crocodile begin to believe his agreement with Maien. Maybe it is really possible. Who knows what Maien Nigel is hiding? The identity of demon fruit power. It may be just one of Maien Niger's many whole cards. If so, Whitebeard Edward Newgate, maybe it is. Same. Seaman Jinbei at this moment. There was also a hint of expectation in his eyes. What Maien said to him. Jinbei always keeps it in mind. Maybe I can't forget it in my life. But until this moment. Jinbei really began to believe it. Maien really has the strength to turn his words into reality. A brand new world. It has been portrayed in Jinbei's mind. So, this moment, Seaman Jinbei, Shemale King Ivankov, and Sand Crocodile should be thankful for this. Although the three of them don't know now. But later. When the world has undergone earth-shaking changes. The three people finally understand how important this moment is to the whole world. And they witnessed this moment with their own eyes. This moment when Maien began to transform. The moment when that transparent light door appeared in front of you. Maien is still immortal. But from the moment Maien wandered into the transparent light door. Maien Niger will embark on a road of emperor from now on. At last, everything is back to square one. Maien Nig was an ordinary marine soldier on Judicial Island 2 years ago. But 2 years later, Maien Niger is working hard to become a big man who can stir the whole world. Just want to be such a big man. Maien still has a difficult time to pass. Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach. Chapter 179. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Impel down. Blazing hell on the 4th floor underground. The terrifyingly hot baked floor was hot. But the atmosphere is deadly silence. Received a report from the phone worm. 5 people, Magellan, Hannibal, Tsurude, Sadi-chan, and Domino, hurried over. On the 4th floor, blazing hell met the Blackbeard gang. With thick black smoke, everything around was swallowed up. In line with Impel down the 6th floor eternal hell liberated the prisoners. The idea of taking the opportunity to recruit crew members. As soon as Blackbeard came to Impel down, he used his dark fruit abilities to kill. Now, Impel down the 1st level Crimson Hell to Impel down the 4th level Blazing Hell. All the jailers and prisoners were swallowed by darkness. There is no dead left. Even the blue orangutan under Salutis. The jailer beasts under Sadi-chan are not immune. In a word, where Blackbeard went, all things are completely destroyed. See this. Magellan and others are extremely angry. But Blackbeard laughed wildly. Don't pay attention to Magellan and others. Even if I have heard that Magellan, the director of Impel Down, is very strong. But since the captain of the 4th division of the Whitebeard pirates was killed on the mobile. After successfully capturing Dark Fruit, Blackbeard's desires and ambitions swelled to a point where he couldn't help himself. And this is understandable. After all, Blackbeard has been hiding under Whitebeard for so many years. Its purpose is to capture the strongest dark fruit among Logia Devil Fruit. For this purpose, Blackbeard can give up everything. If you don't get dark fruit in this life, Blackbeard did not hesitate to remain obscured even on the mobile. This is an uncompromising careerist. Is also a powerful hidden master. It's a pity that things must be reversed. Blackbeard suppressed it for so many years. Once succeeded, I am not afraid of it. Advertisement. Suddenly, he won a huge lottery ticket with someone who had been poor for half his life. It's hard not to spend time and wine in general. Blackbeard's arrogance and pride are justified. What is Magellan? Even Whitebeard Edward Newgate. At the moment, Blackbeard doesn't pay attention either. So, when Magellan and others came to Blazing Hell, the Blackbeard team did not attack Magellan and others. But stand still. Fold your arms around your chest. The corners of his mouth sneered. Want to see what Magellan can do with them? Poison Dragon. Magellan was very angry at what Blackbeard had done. In addition, Blackbeard's attitude at the moment is extremely arrogant. Magellan couldn't help it anymore. At first he thought that Blackbeard was one of the 7 warlords of the sea anyway. Just grab it. No need to kill. But now, there was a grunt. A large amount of purple venom oozes out of the body instantly. Magellan's pupils shrank, waving a big hand. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Just listen to 2 swishes. 2 poisonous dragons sprang from Magellan's back. Attacked Blackbeard and others like lightning. There was a bang. 2 poisonous dragons instantly drowned Blackbeard and his group. Wait until they come back to their senses. Magellan's purple venom was covered all over his body. What? Countless screams suddenly sounded, accompanied by the sound of ZZ. The purple venom quickly eroded Blackbeard and others. The body seems to be dissolved. Hot air is coming out. Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach grinned in pain. Well known. Blackbeard's physique is extremely special. No need to sleep. Can live twice as long as ordinary people. Advertisement. But also because of it. When Blackbeard was hurt, there will be double the pain. Magellan is a Paramecia devil fruit capable of poisonous fruit. The purple venom oozing out of the body is terrifying. In addition to the special antidote, there is simply no other way to resolve it. More importantly, Magellan's venom does not make people die very quickly. Before dying, it is bound to suffer extreme torture. And that kind of pain, no one can resist. What's more, Blackbeard who feels twice as painful. There was a puff sound. Blackbeard fell directly to the ground. The whole person rolled around in pain. But the great pain is not reduced by this. Captain Raffet, Poison Q, Shish's Bashes, Van Oka saw this. Although I really want to help Blackbeard. But it can't help it by itself. They are all poisoned by Magellan. Blackbeard was in pain. The 4 Raffets were also in pain. Sure, you can do it. Looking at Blackbeard and others who were sorely hurting on the ground. Hannibal grinned immediately, proudly patted her belly and said. As 7 warlords of the sea great. Dare to break us impel down. It's not a pity to die. Yes. Sati-chan and Saru Desi nodded together. Your death is coming. Director, do you want to report to Marshal Sengoku? Domino looked at Magellan worriedly. Blackbeard is 7 warlords of the sea after all. Backquote this. Magellan's eyes flashed. Was thinking about it. Blackbeard's thick voice immediately sounded. Advertisement. Yes, I am one of the 7 warlords of the sea anyway. I caught Fire Fist Ace for you. You can't do this to me. Detoxify me quickly. HMPH, when you killed our impel down jailer, why didn't you remember your identity as 7 warlords of the sea? Magellan looked at Blackbeard coldly. I'm wrong. Blackbeard did not hesitate to say. Is it wrong if I am wrong? Speaking of which, Blackbeard crawled slowly to Magellan's feet. Holding Magellan's clothes. The whole person is like a mourning dog. Wagging and begging at Magellan. Director Magellan. No, Lord Director. You spare me. I can't do it. Please detoxify me quickly, okay? I don't want to die. As long as you can save my life, after detoxification, you can lock me in impel down. I can use the rest of my life to pay, good promise, for the crime I committed today. Is this not enough? The voice just fell. 2 strings of tears fell from the corner of Blackbeard's eyes. The whole person looks very pitiful. His face was full of regret. See this. Hanyable, Sarude, Sati-chan, and Domino are disdainful of Blackbeard. But there is no more to say. Magellan also nodded secretly. After all, the duty of impel down is to guard the guilty. Not all guilty people will be massacred. Blackbeard trespassed impel down and killed many jailers and prisoners. The crime is already heinous. Even if Magellan poisoned him to death in blazing hell. There is no big problem either. But the point is. Blackbeard's confession attitude is very good. Be lenient in confession and strict in resistance. Magellan decides to detoxify Blackbeard. But Magellan didn't find it. At this moment, a cold light flashed across Blackbeard's eyes. Chapter 180. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach is a typical hero. He has all the qualities of a superb. One of the most important points. It is that people have to bow their heads under the eaves. And this is rare in the world of One Piece. On this endless sea. There are many heroes, but there are very few heroes. Even the fickle Doflamingo, it is not enough to match the title of syndicate. Only Marshal D. Teach. This damn Blackbeard, it is a real hero. Because the heroes are afraid of death. Heroes are fearless. But after he died, there was nothing left. Whitebeard Edward Newgate Hero I. But after he died, what can be done? Under the powerful strength of Whitebeard II and Blackbeard. The members of the Whitebeard Pirates group headed by Marco were dead and wounded. 4 emperors on the sea of yesteryear. In a blink of an eye they disappeared. But Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach replaced it. Become the new 4 emperors on the sea. The scenery is the same for a time. And all this is due to Blackbeard's fear of death. Otherwise, at the top of the war, Whitebeard can kill Blackbeard. But Blackbeard begged for mercy. Pitiful eyes like a puppy. Makes Whitebeard hesitate. So the warplane is fleeting. Everything is doomed. Even before Whitebeard was dying. It's still that kind of Megatron. Wherever your eyes go. Even Akainu can't help but sweat. But Whitebeard is destined to be a loser. And this laid a truth. The hero will never be the opponent of the hero. For example, at this moment, Magellan's poison in Blackbeard's body. He begs for mercy. Advertisement. He admits wrong. He exhausted his life's acting skills to beg Magellan to help him. Because Blackbeard knows, Magellan won't save him. He is about to die here. In front of precious life. Dignity is a fart. This is the terrible thing about the hero. Because of a failure, not enough to defeat the hero. The hero will not die. As long as there is life. One day it will make a comeback. But what about heroes? If you put yourself in place. It was Magellan's poison in Whitebeard's body at this moment. Then Whitebeard is dead, nor would he bow to Magellan. And this is the hero's shortcoming. He can't fail. He can't accept failure. If you fail, you can only die. At most, I will pull a few more cushions before dying. Anyway, under the choice of dignity and life, heroes will always choose dignity. Ever since. The dead are dead, the living people are still alive. It's a comeback or something. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. It does not exist for the dead. But all this is in Blackbeard's eyes. It doesn't matter at all. A hero like Whitebeard. Yes, it is indeed respected. Even Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach. He also had great admiration for his father. But it's the same as their nickname. Blackbeard and Whitebeard. Destined to be not a class of people. Even when he died, he said cruelly. In Whitebeard's opinion, it was hard gas. But in Blackbeard's eyes, it was an out-and-out silly hat. Don't say anything else. Just for this moment. Blackbeard lay at Magellan's feet in tears. He pulled Magellan's trousers and shook. Who can do it? Whitebeard. Advertisement. Kaido. Mother. Shanks. Nobody. Don't talk about New World 4 emperors. No one can do it at naval headquarters. Not even Maien. Such a thing. Only Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach can do it. Unfortunately, even though Blackbeard was exhausted. After all, it was a bad move. To be frank, on scheming. Play a conspiracy. Maien is not Blackbeard's opponent. But Maien is a traverser. He knows the plot of all stories. In the world of One Piece, Maien is like a prophet. Blackbeard meets Maien. Count this dog stuff for 8 lifetimes of blood mold. Dark fruit. Maien Nig must get it. To this end. From a long time ago. Maien is just preparing. This moment, Blackbeard finally came to impel down. Because of the shortcomings of conceit and recklessness. He and his men were killed by Magellan, the head of Impel Down. Even now Blackbeard was begging for mercy. Magellan also deliberately put Blackbeard on a horse. But all this is still in Maien's plan. Know yourself and the enemy. Endless battles. Why did Maien crack the skull of the Straw Hat Boy? Why do you want to abuse the Seaman Jinbei, the Ladyboy King Ivankov, and the Sand Crocodile one after another to doubt life? Just because you want them to surrender. Do not. This is just one. There are 2 more. Shiryu of Rain. Impel Down, the former head of the guard. Admiral Strength. Swordsmanship is superb, because of bloodthirsty prisoners in Impel Down. Do not change after repeated teaching. Advertisement. Heavily sinful, so he was sentenced to death. Close to the 6th floor of Impel Down, eternal hell. But everyone knows everything up and down in Impel Down. Rain Shiryu is different from ordinary prisoners. To this, naval headquarters is also the tacit attitude. After all, on the Big Sea, there are not many people like Shiryu of Rain. If he were to be killed as an ordinary prisoner. What a pity. It's better to be an insurance in Impel Down. When did something big happen? Come out and bite. It's not that Magellan will carry everything alone. In the original work, the Prison Escape Alliance led by the Straw Hat Kid slaughtered all quarters in Impel Down. I'm afraid Magellan can't handle it alone. He ordered Shiryu of Rain to be released to help him. Never thought of Rain. Shiryu's heart long ago had an antipathy. Afterwards, the Blackbeard group was destroyed by the Magellan group. It was Shiryu of Rain who came to rescue them with the antidote. But now, Shiryu of Rain can't come. The savior of Blackbeard's group is still in the 6th floor of Impel Down, the eternal hell. After all, Maien single-handedly beat the 5-member group to collapse. Shiryu of Rain has no need to release it. Magellan is not a fool either. Less than a last resort. He also didn't want Shiryu of Rain to come out. That's all. Blackbeard's hope of survival was abruptly cut off by the prophet Maien. Can only bow to Magellan. Ask for an antidote. But the point is, when Hannibal went to the office to take the antidote for Blackbeard and others as Magellan ordered. The moment the cabinet was opened, the whole person was lost immediately. Because the cabinet is empty. See this. Hannibal just remembered. The so-called antidote was evacuated long ago by Maien. Its purpose, just to prevent Blackbeard at this moment. Want an antidote? I bother. Want to be beautiful. Chapter 181. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. What did you say? Magellan stared at Hannibal in front of him blankly. Hoo. Hannibal gasped. The chest fell together. No antidote was found in Magellan's office. Hannibal hurried over to report to Magellan. The antidote is gone. Nonsense. Magellan frowned. One word at a time. There are dozens of bottles in the cabinet. Are you really looking for it? Quote. The corner of Hannibal's mouth curled. Take the opportunity to step forward. Pulling Magellan's clothes. Whispered into Magellan's ear. Director, you forgot. The antidote has been taken away by the Maien guard. Go. Oh yes. Magellan's eyes lit up. I just remembered this. Turning his head to look at Blackbeard lying on the ground. He scratched his head awkwardly and said. Let's open it up. It's not that I don't want to save you, there is really no antidote. No antidote. Blackbeard's pupils shrank. The whole person is completely stupid in place. Raffet, Duck, Bashes, and Van Oka are also dumbfounded. The hope of survival is dashed. Don't, Master Director. Blackbeard grabbed Magellan's thigh, looking at Magellan pitifully. How could there be no antidote? If it weren't for you, I wouldn't let this big brother get it. This was originally there. Advertisement. Magellan scratched his head and explained. But not long ago, these antidote was given to Maien. I don't have a bottle in my hand. Maien. Blackbeard frowned. Turning his head to look at the 4 of Raffet, Duck, Bashes, and Van Oka. The meaning is self-evident. Blackbeard's puzzled gaze can be seen. The 4 of Raffet, Duck, Bashes, and Van Oka can only shake their heads together. I do not know, my lord, who is Maien in your mouth? Blackbeard can only ask Magellan. After all, this name is really unfamiliar. But at first glance, it always feels a bit familiar. Strange. Accompanied by thinking. The brows of the 5 people, Blackbeard, Raffet, Duck, Bashes, and Van Oka, frowned. Speaking of, the Blackbeard 5 are not a bunch of hot-headed guys. Before deciding to impel down to recruit crew, Blackbeard had already used his identity and privileges in 7 Warlords of the Sea to get a clear picture of Impel Down. From top to bottom. From Chief Magellan to Chief Jailer Tsurude. Even the 4 jailer beasts under Sati-chan. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Blackbeard and others also knew it. But who is Maien? When did Impel Down have this number? Magellan is the director of Impel Down. The antidote should be kept by him. How could it be handed over to this Maien? Is this person very powerful? Question after question popped up in the minds of the 5 Blackbeards. But none of them were answered. Fortunately at this time, Magellan finally spoke. Maien Nigel, have you never heard of this name? Hi, is it him? Blackbeard couldn't help taking a breath. Although he has never seen Maien. Advertisement. But after the Celestial Dragons incident broke out, Maien Nigel's name quickly became famous all over the world. Blackbeard also read Maien's photos in the newspaper. Surprisingly young. But the courage is great. But the problem is, Maien Nig killed Celestial Dragons. He deserves to be executed. Even if Naval Headquarters spare him his life. Nor should he be allowed to serve as a senior official in Impel Down. Think about it so far. Blackbeard immediately looked at Magellan and said, dare to ask the director, is this Maien the senior official in Impel Down? Like the head of the guard. Magellan said lightly. What? Blackbeard frowned. A quick flash of light flashed across his eyes. My lord, what are you doing? Maien Nig killed a celestial dragons in the Holy Land Mary Geois. The world government has sentenced him to life imprisonment. How can he be the chief caretaker in Impel Down? Does this have anything to do with you? Magellan narrowed his eyes slightly. I'm still one of the 7 warlords of the sea appointed by the world government, why doesn't it matter? Blackbeard grinned. It's better than this. You talk to Chief Warden Maien, give us some bottles of antidote. Zero asked for flowers. We opened one eye and closed another. Nothing. Oh, do you think you are qualified to negotiate? Magellan sneered. Blackbeard looked at the place with his arms folded. It turns out that you are this kind of humane. Really? It's not a pity for you to die. Dare to threaten me even for this reason. No, it's not a threat, it's just a deal. Blackbeard waved his hand quickly. Advertisement. My lord, we just want to survive. As long as we are given an antidote, we are willing to do anything. Blackbeard's voice just fell. Raffet, Duck, Bashes, and Van Oka nodded together. ... Zero. In that case, don't you just start to kill it first? Hannibal stood up and said. In this situation, you can only blame yourself. Yes, it's all our fault. Blackbeard's group pleased with a smile. Look at it. That way, I can suffer a little bit less pain. Suru Days said blankly. As for Sati-chan and Domino. The eyes of the 5 people looking at Blackbeard are no different from those looking at the dead body. No, is there really no other way? Blackbeard said anxiously. Raffet, Duck, Bashes, and Van Oka all looked desperate. Magellan sighed faintly, looking helplessly at Blackbeard and others. There was a way. Although the antidote is with Maien, Maien can't use so many bottles alone. Just send someone to Maien's office to get the antidote. But the point is, what is it? The 5 Blackbeard said in unison. The eyes shine for a while. Maien's office is on the basement level of Impel Down. That's crimson hell. Magellan shrugged and said. But you guys are good. As soon as we impel down, we wreak havoc. Nowadays, Impel Down from the 1st underground to the 3rd underground were completely destroyed by you. It also includes Maien's office. Oh, Blackbeard. You killed yourself by yourself. B. Chapter 182. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Quote. There was dead silence all around. Hear what Magellan said. For the first time in Blackbeard's heart, the urge to reach out and slap himself slapped. Raffet, Duck, Bashes, and Van Oka were all speechless. The toxin is still afflicting the 5 Blackbeards. But this moment, the 5 Blackbeards are no longer in the mood to scream. For a time, the surroundings are terribly quiet. So that the 5 of Blackbeard could hear their own heartbeat. Director, let's leave them alone. Sati-chan pulled Magellan's sleeve. Anxiously urged. The chief caretaker might still be fighting with the seaman Jinbei and the others. We really need our help. Oh yes. Magellan slapped his forehead suddenly. This reminds me that Maien has been fighting alone so far. Immediately waved his hand. I didn't even look at the 5 Blackbeards. He took Hannibal, Tsurude, Domino, and Sati-chan and ran away. Hey, Mr. Director. Mr. Director. Blackbeard waved behind him. But because the toxin has penetrated into the blood, everything in front of me began to blur. Where can I catch up with Magellan and others? Besides, it is useless to catch up. There is no antidote. The 5 of Blackbeard must die, even if the poison was put by Magellan. But Magellan only administers poison and doesn't care about detoxification. Thought of this, Blackbeard put his hand down weakly. Turning his head to look at the 4 of Raffet, Duck, Bashes, and Van Oka. With a look of despair. It's over, we really are going to die here. Not necessarily the captain. Lafitte shook his head slowly. Because of the rapid destruction of toxins in the body. Lafitte's pale face was no longer tinged with blood at this moment. Blackbeard looked desperate. Lafitte flashed his eyes. Advertisement. There is another way to try. Any solution? Blackbeard asked quickly. Kill Magellan and take his poisonous fruit. Lafitte said every word. Correct. Bash's eyes lit up. He immediately grabbed Blackbeard's arm and said, Captain, you have a special physique, you can swallow 2 devil fruit. As long as you snatch Magellan's poisonous fruit, the poison on your body can be undone. Poisonous fruit can never even poison his master. But, Blackbeard frowned. After all, the devil fruit he wants to capture is Whitebeard's shock fruit. Although Magellan's poisonous fruit is powerful, it's still a bit inferior to shock fruit. Can't hesitate, Captain, anymore. Van Oka held the gun in his hand and said, This is the end of the matter. Survival is the most important thing. I'll talk about shock fruit later. The voice just fell. Poison Q on the side also nodded weakly. Obviously agree with Van Oka's statement. This, okay. Blackbeard gritted his teeth bitterly. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Even though it is still a bit unwilling. But looking at Magellan and others who were about to disappear in front of them. Blackbeard's eyes were already full of killing intent. Boom. Blackbeard punched the ground with both fists. Caw caw. Made a sound. With the cracking of the floor, there are many fine lines. Blackbeard swayed to his feet. Toxins still wreaked havoc in his body. But Blackbeard's physique is inherently special. Physical skills are also very extraordinary. After all, this guy has no devil fruit ability. 3 scars were left abruptly on the face of the red-haired Shanks. Magellan's toxin is strong though. But he couldn't kill Blackbeard for a while. There is no doubt that the time left for Blackbeard is indeed running out. Secret Point Road. Advertisement. The moment the voice fell, only 2 sounds were heard. A lot of black smoke oozes from under Blackbeard's feet, speeding along the floor towards Magellan and others in the distance. Where the black smoke passes, there was nothing but a rustle. But this moment, floors, walls, everything was swallowed, inhaled, synced, compressed and shattered by the black smoke released by Blackbeard. Just like a small black hole. There is no way to fight. Just touch a little bit. Was sucked into it in an instant. And this is the ability Blackbeard dreams of. The ability to win at all costs of killing your companions. It is also the most dangerous ability in Devil Fruit's history. Dark Fruit. The moment of release. The capable person will have a strange and dark gravitation. Can swallow everything you want to swallow. Including the abilities of other Devil Fruiters. So, if Blackbeard can be modest and cautious, Magellan would never succeed so easily. As a person with the ability to poison fruit, Magellan's Devil Fruit ability is even strong. Blackbeard's Dark Fruit ability can still neutralize it. As long as Magellan casts the poisonous dragon at 0. Blackbeard can emit black smoke to swallow the poisonous dragon. Even if you can't defeat Magellan in the end, at least it can be a tie. It's good now. Death is imminent. On the contrary, I remembered the power I had. Unfortunately, it is too late. Hey ha ha ha. Watching the billowing black smoke rush towards Magellan and others. Blackbeard grinned immediately, laughing triumphantly. It's just that the exposed teeth are always missing so few. It looks like nothing but disgusting. Not good. Seeing that Blackbeard can also unleash the power of dark fruit. Advertisement. Magellan's complexion changed immediately. Hannibal, Tsurude, Sati-chan and Domino were blocked immediately. There was a grunt. Magellan did not hesitate to use the power of poisonous fruit. The purple venom instantly seeped out of the body. Wrap Magellan completely. Poison Dragon. Watching the billowing black smoke that hits quickly. Listening to the approaching rustle. Magellan's face was solemn to the extreme. An anxiety began to surge in my heart. But as the director of Impel Down, Magellan will not retreat since. Swish. Twice. 2 poisonous dragons ran away from behind Magellan. Fast to the billowing black smoke. But at the moment of exposure to black smoke, the 2 poisonous dragons only resisted for a while. It was swallowed up by the billowing black smoke. It seems that it never existed. The pupils in Magellan's eyes suddenly shrank into pinpoints. This scene was something he had never considered. Or, Magellan never thought of one day. Is his venom completely ineffective? Under Blackbeard's dark fruit, Magellan's poisonous fruit appeared vulnerable. Hannibal, Tsurude, Sati-chan, Domino saw this. She fell to the ground with a frightened puff. This moment, Magellan's undefeated myth collapsed in the hearts of the 4. Hey ha ha ha. Magellan and others looked incredulous at this moment. Blackbeard and the others are proud of their faces right now. Especially Blackbeard, if not for the influence of toxins. The whole person can jump 3 times in place with excitement. So, at this moment, Blackbeard did not notice. Quietly, a transparent light door has emerged out of thin air behind him. Chapter 183. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Put your hands together. Pull back vigorously. Gather the power of the whole body in the palm of your hand. Compressed into a powerful force. 6 types of Upanishad 6 King's Spear. Since Judicial Island, Maien's strongest move. I also want to thank Dark Fruit. After all, the 6-type Uprising 6 King's Spear is powerful. But for Logia Demon Fruit power, it is a bit tasteless. Because the body can be elementalized. The shock wave emitted by the 6-type uprising 6 king spears cannot cause any substantial damage to Logia demon fruit power. But Blackbeard is different. He is a dark fruit capable person. He has the strangest power in Logia devil fruit. But there are gains and losses. Dark fruit cannot element Blackbeard's body. So, the moment Maien walked out of the transparent light door, he is fully prepared. In fact, Maien had already come to blazing hell. I saw Magellan use the poisonous dragon to kill the Blackbeard gang in seconds. But Maien knew, Blackbeard won't catch it all. So from just now to now, Maien has been suppressing O9's own excitement. Force yourself to calm down. Until this moment comes. That is, the moment Maien appeared behind Blackbeard. Sadie Chan's eyes lit up in the distance. Magellan, Salutis, Domino, and Hannibal were even more ecstatic. Captain, be careful. Raffet, Duck, Bashes, and Van Oka also found Maien. But because toxins raged in their bodies, there was no way to attack Maien. Only remind Blackbeard out loud. Okay. Hear the voices of Lafitte and others. Looking into the distance, Magellan and others were full of joy. An anxiety suddenly rose in Blackbeard's heart. Advertisement. Hastily turned his head and looked behind him. Maien Nigel. The pupils in his eyes suddenly shrank into pinpoints. Looking at the immature face in front of him, Blackbeard didn't expect this moment. The person behind him turned out to be Maien Nig, who killed celestial dragons. But who is Blackbeard? Under this critical juncture, Blackbeard made a calm judgment right away. The big hand suddenly waved. A cloud of black smoke immediately appeared in his palm, accompanied by weird rustling and terrifying gravity. Blackbeard's catalog is about to split. Vow to drown Maien with billowing black smoke. But at this moment, just listen to a click sound. A transparent light door appeared again out of thin air. A small white hand stretched out quickly, holding a pair of black handcuffs. It was caught in Blackbeard's hand like lightning. There was a click. The black handcuffs were immediately locked. There was a puff sound. The moment the black handcuffs handcuffed Blackbeard, the black smoke suddenly disappeared into Blackbeard's hands. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. The dark acupuncture points that Magellan and others had learned also disappeared instantly. Blackbeard sat on the ground all the more. I feel weak and weak. Can't even lift one hand. See stone. Blackbeard looked at the black handcuffs in disbelief. Looking at Maien in front of him, he even saw a ghost. Just at this moment, Maien's mouth slowly conjured up a sneer. A faint voice rang in Blackbeard's ear. Embarrassed and imprudent, this is your weakness. Teach. Hiss. Suddenly took a breath. Layers of goose bumps appeared on every inch of Blackbeard's skin. A chill from the internal organs rushed to the sky. Blackbeard's face was terribly scared. Advertisement. After all, this sentence is too familiar. So much so that I heard this sentence. Maien in front of Blackbeard. Gradually overlap with a person. Although regardless of appearance or height, Maien is far from that person. But in Blackbeard's eyes, Maien looks like that person. Father. Blackbeard murmured. The fists that had been clenched suddenly loosened. This moment, Syndicate Blackbeard is completely defeated. He has no strength to resist. He didn't even have the thought to resist. The whole person is lying on the ground. Not like a lamb to be slaughtered. It is a lamb to be slaughtered. Although it is based on Blackbeard. He shouldn't give up at any time. But it's different now. Magellan's toxin still wreaked havoc in Blackbeard's body. Shiryu of the Longing Savior reign is still locked in the eternal hell. There is no bottle of so-called antidote. Now his hands are still in seastone handcuffs. It happens to be at this juncture. What Maien said is so familiar again. Not someone who knows Blackbeard very well. It is absolutely impossible to say this to him. And this person is not someone else. It is Blackbeard's father. Whitebeard Edward Newgate. Ever since, Blackbeard's mentality collapsed. Fear swallowed Blackbeard completely at this moment. Nothing to love. Dejected. Yes, Blackbeard is a hero. But Blackbeard is also an individual. Kill the heart. Deal with guys like Blackbeard. Maien must do it for this purpose. Advertisement. First completely annihilate his hope. Give him a heavy blow to his soul. From body to soul. Blackbeard could only feel fear. Only in this way. Blackbeard will die obediently. Obviously. Maien at this moment. The plan is foolproof. 6-type uprising 6 king spears. Push forward with both hands forcefully. An extremely powerful shock wave hit Blackbeard's body fiercely. A loud bang. An explosion sounded from Blackbeard's body. This moment, under Maien's 6-type uprising 6 king spears. The 206 bones in Blackbeard shattered instantly. The whole person is the same as without bones. Slumped to the ground softly. The pupils in the eyes have long been motionless. Huge mouth. A mouthful of teeth were blown out. The whole person is completely dead. The death is still miserable. But until this moment, Blackbeard's face was still full of fear. Eyeballs stared at Maien. It seems that they are venting their dissatisfaction with Maien after death. But there is nothing wrong with it. After all, Blackbeard has been sharpening his sword for 20 years. Finally got dark fruit. I wanted to realize my ambition. I never thought I would die in Impel Down 2 days ago. Died in Maien's hands. Good dreams become sky overnight. Instead, she made a good wedding dress for Maien. Call. Take a deep breath and exhale slowly. Maien slowly squatted down. Looking at Blackbeard's body in front of him. Tears couldn't help streaming from the corner of his eyes. Chapter 184. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Although it is the tears of the crocodile. But finally. Blackbeard finally died in front of Maien. Maien finally killed Blackbeard. Why is he crying? He can't cry without crying. Too tired. Life is really too tired. These days. Maien seems to be unsafe every day. But he is walking on thin ice all the time. But it's all right now. The hard days are finally over. A happy life will finally come. Slowly stretched out his hand. Maien stroked Blackbeard's face. It's like caressing your beloved one. His eyes were blurred. Look at the big face in front of you. What a handsome son. That plump lips. That thick body hair. It's so mesmerizing. Even Blackbeard's body. There is also a strong body fragrance. Hee hee. Hee hee hee. Ha 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 ha. There was a trembling in the shoulders. Maien leaned forward and closed with a smile while caressing Blackbeard's big face. Unknowingly, his mouth reached the base of his ears. If it weren't for the good looks, Maien at this moment is definitely more wretched than Spandam on Judicial Island. Under the arrogant laughter, Magellan, Sati-chan, Domino, Tsurude, and Hannibal in the distance were taken aback. I saw Maien kill Blackbeard. All 5 Magellan were very happy. Although there are many questions in my mind. For example, why does Maien appear here? What the hell is that transparent light door? And those little white hands? Why did you take out a pair of seastone handcuffs and put them on Blackbeard's hand? But this is not important. Advertisement. I'll talk about any questions later. The point is that Maien won. Think about it so far. Even if it is as cold as Magellan. I can't wait to rush forward to give Maien a hug. But now, looking at Maien in the distance. Magellan grabbed Sati-chan who wanted to rush forward. Hannibal, Tsurude and Domino also took a step back instinctively. Try to keep the distance from Maien as far as possible. Or, Maien Nigel at this moment made them a little scared. Even if it is a Sati-chan whose heart is all on Maien. I also feel that the head guard at this moment is a bit strange. Magellan and others who were far away felt so. The 4 of Raffet, Duck, Bashes, and Van Oka who were right next to Maien are not to mention. They were already poisoned by Magellan. Can only linger on the ground like a dead dog. Otherwise, the 4 of Lafitte could not have watched Blackbeard be killed by Maien. But now Blackbeard is dead. The Lafitte 4 had no time to grieve for Blackbeard. Looking at Maien in front of him. All 4 of them tried their best to crawl backwards. Go further. Go further. Be sure to stay away from Maien Niger. After all, this person is not terrible at one point. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. As predicted, it was at this moment when everyone was scared of Maien. Maien's arrogant laughter stopped abruptly. Looking at Blackbeard in front of him. Maien's eyes suddenly became very harsh. There was a sound of pop. The hand that had been caressing Blackbeard's big face suddenly pressed hard. Maien grabbed Blackbeard's entire head in his hands. Due to constant exertion, Blackbeard's eyes were almost squeezed out by Maien. The nose and ears also shed blood. The whole face is wrinkled together. It looks very disgusting. Damn bastard. Maien's eyes trembled. Suddenly one day by one day. There is nothing wrong with thinking about it. Advertisement. Although Blackbeard died in Maien's hands. The plan was also a big success. But just for the Blackbeard in hand. Maien couldn't even sleep well during this period. Eating is even more lacking in appetite. The mental pressure is very great. Think carefully. Maien gritted her teeth with hatred. But when the black Uzumaki in the palm spins quickly. Strange black light and terrifying suction emerged. The corner of Maien's mouth raised a smile again. The whole person looks like a neuropathy. The 5 Magellan people in the distance saw this. The scared face turned pale. Raffet, Duck, Bashes, and Van Oka are all crying and crying. Climb forward when you are crazy. But at this moment, they all saw an incredible scene. There was a bang. Accompanied by weird black light and terrifying suction. Blackbeard's fat body gradually became thinner. The original big belly gradually disappeared. Instead, the waist and abdomen are clearly visible. But the terrible thing happened next. It is not terrible for Blackbeard to lose weight. But the whole person is skinny and scary. It's not terrible to have a big belly and to have a waist and abdomen. But the thin bones in the waist and abdomen are clearly visible, which is terrible. See this. Whether it's Magellan 5 or Lafitte 4. It's all full of cold sweat. But even so, Blackbeard is still weakening. Until Maien was sucked into doing it alone. The body stopped shrinking. But people do. Blackbeard is no longer like an adult. It's a situation where you don't know who this person is at a glance. That is, the 5 Magellan and the 4 Lafitte knew that this man was Blackbeard. Otherwise, the appointment will be awkward at this moment. Backquote Gudong. Swallowing hard. The Magellan 5 and Lafitte 4 are without exception. All stood in place dumbfounded. One by one, he was so scared that he didn't dare to move. Advertisement. As for everyone's eyes, it was staring at Maien's right hand. Because of this moment, there was a fruit on Maien's right hand for no reason. It looks similar to sugar apples. The whole body is purple-red. It is covered with black Uzumaki patterns. Same as in Maien's palm. And this fruit is nothing else. It is Logia devil fruit dark fruit. It is used by Maien for its ability to absorb fruit. It was pulled out of Blackbeard's body abruptly. This is, looking at the dark fruit in Maien's hand. Lafitte's heart stopped beating at this moment. After all, this is really incredible. Dark fruit. Magellan in the distance saw this. There is a rough guess in mind. But the look in Maien's eyes became extremely gloomy at this moment. Ah, Maien doesn't care what Lafitte and Magellan think of self-Nuo's Zhao. The moment the dark fruit was pulled out of Blackbeard's body. The mouth opened to the extreme. Swallow half of dark fruit in one bite. Just chew it 2 or 3 times and swallow it in your belly. Then opened his mouth again. Ah woo, sounded. Swallow the remaining half of dark fruit in your mouth again. Under the belt meat, Maien ate the dark fruit completely. Even the fruit is directly eaten. Right now he was sticking out his tongue to lick the juice on his hand. Really don't stay at all. Although dark fruit is unpalatable. It tastes worse than absorbing fruit. If the absorption fruit is pineapple sprinkled with salt. Dark fruit is the sweet apple covered in mud. Maien wanted to vomit out the first bite he took. But feel the gradual changes in the body. Maien was stunned and swallowed dark fruit into her stomach. And at this moment Maien swallowed dark fruit's first bite. Immediately billowing black smoke came out of his body. Chapter 185. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Maien was about to die. Due to the limitation of absorbing fruits. Maien's body can carry a limited amount of power. After killing all the prisoners of starvation hell. The power that Maien had absorbed had already reached saturation. Later, after killing Hancock. Maien is in the mind of not wasting. Absorb Hancock forcibly, although the strength has improved a lot. But the body has also been overloaded. Now he has absorbed the power of Blackbeard. Maien looks like nothing on the surface. In fact, the body has already swelled to the point of collapse. Maien could clearly feel that the flesh and bones of his body were torn apart. The internal organs are about to explode. The heart beats very fast. Just like an electric small motor. It seems that it will explode with a bang in the next second. Feel such changes in the body. Maien only used the way of beasts. There is not a single drop left from the dark fruit. So, when Maien swallowed dark fruit, there will be bursts of black smoke from all over the body. In principle, Maien doesn't use dark fruit's abilities. There will be no black smoke from all over the body. But this moment, dark fruit seems to feel it. His new owner is about to explode. This took the initiative to emit black smoke. Use the gravitational force of strange darkness to swallow all the expanding force in Maien's body. Then it melted into Maien's body. Just at this moment. The black Uzumaki pattern in Maien's palm becomes deeper. Originally, the black Uzumaki pattern only exists in the palm. But now it has spread all over the palm of the hand. The feeling of fullness that the body could have felt disappeared instantly. Advertisement. It was replaced by a full sense of emptiness. At last, Maien became a dark fruit capable person. And the ability of dark fruit is perfectly integrated with the ability of absorbing fruits. From this moment on, Maien no longer has to worry that his body will not be able to bear it. Because that day will never come. He can absorb the strength of others as much as he can. Even if everyone in the world of One Piece is sucked up. Maien's body won't be overwhelmed. Come out. The moment the voice fell, only 2 sounds were heard. Maien's left hand instantly turned into thick black smoke. Winding. Dance. Black smoke is like life. He was happily showing himself in front of Maien's eyes. Puffing. Seeing Maien display the dark fruit ability. In the distance, Tsurude, Hanyable, Sati-chan, and Domino all collapsed to the ground. The eyes looking at Maien were full of disbelief. And Magellan's face was already gloomy to the extreme. It is at this moment. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Magellan just discovered one thing. Maybe from the beginning. He doesn't understand Maien. How so? Who are you? How did dark fruit appear in your hands? My god, you monster. Redhead, Duck, Bashes, and Van Oka yelled for a while. This scene of the moment. It is definitely the most incredible scene they have seen since they were born. So much so that he looked at Maien's eyes. Lafitte and others didn't seem to be looking at someone at all. God is good too, whatever the devil, but Maien Nig is definitely not a human being. Absolutely not. Advertisement. Go down and ask Blackbeard. There was a sneer at the corner of his mouth. Maien's left hand, which had turned into black smoke, immediately waved. Dark water. There was a bang. The black smoke spins quickly in a cross shape. The gravity of the strange darkness was released immediately. Raffit, Poison Q, Bashes, and Van Oka are already very toxic. There is no ability to resist at all. Seeing Maien display dark water. The faces of Lafitte's 4 were immediately pale. The look in his eyes is also desperate. After all, they are all under Blackbeard. The horror of dark fruit. The four of Lafitte have seen it countless times. It is precisely because of this. The four Lafayettes are determined to become Blackbeard's men. Realize his ambitions with Blackbeard. But the four of them didn't think of it. One day, they will die under the power of dark fruit. Do not, furiously waving his hands. But the body flew to Maien honestly. Under the dark water of Maien, Raffit, Poison Q, Bashes, and Van Oka have no ability to resist at all. I can only watch myself being swallowed by black smoke. But when the black smoke swallowed the four of Lafitte one after another, Maien's free right hand was unwilling to calm down. The black Uzumaki pattern on the palm rotates quickly. It's faster than before. There was even a storm around. But the strange black light and terrifying suction did not appear. Instead, it swallowed the black smoke of Lafitte's four. The sound of creaking kept coming from it. Someone seems to be eating something. At the same time, Maien's eyes flashed brightly. The sneer on the corner of his mouth grew brighter. The whole face is an expression of enjoyment. Advertisement. It seems that the person eating is not someone else. It's him, Maien Nigel. Oh, although it is far away from Maien. But because there is a dead silence all around, the needle drop can be heard. The five Magellan heard the creak. I also saw Maien's enjoyment expression on his face. Only momentarily, Domino vomited. A steady stream of mosaics fell to the ground. Hannibal and Sarude were nauseous at first. Seeing this, I couldn't help it. Accompanied by the vomiting sound of vomiting. Two more mosaics fell on the ground. Sadi-chan was not affected. Just looking at Maien in the distance. His face was already full of tears. Magellan sighed faintly. He raised his hand and patted Sadi-chan's shoulder solemnly. Director, Sadi-chan said while crying. How did the head guard become like this? You were wrong, Sadi-chan. Magellan shook his head. The tone was rather helpless. Maien Nigel is like this. We were all wrong. Speaking of which, Magellan took a step forward. Sadi-chan, Saru-des, Hannibal, and Domino are behind him. He stared at Maien in the distance and said, although I have received a lot of help from him during this time. But now we and him are already enemies. Everyone, from now on. Maien Nig is no longer the chief caretaker of Impel Down. He is just a prisoner. A prisoner who should be kept in Impel Down. Chapter 186. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. The director is so sad to say that. Maien slowly turned around. He had been immersed in surprise just now. It wasn't until Magellan that he spoke. Nico Robin is right. Dark fruit and absorbing fruit are a match made in heaven. The ability to absorb fruit is certainly a bug. But there are two things that make Maien very distressed. One is that the body of the absorbed person must be touched with the hand before the ability can be used. The second is when absorbing the power of others. The absorbed person must remain motionless. Otherwise, the absorption process will be easily interrupted. Combine these 2 points. Maien uses the ability to absorb fruit every time. People must be knocked unconscious or killed. This is the case for all CP9 members. The same is true for Hancock and Blackbeard. But after swallowing dark fruit, the 2 shortcomings of absorbing fruit have been perfectly eliminated. It's like absorbing the 4 of Raffit, Poison, Bashes, and Van Oka. Maien can use dark fruit's abilities at the same time. Release black smoke to swallow them, while using the ability to absorb fruits. Seize their power silently, swallow everything and absorb everything. Turn all power into your own use. This is now Maien Niger. It is not enough to describe it as very powerful. But there is no weakness. Perfect ability, perfect person. It is precisely because of this. Maien will suck Blackbeard into an adult in front of Magellan and others. Will open the air door without hesitation. As for swallowing dark fruit, whatever Magellan and others think, Maien no longer needs to hide. He has gained the most powerful force in the world. The world government will be overthrown in the future. Even if you want to hide it, you can't hide it. Sooner or later one day, Maien Nigel's name will resound in this world. It's louder than the name of the pirate king Gordy. Roger. Advertisement. By the time, Maien's strength will be known all over the world. Low-key, it's just the means of life that Maien needs before she grows up. It doesn't mean that Maien likes to be low-key. Maien in the previous life was a fat house. A low-key life is long enough. Right now, Maien wants to complete his dream step by step. No matter who is standing in front of him, must be removed. Including Magellan and others in the distance. Blackbeard is more than guilty, I just did what I was supposed to do. Maien shrugged and said, what's more, the director should understand. For Blackbeard to really fight you, you don't have to be his opponent. You are wrong, Maien. Magellan shook his head. The eyes looking at Maien were strange and indifferent. I didn't dismiss you because you killed Blackbeard. It's because of the sin you committed. Crime. Maien raised an eyebrow, with an innocent look. What's my sin? Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Kill celestial dragons. Or help you re-arrest Huo Fist Ace. Or to stop those guys crocodile. Yes, director. Sadi-chan nodded fiercely, pulling Magellan's sleeves to plead for Maien. The chief caretaker has given so much credit for Impel Down, how can he be deposed as soon as he is deposed? Sadi-chan is right. Director, think twice. Brother Maien is just confused for a while, you can't commit this. Salutis, Domino and Hannibal also took turns to persuade. But at this moment, a word from Magellan. But the atmosphere here is suddenly silent. You killed all the prisoners of starvation hell, right? My caretaker. Puffing. Magellan said this. Advertisement. Sadi-chan immediately weakened his legs. The whole person fell to the ground. Domino is stupid. Saru Desmond. Hannibal even dare not say anything. You, what did you say? Hey, Magellan, you can't talk nonsense. Brother Maien asked you to mess with you. Why do you always want to buckle this shit bowl on his head? Right, Brother Maien, you didn't do this. Speaking of which. Hannibal turned to look at Maien in the distance. But Maien's reaction made Hannibal's heart cold. Indifferent. Poker face. Hear what Magellan said. Maien just twitched the corners of her mouth. A default look. Quote. My, Brother Maien, speak up. Say it, you. You didn't do this. Say it quickly. Hannibal urged Maien anxiously. While urging, cold sweat broke out on Hannibal's forehead. Zero asked for flowers. But looking at Hannibal like this. Maien has nothing to say. Of course, Maien can continue to hide. With his Oscar actor acting skills. Just be willing to use your heart. Flicking Hannibal, the big silly hat, is easy. Plus Sadi-chan this nympho. Domino and Salutis are two doglegs. Maien was able to make the four of them stand on her side in an instant. Just as before, Magellan is helpless. But this moment. Looking at Hannibal who was about to cry. Maien didn't know why. Suddenly I didn't want to pretend. Advertisement. It may be that being a qualified head guard at Impel Down is really exhausting. Maien didn't want to be anymore. Just dismiss Magellan. As long as you are not so stubborn. Zero. Director, you should know that what I said just now was for you down the ladder. Maien carried her hands on her back. Slowly walked towards the five Magellan. But Maien's feet stepped forward every time. A puff of black smoke burst out of Maien's body in an instant. Accompanied by two sounds of rustle. Instantly swallowed the floor under his feet. Hiss. See this. Hannibal immediately took a breath. The faces of Salutis and Domino were also pale instantly. Even the pupils in Magellan's eyes were trembling. Only Sadi-chan sat in place. Big eyes as bright as stars stared at Maien. Tears shed silently. Just at this moment, accompanied by walking forward. Maien's distance with the Magellan Five gradually narrowed. The weird rustle became clearer. Surrounded by the ears of the five Magellan, they couldn't disperse for a long time. Several gudong sounds came. Hannibal, Salutis and Domino swallowed hard. Looking at Maien, who was getting forward. They backed away unconsciously. Only Magellan was still standing there. Sadi-chan never left. But under the drag of Hannibal, he had to go. Can see this. There was a faint smile on Maien's mouth. The look in Magellan's eyes also eased. The tone is even rarer and peaceful. After all, work together on Impel Down. I don't want to kill you. Let's go, Director. Take them out of here. From now on, I am in charge of Impel Down. B. Chapter 187. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Impel Down. The corners of Magellan's eyes trembled. Immediately reacted quickly. Silently smiled. Do you want to repeat the old trick? Suck all the prisoners on Impel Down like Blackbeard. Does this have anything to do with you? Maien said helplessly. The prisoners in Impel Down are all damned people. The director, even if he is sympathetic, should distinguish the reality. Who knows the reality clearly? Magellan looked at Maien coldly and said. Maien Nigel, do you know what you are doing? I have never been as sober as I am now. Maien said every word. Director, take a look at the prison behind you. No matter how big it is, it can only shut down some people. Your Impel Down can't change the world. Those guys who really deserve to be locked up have been getting away with it. I'm different from you. You are just guarding a prison that doesn't make much sense. But me, Maien Nigel, let this world need no prison. Ha ha, Magellan sneered. Only you. Just rely on me. Maien nodded without hesitation. Joke. Magellan shook his head decisively. Don't believe what Maien said. Who do you think you are? It's just taking Blackbeard's dark fruit. In this world, there are many people who are better than you. Magellan stared at Maien tightly. I know. Maien nodded without thinking. But when it came to this, the conversation suddenly changed. But the director should know. Among those who are better than me. Not including you. Then try it. Gritting his teeth bitterly. Advertisement. Looking at Maien not far away. Magellan's eyes were full of sorrow. There was a grunt. The purple venom came out instantly. Suddenly wrapped Magellan's large body. In a blink. Magellan became a poisonous man. But see this. Maien's face was indifferent. There was no change in his expression. The feet are still walking forward. Accompanied by thick black smoke and weird, rustling. The floor is still being swallowed. The whole process. Maien never paused, never hesitate for a second. Even the look in Magellan's eyes didn't change at all. Depressed. That's right. It's sad. After all, if you can. Maien didn't want to kill Magellan. But if Magellan doesn't know what is good or bad, Maien didn't need to endure either. There are many enemies in front of me. The road ahead is very long. Maien is not afraid. It is impossible to go back. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. The scourge can't stay. All the guys who dare, delusion, and stop Maien must be cleaned up. Let's go, director. Walked towards Magellan. Maien looked at Magellan and said, "This is the last warning. I will really kill you. After all, your poisonous fruit ability is also good." "Oh, want my fruit?" Magellan sneered. The anger in his heart was instantly ignited. "You can try it if you have the ability. Poison dragon." The moment the voice fell, Magellan immediately spread his arms. Leaned forward slightly. Only 2 swishes were heard. 2 poisonous dragons sprang from Magellan's back quickly. Advertisement. Attack Maien like lightning. In the process of attacking, the venom shed by the 2 poisonous dragons almost dissolved the floor. The sound of ZZ immediately became a big hit. The heat also floated out suddenly, although the attack has not arrived. But a poisonous mist has spread all over Maien. But even so, Maien's footsteps still didn't stop, facing the poisonous mist around him and Magellan's poisonous dragon. Maien is not only non-refundable. Instead, he went straight forward. Secret Point Road. Muttered a few words. Immediately bursts of black smoke rose from Maien's body. Rotate and twist together. The black smoke coming out of Maien was like the waves of the sea, roaring towards Magellan's poisonous dragon. Just at this moment, the sound of shusha and swish complemented each other. Magellan's poisonous dragon collided with Maien's dark cave. But less than a moment, black smoke will swallow the poisonous dragon. The sound of swish stopped immediately. The sound of shusha is very clear. Just like the waves of the sea can always drown many things, Magellan's 2 poor poisonous dragons didn't even make a splash. Was completely strangled by Maien Dark Fruit's ability. But this, it's just Dark Fruit's ability. Speaking of, since devouring Dark Fruit, Maien has a feeling. Absorb fruits and Dark Fruit. The abilities of the 2 devil fruits can be used on top of each other so as to produce a perfect chemical reaction. It's just that the time to swallow Dark Fruit is too short. Maien was too late to try. But this moment, Maien has a chance. "Oh, did you see the director? Feel the different changes in the body." Maien's mouth immediately made a sneer. The look in Magellan's eyes became colder. "Under my devil fruit ability, your poisonous fruit has nothing to do with it. Even if you release more venom." Advertisement. In the end, it can only be swallowed by me. Speaking of which, Maien's footsteps finally stopped. "This is a meaningless battle. Let's go, director." "Don't think about it." Magellan gritted his teeth bitterly. Bloodshot in the eyes, the fists were also suddenly clenched. The poisonous dragon was swallowed by Magellan's expectation. He cannot be surprised by this. But what Magellan didn't expect was, is Maien so skillful with dark fruit? Obviously, after swallowing devil fruit, it takes a while to become familiar and develop. But Maien is different. He doesn't need time. So the dark fruit's ability was developed the same as Blackbeard. People who don't know, it is estimated that Maien is the original owner of dark fruit. The moment it was pulled out of Blackbeard, dark fruit seamlessly connects with Maien. Damn it. Magellan had the idea. Just before Maien was familiar with dark fruit's ability, he took him down in one fell swoop. Now it is completely misguided. At this moment, a long sigh came from not far away. It was Maien. "Since the director doesn't give up, let you see it. My true ability." The moment the voice fell, Maien opened her arms immediately. Just at this moment, the pupils in Magellan's eyes suddenly shrank into pinpoints. Just because an incredible scene suddenly appeared in front of him. And Hanyable, Tsurude, Sati-chan, Domino behind Magellan saw this. Chi-Chi also looked incredulous. Under the public's attention, Maien with open arms gave a standard sneer to the Magellan 5. Especially for Magellan. If I remember correctly, it should have been done this way. Speaking of which, Maien's body leaned forward abruptly. Poison Dragon. Chapter 188. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Swish. Twice. Maien just finished speaking. 2 poisonous dragons suddenly appeared from the back. It's almost exactly the same as the poisonous dragon that Magellan just cast. The only difference, it was Maien's 2 poisonous dragons that turned black. It is highly toxic. It also has a strange and dark gravitation. This moment, the abilities of poisonous fruit and dark fruit are superimposed on each other. 2 extremely powerful dragons were formed. And this is Maien's ability. Absorbing fruits can only absorb the power of others. But after swallowing dark fruit, Maien can even absorb the attacks released by others. And fight to change the stars. Return to the other body by the way of the other. This is what is happening at this moment. Although Maien is not a poisonous fruit-capable person. Did not absorb Magellan either. But the two poisonous dragons of Magellan flew over. Destined to fly back again. The gap is clearly visible. How is this possible? Hannibal not far away saw this. The whole person is stupid. Tsurude and Domino were also pale. The tears in Sati-chan's eyes poured down. 09 is even more sad than before. And Magellan's hands trembled already. This moment. Maien's power is beyond Magellan's imagination. He thought it was under a desperate battle. At any rate, I can draw a tie with Maien. The moment when the poisonous dragon sprang from Maien's back. Magellan knew he had lost. No way. There is really no way. Even if Magellan has the aura of Wong Luffy's protagonist at the moment. He also couldn't beat the current Maien. Unfortunately. Take Magellan as a person. He will not take a step back. Even if Magellan knew he was not Maien's opponent. But Impel Down is his Magellan's home. It's everything about him Magellan. Advertisement. Impel Down is there. Impel Down ruined him and died. Poison Dragon. Without any hesitation, Magellan attacked again. The sensation in his eyes gradually faded. It was replaced by a touch of firmness. Swish. Twice. Two poisonous dragons sprang from Magellan's back again. The meaning is self-evident. Maien's eyes narrowed slightly. A cold light swiftly passed by. With a strong murderous intent. Let's go, director. Maien said these words almost gritted her teeth. No. Magellan's answer is succinct and clear. Quote. There is nothing more to say. Maien immediately waved his hand. The two poisonous dragons behind immediately rushed towards Magellan. See this. The corners of Magellan's eyes trembled. The two poisonous dragons on the back also rushed towards Maien. Swish swish swish, 4 beeps. One left and one right. One south and one north. The two are black all over. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Two of them are dark purple. With their own roars. And the wishes of their respective owners. The 4 poisonous dragons collided together immediately. Boom 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 boom, 4 loud noises. Maien and Magellan's poisonous dragons strangled immediately. Biting each other. Dissolve each other. The 4 dragons are smashed into a ball. The venom of the blockbuster is coming straight down. Accompanied by the sound of ZZ, and the billowing heat. Dissolve the floor. And in the air, poisonous mists also spread. Magellan has the ability to poison fruit. Immune to poisonous mist. But Maien was in the poisonous mist. The whole person is fine. The 4 of Hannibal, Tsurude, Sati-chan, and Domino cannot remain indifferent. Covering his nose and mouth frequently backing away. Advertisement. The gods fight, the mortals suffer. Maien and Magellan's battle. It is no longer the level where the 4 of Hannibal can participate or even watch. But even so, the 4 of Hannibal still kept their eyes locked in the air. There is a hint of hope in his eyes. Just at this moment. The battle of the 4 dragons has come to an end. There are no accidents. Nor did Maien and Magellan expected. The 2 black dragons have won. As for the 2 purple dragons of Magellan. Has long been swallowed up by the black dragon. After all, the black dragon is not only as poisonous as the purple dragon. And it also possesses the gravitational force of different darkness. Plus the bite process. Maien hides in the left hand of the sleeve. The black Uzumaki pattern on it has been spinning fast. Not bad. Maien's 2 black dragons. It is the result of the superposition of the 3 devil fruit abilities. Based on the poisonous fruit of Magellan. Comes with the dark gravity of dark fruit. Coupled with the ability to absorb fruits. Powerful, no need to go into details. There is no weakness at all. 2 black dragons are in the process of biting with 2 poisonous dragons. While using the gravitational force of the dark to consume their power. On the one hand, use the absorbed power to turn the consumed power into one's own use. Magellan's 2 poisonous dragons look dazzling. Actually, at the moment of release, it can only be the nourishment for 2 black dragons. This moment, swallow the 2 poisonous dragons that absorbed Magellan. Maien's 2 black dragons have not only grown in size. And the colors are all red. It looks terrifying and terrifying. Let me put it this way. Just rely on these 2 black dragons. Maien can poison 99% of the prisoners with Impel Down. Including Magellan. Except for the individual existence of Eternal Hell. And this is why Maien must fight Magellan. Blackbeard wants to go to Eternal Hell. Maien also wants to go to Eternal Hell. The only difference is. Blackbeard is going to recruit crew. And Maien is purely for herself. Advertisement. After all, count the time. The war on the top is about to begin. Although it is a bit late now. But somehow it could catch the last train. But before participating in the war on the top, Maien needs to absorb more strength. Impel Down prisoners are undoubtedly a good choice. It's a pity that Magellan has been wondering what is good or bad. That's it. Maien couldn't help it. Poison Dragon. Waving a big hand again. The 2 black dragons rushed to Magellan immediately. Poisonous River. Shoo. The venom on Magellan immediately enveloped him. Then it flashed aside quickly. Years of combat experience. Let Magellan know that he shouldn't go head to head with Maien at this moment. Although the toxicity of the two black dragons could not help Magellan. But the dark gravity, and that strange ability. But it made Magellan's heart palpitations. But at this moment, there was a heart-piercing roar behind Magellan. Director. Broken. Magellan's pupils shrank. The master of the roar is Hannibal. Because of this moment. Although Magellan used the poisonous river to escape Maien's two black dragons. But Hannibal, Tsurude, Sadi-chan, and Domino behind him are good targets. Just at this moment, a long sigh came from not far away. She shrugged helplessly. Maien looked at Magellan, who was looking torn apart. With a cold smile. Please, Director, don't you think I won't kill Hannibal and them. P.S. I went to my uncle's house for a drink at noon, and I have to go back to my hometown tomorrow. 29, 30th, and the first 3 days of the first day can only keep one shift. If you have time, you will have more shifts. But it will take off on the second day. Forgive me everyone. Happy New Year everyone in advance. Offer on the knees. Chapter 189. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. You bastard. Teeth clenched and rattled. Magellan's eyes were bloodshot. He underestimated Maien Nigel after all. It may be because of Maien's previous words. Let's go director after sentence after sentence. This changed Magellan's mentality. Or, Maien was the head guard of Impel Down these days. Make Magellan feel that Maien is pretty good. Although a bit cocky. But the lad can still do it. So, even if Maien killed Blackbeard. Captured Dark Fruit. Magellan's perception of Maien has not changed much. At best, Maien is not what he thought. Not bad. Maien is not a good person. He could kill all the prisoners of starvation hell without blinking his eyes. He could plan to capture Blackbeard's Dark Fruit from the beginning. As for taking over Impel Down, Maien's cruelty was clearly exposed. This moment, he wants to kill all the prisoners of Impel Down. Even, want to kill him Magellan. Magellan believes in this. The image of Maien in his mind also collapsed completely. But, at least, Maien is not bad enough. His cruelty is only relative. Maien Nig is only 17 or 18 years old. Still a little conscientious. It's Magellan's underestimation. He thought that Maien would not be a killer against Hannibal, Tsurude, Sadi-chan, Domino. After all, the Hannibal 4 didn't want to stop Maien. Their strength is also very weak. The most important is. Why? No need. But this moment, advertisement. When Hannibal's director sounded behind him. When Magellan turned his head and looked around. He only saw 2 black dragons drowning the 4 of Hannibal in an instant. Do not. Magellan quickly stretched out his hand. It seems that I want to save the 4 Hannibal. It also seems to want to signal Maien not to do this. Unfortunately, Magellan's hand reached out a little later. Because Maien has driven 2 black dragons to drown the 4 of Hannibal. Quote. For a time, there is a dead silence all around. The air seemed to stop flowing. Maien didn't speak. Magellan was speechless. Hannibal, Sadi-chan, Domino, and Tsurude can't talk. Everything just quieted down. The needle drop can be heard. Although it was at the moment when 2 black dragons drowned the 4 of Hannibal. There was an explosion in Magellan's mind. Boom. Accompanied by the explosion in my mind. The pupils in Magellan's eyes suddenly shrank into pinpoints. And slowly zoomed in with the passage of time. His face was extremely pale. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. There is no trace of blood. This moment, Magellan can't see anything. The whole person seems to have lost 5 senses. There was darkness before his eyes. The brain is blank. But the pain is already self-evident. There was twitching all over. The whole person was trembling slightly. The sound of patter appeared. I don't know when. Magellan was already in tears. Tears flowed down his face slowly, converging on the chin, dripping and falling. Oh, the extreme pain causes intense discomfort. Magellan vomited loudly. The yellowing acid water dripped from the mouth. Dye all the black coat on his body wet. Advertisement. But see this. There was a sneer at the corner of Maien's mouth. His eyes were also very disdainful. Please, director. Do you want to be so sad? You are the highest commander of Impel Down. Look at what you look like now. Maien shrugged. The tone is relaxed and casual. It seems that what I just did is not a big deal. Quote. He turned his head mechanically. Magellan looked at Maien blankly. Do you know what you did? Kill 4 people. Maien spread her hands. 4 people. Magellan looked at Maien incredulously. Until this moment, Magellan really recognized Maien Nigel. Ha ha, a miserable arc formed at the corner of his mouth. The whole person doesn't seem to know whether to laugh or cry. Magellan nodded fiercely. That's it. So it is. Ha 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 ha. Magellan laughed and cried. The big mouth grinned to the base of his ears. But the tears in his eyes were streaming down. Hannibal, Tsurude, Sadi-chan, Domino came to mind one after another. It just passed away in a flash. But when the appearance of Maien Nig emerged in Magellan's mind. But the whole thing will not move. Although this moment. Maien Nig was standing in front of Magellan. But in Magellan's view, the Maien in my mind is the real Maien. This one in front of me. It's a fake. It's the devil. It is the existence that needs to be cleared. Is at all costs. The guy who will drag him into hell even if he sacrifices his life. Advertisement. Backquote the giant soldier of poison, the trial of hell. The moment the voice fell. But I couldn't hear the familiar grunting sound. It was replaced by a novel sound. It seems that some liquid has been boiled by the high temperature. Gudong gudong, there was a ringing sound. Accompanied by such a sound. The purple venom enveloping Magellan's body immediately began to bubble up. The gudong gudong voice intensified. There are more and more bubbles. Just at this moment, the purple venom on Magellan began to gradually turn red. From top to bottom. From head to foot. Less than a moment, Magellan was full of bright red. It's like being wrapped in thick blood. Even the floor is shining and bleeding. To the promised to Magellan's whole person. It looks even more terrifying. There is no expression on a big face. His eyes were dead gray. Just like a robot. Just staring at Maien tightly. Is it finally here? Looking at Magellan wrapped in bright red venom. Maien is not only fearless. The whole body's blood boiled instead. After all, Maien is waiting for this moment. After all, I worked together in Impel Down for a while. Since it is destined to have a battle. Since I want to fight happily. If Magellan doesn't go all out, Maien wouldn't be happy even if he killed him. Kill you. Magellan's voice suddenly sounded. The expressionless big face also became extremely hideous at this moment. I will use this venom to dissolve you without leaving any bones. Ha ha. Maien smiled sharply. Gladly agreed. Can't ask for it. Chapter 190. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. There is nothing more to say. This moment. Murderous night. Whether it's Maien or Magellan. Looking at each other's eyes were full of killing intent. Yeah, Magellan roared. Suddenly opened his arms. Accompanied by the sound of gudong gudong. The bright red venom on Magellan's body soared instantly. Form a scarlet giant in the shape of a skull. Staring at Maien with hollow eyes. Seems to crush Maien into slag. Secret Point Road. Looking at the skeleton-shaped blood giant. Maien's face also became serious. After all, Magellan is not trying his best at this moment. But to fight for life. For the four of Hanyable, Tsurude, Sati-chan and Domino. Magellan has lost her mind. At this moment, Director Impel Down had only one thought in his mind. Kill Maien Nig. Let the poisonous giant and the trial of hell dissolve Maien Nig. Not even the scum of bones. Facing such Magellan. Although Maien's blood was boiling. But he didn't dare to be careless. Shusha. Made two noises. Both Maien's hands turned into black smoke. Black smoke billows. Gathering behind Maien. Less than a moment. The black smoke rose higher and higher. Gather more. Like the waves of the sea. The height is also equal to Magellan's poisonous giant. But this is not the end. Swish. Twice. Two huge black dragons appeared in the black smoke. It seems to be rolling and frolicking in the sea. Dark Cavern Road Black Poison Dragon. Advertisement. Maien sneered coldly, looking at Magellan in front of him. There was a hint of joking in his eyes. Director, you still have time to regret now. Is it? The corners of Magellan's eyes trembled. Looking at Maien's eyes are bloodshot. His complexion was extremely hideous. Then I really want to thank you very much. But Maien. Maien Nigel, how to do it? I'm really sorry. With me, you have no chance to regret it. Speaking of which. Magellan took a step forward abruptly. There was a loud noise of stepping. The moment the big foot fell on the ground. The floor cracked everywhere instantly. Countless cracks are everywhere. Magellan also took advantage of the situation and waved a big hand. The neck suddenly burst into blue veins. The pupils in the eyes trembled violently. The face of Maien at this moment was imprinted in his mind. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Magellan said hoarsely. Little AJBB, Sati, Domino, Tsurude, Hanyable. Maien Nigel, I want you to pay the price. Ha ha, Maien grinned. Hear Magellan's growl. Looking at Magellan's crazy face. Maien only felt the blood boil to the extreme. The heart is beating too. It seems to come out of my throat. Have to say, there is a deep hatred between the lines in this kind of words. It's so mesmerizing. Interesting. 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 Speaking of which, Maien's eyes had already flashed brightly. Advertisement. Looking at Magellan in front of him. Immediately waved his hand. Ha ha, Magellan. This is the director of Impel Down. Maien's tone was full of admiration. Looking at Magellan, his eyes were also full of appreciation. Poison Giant Soldier Hell's Judgment. Dark Cavern Road Black Poison Dragon. Both big hands waved. Only two sounds were heard. The scarlet giant in the shape of a skull immediately stretched out two giant hands and patted Maien. Because it is huge, there was a wave of wind and waves in the process of waving the giant hand. At the same time, Maien's two black poisonous dragons also swiftly attacked Magellan on the billowing black smoke. Accompanied by a series of rustling sounds. Everywhere I went was swallowed. With a terrifying dark gravity. Maien's dark cavern Dao black venomous dragon collided with Magellan's poisonous giant, Hell's Judgment. Only a loud noise was heard. The entire deep sea prison is trembling. From the first underground to the sixth underground. Cracked walls. The floor collapsed. That's it. Maien and Magellan almost joined forces to turn the entire Impel Down into ruins. But this moment, the ruins are no longer important. Even Magellan, the director of Impel Down. At this moment, I don't even think about what will happen to Impel Down. The entire blazing hell has been shaken by the battle. So, today's blazing hell is already divided into two. One left and one right. One south and one north. Maien and Magellan are on both sides. The entire blazing hell also turned back. Like two worlds. The left side is filled with black smoke. The right side is covered with dense red venom. This moment. If someone looks at it from above. Advertisement. You can see blazing hell's distinct red and black. And it's between red and black. Magellan's poisonous giants are also fighting fiercely with Maien's two black poisonous dragons. Two big hands pinch the black poisonous dragon's neck tightly. The skull-shaped scarlet giant desperately pressed the two black poisonous dragons to the ground. The two black poisonous dragons took the opportunity to open their mouths. While struggling to get rid of the big hand of the scarlet giant. While swallowing and biting the body of the scarlet giant. And during this period, only the sound of sizzling can be heard. The bodies of the two black poisonous dragons continued to emit bursts of heat. Being continuously dissolved by Magellan's poisonous giants. This is understandable. After all, the basis of the two black poisonous dragons is Magellan's poisonous dragon. When Maien uses dark fruit's power to devour two poisonous dragons, the venom that makes up the dragon is purple. In other words, in this battle now, Maien's two black dragons are more toxic. It is definitely inferior to Magellan's poisonous giant. But the battle did not lose suspense because of this. After all, it is more toxic. Although Maien's black poisonous dragon is no better than Magellan's poisonous giant. But the most powerful thing about the two black dragons is not the toxicity. It is dark fruit that gives them a strange and dark gravitation. And absorbing the fruit gives them the ability to absorb the power of others. When I saw the sizzling noise and heat coming out of the black poisonous dragon, there was already a stream of tears flowing from the corner of Magellan's eyes. Because of this moment, Magellan thought he had avenged the four of Hanyabal, Sati-chan, Sarudes and Domino. But Magellan didn't find out. From just now to now. The black Uzumaki patterns on Maien's hands have been spinning frantically. Never stopped. What was not found is that. A scarlet giant in the shape of a skull. The hole is much smaller than before. By contrast. The appearance of the two black poisonous dragons was changing. Although the body size has never grown. But the whole body is already beginning to become red. Chapter 191. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Okay. The tearful Magellan frowned suddenly. Looking at the giant poisonous soldier in front of him. His face gradually became pale. Take a deep breath and exhale slowly. Maien's eyes gradually became calm. It's time to end Maien and Magellan's battle, although it seems on the surface. It's just that the black dragon is fighting the scarlet giant in the shape of a skeleton. But it actually represents. It is Maien and Magellan. After all, both the black poisonous dragon and the poisonous giant are lifeless. There is no Maien and Magellan behind the wheel. How could two dead things fight so fiercely? So, Maien and Magellan can clearly feel this moment. With the two black poisonous dragons biting and devouring. The scarlet giant in the shape of a skull has gradually shrunk. The original strength of the two sides is equal. But now, Magellan's poisonous giant is obviously inferior. One goes down and the other goes up. Maien's two black poisonous dragons are becoming stronger and stronger. You lost the director. The moment the voice fell. Maien immediately put her hands together. Swish, twice. Under Maien's control, the two black poisonous dragons merged together instantly. Wings on the back, 9 claws in the belly. A majestic black dragon appeared in front of Magellan in an instant. At the giant poisonous soldier in front of him, the black dragon turned around. Used the long body to completely tie the poisonous giant to death. Just at this moment, thick black smoke emanated from the dragon. Accompanied by the sound of rustling. The scarlet giant in the shape of a skeleton no longer has the slightest ability to resist. It was quickly swallowed by the black dragon as a whole. Almost the same time, the black Uzumaki pattern in Maien's hands is rotated to the extreme. A cold light flashed quickly in his eyes. Maien waved his hand again. The boiling sound of gudong gudong came from the body of the black dragon. The whole body also began to bubble. Advertisement. See this. The pupils in Magellan's eyes had shrunk into pinpoints. After all, this scene is too familiar. As predicted. There was a bang. The black dragon is completely red. As a result of devouring Magellan's poisonous giants. This moment, venom begins to evolve. The black dragon turned into a red dragon as the best proof. But this is only the beginning. A very exciting battle. Although you are doomed to lose in the first moment. Magnellan, keep your eyes open and watch. The god of this world is right in front of you. Speaking of which, Maien's hands were lifted up vigorously. The expression is also a bit strenuous. But the black Uzumaki pattern on both hands is spinning wildly. A drop of sweat ran down from the forehead. But there was a smug smile on Maien's mouth. Poison giant soldier Hell's judgment. Gudong gudong, there was a ringing sound. Maien just finished speaking. The thick black smoke obscured the sky. A scarlet giant in the shape of a skull slowly emerged from the black smoke. It is Magellan's poisonous giant. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. But this moment, the poisonous giant has become Maien's big killer. Although I don't want to say that. May have Maien Nig who absorbs fruit and dark fruit. Indeed, what God can do. The two devil fruit abilities are superimposed on each other. The resulting chemical reaction is enough to reverse all living beings. What is robbing? What is the best use of everything? From this moment on, Maien really did it. Yours is mine. Mine is mine. Puffing. The moment when the poisonous giant appeared from the black smoke. Magellan's legs immediately softened. The whole person knelt directly on the ground. Looking at the giant poisonous soldier in a daze. The corner of Magellan's mouth immediately lifted up a miserable smile. No way. Advertisement. Maien Nigel is too strong. It's not that I can't beat it. It is impossible to fight. After all, from beginning to end, Maien has been using Magellan's abilities to fight Magellan. Dulong is like this. The same is true for the poisonous giants. Crush. This is a real crush. From the body to the spirit. From soul to heart. Maien kills and punishes the heart. It gave Magellan the perfect devastating blow. So much as this moment. For the first time Magellan hated devil fruit in this world. As a person with the ability to poison fruit, Magellan used devil fruit to gain extremely powerful strength. All the time. He is proud of it. Of course, naturally better if you don't have diarrhea frequently. But anyway, Magellan has always believed that devil fruit has more advantages than disadvantages. But it doesn't work anymore. Because Maien's devil fruit ability is beyond people's imagination. Magellan was skeptical now. Maien is not eating dark fruit. It is the fruit of the gods. Eating a complete individual directly becomes a god. Omnipotent. Just at this moment, Zero asked for flowers. The poisonous giant is finally completely reborn from the black smoke. Still a scarlet giant in the shape of a skull. It is not much different from the poisonous giant that Magellan displayed. It's just that the size is bigger. There was a swish sound. The red dragon flew over at this moment, surrounded by the giant poisonous soldiers. One soldier and one dragon. It's just like that. Dragon poison giant soldier. Director, what do you think of this name? Maien looked at her masterpiece with satisfaction. Asked Magellan not far away for advice. But Magellan would not answer Maien. The whole person knelt down on the ground in frustration. Looked at the earth in front of him. Advertisement. Feeling weak. Just kill me. What did you say? Maien raised an eyebrow. Kill me. ... Zero. Magellan looked up suddenly, gritting his teeth bitterly. Like you killed Hannibal and the others. Just kill me. Do you want to die? Maien asked knowingly. Hee. As the director of Impel Down, I can't protect Impel Down. As the first force of Impel Down, I can't protect Hannibal and them. Magellan smiled sadly. Will I still be alive? Makes sense. Maien nodded sympathetically. Immediately waved his hand. The so-called dragon poison giant immediately whizzed towards Magellan. See this. A tear dripped slowly from the corner of Magellan's eyes. There was a weak smile at the corner of his mouth. He closed his eyes in despair. Go to death quietly. But just when the dragon poison giant was about to drown Magellan, Maien's voice rang softly in Magellan's ear. Wait for the director. Before killing you, I want to ask you a question. Do you want to die for Impel Down? Or for Hannibal and the others? Does this question make sense? Magellan opened his eyes slowly. Looking at Maien puzzled. Of course. Maien shrugged and said. If you are for Impel Down, I will kill you. But if you are for Hannibal them. Speaking of which. Maien paused. There was a bang. Maien snapped his fingers. A transparent light door emerged immediately. There was a click. The moment the transparent light door opened, a familiar call came out immediately. Director. B. Chapter 192. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Director. When this familiar call sounded in my ears, Magellan couldn't help trembling all over. The pupils in the eyes shrank into pinpoints again. Looking at Sadi-chan, Tsurude, Hannibal, Domino in the air gate. Magellan's pale face gradually became ruddy. The dim eyes burst into light. With tears falling down, Magellan cried silently. Some things can only be understood as precious if they are lost. All Maien did was to make Magellan make better choices. The moment when the black vicious dragon swallowed the four of Hannibal. In Magellan's eyes, the four of Hannibal are dead. But that was just Magellan's self-righteousness. In fact, under Maien's subtle manipulation, the four of Hannibal were not swallowed by the black dragon. But before being swallowed by the black venom dragon. Just a moment of effort. The four of Hannibal were imprisoned by Maien in the 9 and 9 gates of air. From beginning to end, that is just an illusion. Its purpose. One is to make Magellan angry. Have a real battle with Maien. The second is to let Magellan recognize his heart. Responsibility and partners. Which one is the most important? This moment, the difficult choice was once again presented to Magellan by Maien. Of course, how would Magellan choose? Maien is also not sure. After all, Magellan is a very responsible man. Otherwise, it is impossible to become the director of Impel Down. It is even more unlikely that Sengoku will favor him. Possible. Maien even got things done right now. Magellan will still focus on Maien. Vow to live and die with Impel Down. But that is not important anymore. Maien did all this. Just ask for a clear conscience. Less than a last resort. Advertisement. Maien will not kill Magellan. It will not kill the four of Saru Des, Sadi-chan, Domino and Hannibal. But everything has a bottom line. The 5 Magellan can't keep wondering whether they are good or bad. From just now to now. Maien never hurt the killer. Waiting is a last resort. What is waiting is the bottom line. Director, this is really the last chance. Maien lifted his steps. Slowly walked in front of Magellan. He reached out and patted Magellan's shoulder. Maien pointed to Hannibal in the air gate. Take them away. Impel Down, you can't keep it anyway. There is no need to be buried with the prisoners here. Quote. Looking at Maien Nig in front of him. Magellan's eyes flickered. If it is the beginning. Magellan will shake his head without hesitation now. Decisively reject Maien's proposal, but at the moment. He saw Hannibal, Sadi-chan, Tsurude and Domino reappear in front of him. Do not know why. Magellan's heart twitched fiercely. The original firm belief also began to waver. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Can be for a time. Magellan couldn't make up his mind at all. Hannibal, Tsurude, and Domino in the air gate also all looked distressed. Don't know what to do. Just then, Sadi-chan's voice faintly sounded. Let's go, director. Let's go. Hear what Sadi-chan said. Magellan raised his eyebrows. Just wanted to say something. But I don't know what to say. He glanced at Maien beside him. He turned his head and glanced at Impel Down behind him. Magellan let out a long sigh. Then he nodded weakly and said. So be it. Advertisement. Smart choice. Maien smiled slightly. There was a bang. He snapped his fingers again. Nico Robin of the Airgate immediately let go of Sadi-chan, Domino, Tsurude, and Hannibal. Raise soldiers for 1,000 days, and use them for a while. When I decided to keep Nico Robin by my side, Maien was thinking about what Nico Robin could bring him. You can't just keep a vase for nothing in the world of the Air Gate. That way, Maien might as well destroy the flowers early in the morning. But if it can be a whole card, it's so different. After all, Nico Robin is also demon fruit power anyway. Her flower fruit, not to mention how powerful it is. Do a surprise attack, and assassination is definitely the first. Previously when fighting Blackbeard, it was Nico Robin who secretly helped Maien. She handcuffed her seastone handcuffs to Blackbeard's hands. So as to isolate Blackbeard's dark fruit ability. Make Maien's big plan foolproof. And just now, the four of Hannibal were shut in the world of the Air Gate. It was also Nico Robin who used the ability of flower fruit to restrain the four of Hannibal. This made the four of Hannibal dare not move. But it's all right now. Magellan's hard-hearted eyes finally opened up. Maien's hands don't have to be stained with blood. Hyanshin's small hands bound to her body suddenly dispersed. Hannibal, Salutis, Domino, and Sadi-chan immediately glared at Nico Robin who was aside. Then quickly jumped from the transparent light door. Come to Magellan's side. Director. Needless to say, let's go. Magellan waved his hand. Interrupt what the four of Hannibal wanted to say. Dejected. Magellan walked forward slowly like a cock that was defeated. A moment passed by Maien. Magellan said nothing. Nothing more. Just took a deep look at Maien. The footsteps will no longer stop. Hannibal followed Magellan closely. When passing by Maien, Hannibal opened his mouth. Advertisement. Seems to want to say something. But in the end, he still didn't dare to say. See this. Maien smiled slightly. He reached out and patted Hannibal on the shoulder. Count it as farewell. Tsurude, Domino and Maien don't have much intersection. In addition, Maien's current strength is so terrifying. He didn't dare to speak at all. Just like two mice. Head down and curl up. He quickly passed Maien. Maien didn't care about it. But when it's Sadi-chan's turn, Maien couldn't remain indifferent. Anyway, Sadi-chan can be regarded as helping Maien. Without her last sentence, let's go. Magellan could not decide how long he would hesitate. So at the moment Sadi-chan passed him by, Maien said softly. Thank you. Swish. Maien just finished speaking. Sadi-chan turned around abruptly. The little hand furiously waved. The long whip immediately swung to Maien's cheek. It was just a moment when the whip was about to hit Maien's cheek. It was easily caught by Maien's 2 fingers. Beautiful women are always like a snake, Sasori. But Sadi-chan, you are different. Release the fingers holding the whip. Maien stood up with his hands. Impelled down during this time. Thank you for your care. Since then the grace is cut off, the two are irrelevant. When you meet again, remember to replace the whip with a sword. Humph. Sati-chan turned her head proudly. I will. Finish this sentence. Sati-chan walked forward without looking back. Although the tears in the eyes have been gathering. But no matter. It just can't flow down. Chapter 193. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. I didn't expect that someone like you would have girls like you. Nico Robin jumped from the transparent light door. Holding arms. Sati-chan said to Maien as he watched the distance go away. I didn't expect it either. Maien shrugged. Looking at the beautiful back of Sati-chan, he said helplessly. What a good girl. Why do you fall in love with someone like me? Quote. You really know yourself. Robin raised her eyebrows. It was a little surprised to glance at Maien. After all, if you change to another man. I heard what she said just now. Either smug, or pretend to be humble. Maien Nig is an interesting guy. Actually happily admit it. One of the few advantages. Maien spread her hands. Turning his head to Nico Robin said. You go with them too. Okay. Robin frowned, looking at Maien in surprise. Aren't you afraid that I will tell your secrets? Do I still need to be afraid now? There was a confident smile on Maien's 09 face. Since they all killed Blackbeard in front of Magellan and others. Capture dark fruit. Maien's intentions have long been self-evident. A matter of the ability to absorb fruit. Maien now wants Robin to preach everywhere. Being strong is one thing. Letting others know that you are strong is another matter. Maien will overthrow the world government and start a new era of men in the future. How can people believe Maien if they don't know how powerful he is? Want to be famous in the era of the big pirates. After all, still have to be strong and unmatched. Strong can get everything. Fame, status, money, power. Advertisement. Of course, there are also women. But Maien wanted something different. So, Maien's strength must be strong to a peak. Must be deep in the hearts of everyone in this world. Only in this way, people will believe that Maien Niger can bring them a different life. Only then will I believe that this young man is different. Overthrow the world government. Kill all celestial dragons. Destroy the Holy Land Mary Geois. What kind of crazy talk is this crazy thing? How can it be done? But, if it's Maien Niger. Worth a try. Not bad. Because this boy looks only 17 or 18 years old. Extraordinarily powerful. Nico Robin who is so momentous. In the eyes of a woman. It doesn't matter what Maien Nigel is. But he must not be a good person. Be selfish. Pure appearance. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Insidious inside. At last there was cunning in the eyes of not too big and not too small. People are always calculated in my mind. The most important is. Maien Nigel is cruel, even to the point of destroying flowers by hand. These days in the world of the air gate, Nico Robin seemed to have a relaxed life. Actually, I can't sleep every night. Days of fear. It's not only comparable to Robin's wandering life when he was a child. And a little bit better. Because Nico Robin is a smart woman. So she knows. When Maien Nigel wanted to kill her. Will be merciless. Don't hesitate. Don't say your eyes won't blink at that time. Advertisement. Even if you are eating. Maien Niger can pierce her heart with her index finger. And this is Maien Nigel. A man who is ruthless and cruel to the extreme. So, in this period of air gate, Nico Robin was thinking about fleeing all the time. As long as there is a slight chance to escape, she will do her best without hesitation. Unfortunately, there is no such opportunity. Nico Robin can only bear to wait. But it's all right now. Maien finally showed mercy and let Robin leave. It's no use keeping Robin after all. Beautiful women always feel like a snake Sasori. Who has nothing to do with the snake Sasori playing? Maien's big plan has been successful. Dark fruit has been handed. If it wasn't for Nico Robin's handcuffing Blackbeard with seastone handcuffs. It can be regarded as a little bit of effort for Maien's big plan. At this moment, Maien stretched out his hand and chopped off Robin's slender neck. After all this time, Maien listened to the woman's cynicism. The ears are almost cocooned. How could it be possible to say not to hate? That is, Nico Robin just complained. If you dare to act. Had an end with Hancock a long time ago. But what Maien didn't expect was. Facing his great compassion, Robin did not quickly agree. Touching the white chin, Dai frowned slightly for a moment. He actually shook his head slowly. Just forget it. Okay. Maien looked at Nico Robin in shock. I couldn't believe what my ears heard. Just wanted to ask. The pupils in his eyes suddenly shrank into pinpoints. The footsteps couldn't help but step back. Advertisement. A face suddenly realized. You don't like me anymore, do you? Quote. Robin rolled his eyes silently. Again. Do you think I am a girl like Sati-chan? Robin looked at Maien coldly. No. Maien decisively denied, but his eyes still looked at Robin warily. In that case, why are you not willing to leave me? Quote. Where do you see that I don't want to leave you? Robin felt a headache and said, I just feel that being by your side is more helpful to realize my dream. Find the historical text. Maien frowned. Not bad. Robin nodded lightly. After a while, she frowned. How do you know that my dream is to find the text of history? You told me. Maien replied quickly. Did I say it? Robin's brows tightened. Of course. Maien nodded fiercely. Otherwise how could I know? Speaking of which. Don't give Robin a chance to think about it. Maien said again. But if you want to stay with me, it doesn't do me any good. Really not. Robin's nice eyes narrowed slightly. The red lips also evoked a faint smile. Just at this moment. There was a sudden sense of anxiety in Maien's heart. As predicted, almost the same time, Nico Robin's light voice sounded in Maien's ears. If I guessed correctly, Maien Nigel, do you want to overthrow the world government, right? Chapter 194. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Quote. Hear what Nico Robin said. Maien unexpectedly said nothing. Maybe used to it. It's not the first time after all. It was on Judicial Island. The same goes for Nico Robin. Seeing through Maien easily, I learned Maien's little secret in an instant. Oh, sure enough, Maien sighed. The big hand stretched forward without hesitation. Grasping Nico Robin's slender neck. His eyes, face, and heart were full of killing intent. Nico Robin, son of the devil, I still can't keep you. Feel the increasing strength on the neck. And the undisguised killing intent that came from Maien's words. Nico Robin was not surprised or afraid. On the contrary, there was still a charming smile at the corners of the mouth and said. Make a deal, Mr. Maien. I can help you fulfill your dream. Only you. Maien shrugged and said, although I don't want to say that. But you should be self-aware. Miss Robin, you are weak. And I don't need a weak person. Ha ha. Robin smiled unabated. The beautiful eyes blinked and blinked. The gaze from it seemed to be able to see through Maien. If you want to overthrow the world government, you can't rely solely on brute force. Robin smiled and said, even if you kill all celestial dragons, a new world will not come. I know this. Maien nodded decisively, although he was an otaku in his previous life. But he is also a person who has received 9-year compulsory education. From the perspective of thinking, Maien is more advanced than everyone in One Piece. After all, in his original world. Advertisement. But there is no race like celestial dragons. All races must coexist peacefully. Everyone is equal. There is no opposition. There is no war. In this way. It is the basic key to a harmonious society. This is the cornerstone of Maien's dream. After the overthrow of the world government. How to create a new world. No one knows better than Maien. Not even Nico Robin in front of him. But I heard Nico Robin's words. Maien's big hand is still slightly loosened. Anyway, live in a world like One Piece. It is not easy for Nico Robin to have such insights. So, Maien was a little curious. Don't bend around anymore. Directly, what can you help me? Maien looked straight at Nico Robin. 100 years of disappearance. Robin said while clutching his neck. Sad face. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Why did the world government destroy O'Hara? It's not just to know where the ancient weapon Pluto is. More importantly, the world government does not want to allow people like me who can interpret historical texts to continue to exist in this world. What do they want to cover up? What do you want to bury? No one knows. But there is no doubt that the 100 years of disappearance must be extremely detrimental to them. Once the so-called truth is announced, maybe for a moment, people all over the world will be their enemies. Maien Nigel. Speaking of which, Nico Robin took a sudden step forward. Tugging Maien's collar with both hands. The big eyes stared at Maien tightly and said. Isn't this a help to you? As long as I get the real historical text, I can definitely figure out what happened in the 100 years of disappearance. Advertisement. And wait until the moment when everyone becomes an enemy of the world government. It is reasonable for the world government to be overthrown. At that time, you will also become the true king of that new world. Isn't this what you want? While talking, Robin shook Maien's body with his hands. Excited expression. The fierce words. Hot eyes. Unprecedented. It seems this moment, the person in front of Maien is no longer Nico Robin. After all, whether it is the original or the present. Nico Robin always gives the impression that he is not in a hurry, like a spring breeze. Like the big sister next door. Gentle and lovely. Even when it is dying. Robin also still maintains a good quality and elegant posture. But this moment, Nico Robin has changed. The spit stars were sprayed on Maien's face. The whole person was also dizzy by Robin. So much so that Maien had an illusion in her heart at this moment. If he doesn't agree to Nico Robin's proposal this second. Less than a second, Nico Robin will kill him. Think about it so far. Looking at the pretty face with amazing facial features in front of him. Maien's mouth couldn't help but a hook. This is really unexpected. Beautiful women always feel like a snake Sasori. But sometimes it's as fierce as a tiger and wolf. Backquote is interesting. His eyes flashed. Maien stretched out her hand again. Pinch Robin's pretty face. Well, I felt my face squeezed into a bun. The mouth is directly blocked by the big hand. Robin immediately stopped shaking Maien's hands. I can't speak a word. But the bright, star-like eyes stared at Maien. Advertisement. There is a hint of expectation in it. Of course, there is more to worry about. After all, Robin is desperate. If Maien can't listen to her, not taking her proposal, then take Maien's heart cruelly. Seeing that Maien wants to overthrow the little secret of world government, Robin must die. But Robin couldn't help it. With the current situation. Want to get the real historical text. Robin can only ask for Maien. Although the Straw Hat King Luffy is Robin's partner. But for Robin's dream, it really doesn't help much. Weak and strong. Always know at a glance. Nobles plus Robin is not an impulsive woman. She is extremely sane. So at this moment, Robin chose Maien Nig without hesitation. For her dream. For O'Hara. For the real history. Even at this moment Wong Luffy appeared in front of Robin. He stretched out his hand to ask Robin to go with him. Robin would only shake his head firmly. It is precisely because of this. At this moment, Maien's impression of Robin has changed. Although beautiful women are always hard like Sasori. But as long as you can be loyal to yourself, Maien is okay. There was a bang. Maien snapped his fingers. A transparent light door emerged. See this. Robin's eyes lit up immediately. After all, Maien's meaning is self-evident. Welcome home, Nico Robin. He stretched out his hand and made a gesture of please. Maien smiled slightly. Chapter 195. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Impel down. 6 underground floors, eternal hell. It's still pitch black. The difference is a bit quieter than usual. The past eternal hell, swearing and ridicule are always in the ears. And this is understandable. After all, the people locked in eternal hell are all famous criminals. They are cruel. They are fierce. They ignore life as a result. Because of this, he is extremely proud. Why should I be locked up here? Is my great life destined to die here? Ah, this damn impel down. This place where birds don't shit. Let me out. Immediately now. This is the daily voice of the prisoners of eternal hell. The bigger the man, the more unwilling to be lonely and bored. They used to enjoy their sensuality outside. At this moment, I became more angry at impel down. After all, there is nothing here. Delicious food. Treasure money. Bloody battle. And an essential bottle of rum. Of course, there are also banquets. Light a bonfire. Return one spring. Wanton indulgence. Joyful laughter. In the world of One Piece. On morality. Naturally, Marine is much bigger than a pirate. But on hippie, the happiness of a pirate Marine is never imagined. Unfortunately, all good dreams become empty. Since the moment of being imprisoned in Impel Down. The prisoners of eternal hell lost their light. Forever with darkness. Sleep with loneliness. People who are simply tortured by such days are going crazy. Long down. The prisoners of eternal hell are eager to escape. Why can the Blackbeard team easily recruit crew members here? Not because of the power of Blackbeard. Advertisement. But the people here are really unwilling to be ordinary. What about being a dog? Anyhow, there is a bone to chew. The prisoners of eternal hell had no choice. As long as you can get out. They can give everything. Of course, there are always so few mouse shit in a pot of soup. Although eternal hell has to say it the other way around. There are always so few gold in a pile of mouse shit. Long blonde hair. Wearing earmuffs. Wearing military uniform. The physique is tall and strong. Douglas Bullet. Subordinates of the former pirate King Gordy. Roger. Crew of the Roger Pirates. Heir of the Devil, also known as the Heir of Ghosts. Very powerful, even long ago. It can be matched with Pluto Rayleigh. A dress of the Impel Down Guard. With a cigar in his mouth. Wear a aviator cap, always an expression. Shiryu of Rain. The former head of Impel Down. Only with superb swordsmanship can be equal to Magellan. Stable admiral strength. And these two people. These are two rare pieces of gold from Eternal Hell. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Even in the Eternal Hell, Bullet and Shiryu of Rain were not as angry as the other prisoners. All day from morning to night. Except for cursing naval headquarters. Just cursing everyone in Impel Down. Knowing that no matter how you curse, it won't work. Still constantly cursing. Maybe to vent the anger in my heart. Although the anger in the heart will not be reduced by a single minute after the curse. But the prisoners' mouths still kept on. This is the difference between rat shit and gold. It is also the reason why they are destined to be swallowed. There was a click. The silent eternal hell suddenly became lively. In the darkness, a transparent light door slowly emerged. Makes the dark eternal hell shine a little bit more. Just at this moment, Maien Nig slowly walked out of the air gate. There was a smug sneer on his face. Advertisement. The moment it fell on the ground, Maien opened her arms immediately. In a posture that seems to embrace the world. All the prisoners looking at eternal hell said. Cheers, scumbags. Your savior has arrived. Savior. Dross. Hee hee. Who do you think you are? It's young but very rampant. Boy, I killed you. Quote. Maien just finished speaking. Countless curses came from eternal hell. For a time, the entire eternal hell was filled with curses. The ears are humming. Maien is no exception. While covering his ears, one side flicked his fingers. Flying finger AJBB, gun drawing. There was a swish sound. An air bomb shot at the nearby prison like lightning. Puff. Maien's flying finger pistol penetrated a prisoner's heart effortlessly. Puffing. The prisoner had no time to make any noise. He fell straight to the ground. Quote. There was a dead silence all around. The so-called curse disappeared in no time. All the prisoners of Impel Down saw this. All froze in place, including Bullet and Shiryu of Rain. After all, Eternal Hell's prisoners are very strong. Even the one Maien killed just now. Put it outside. The bounty is less than 300 million Baileys. But this is such a prisoner. But Maien was easily killed. It's like killing a trash fish. But it should be. After all, Maien's current strength is no longer what it used to be. Absorb all the prisoners of starvation hell one after another. The Pirate Empress Boa Hancock. Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach. Raffet, Poison Q, Shishas Bashes, Van Oka 4. And all the prisoners of blazing hell. Freezing hell after all the prisoners. Maien Niger today. The Dow Power Index has reached 300,000. With such strength. Advertisement. The flying finger pistol is very different from the past. An air bomb that doesn't look very powerful. It was enough to make a prisoner of eternal hell die on the spot. After all, if you don't have this strength, how could Maien come to eternal hell? Still is the savior. Although this moment, what Maien did was really not in line with the identity of the savior. Flying finger pistol. The moment the voice fell. A deadly eternal hell, a series of swishes, sounded immediately. Accompanied by countless air bullets shooting away. I could only hear countless puffs. Large tracts of prisoners fell to the ground one after another. The sounds of puff through, and puff through, converge. It's like a beautiful symphony. And in this beautiful symphony, Maien closed her eyes slowly. He is enjoying. He is listening. He is savoring the beauty brought to him by being powerful. What does it feel like to become a strong man? Keep it in mind. It will be imprinted in the mind for a long time. After all, this is not enough. Maien also needs to get stronger. So he needs to understand. Being strong is an addictive feeling. And Maien is also becoming addicted to it. Just at this moment. Impel down prisoners, including Douglas Bullet and Shiryu of Rain. Whether it's fallen or still standing. All were shocked by this scene in front of me. Because the boy who appeared to be only 17 or 18 years old suddenly appeared in front of them. Feeling heartfelt pleasure for killing. And at this moment, the sound of swish finally stopped. Maien's flying finger pistol is finally over. The damn air bomb finally stopped shooting. Maien also slowly opened his eyes. For prisoners who fell to the ground, Maien didn't even look at it. I directly chose to ignore it. Two small eyes. Directly locked to the prisoners who were still standing on the ground. The big mouth grinned suddenly. Tilted his head. Maien looked at the prisoners with a smile and said. Qualified. Chapter 196. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Trash fish is not needed. Maien came to eternal hell. It can be regarded as the savior. It can also be regarded as a judge. Survival of the fittest. Survival of the fittest. Only more powerful talents can join Maien's command. The previous recruitment of Seaman Jinbei and Crocodile was also for this reason. The guy who couldn't catch even an air bomb. What's the use even if it is recruited? The critical moment can only hold back. From this perspective, Maien has the same mentality as Redhead Shanks and Blackbeard Teach. They are all pure elite roots. It is still dark eternal hell. Only after Maien's rampant killing, there was already a strong smell of blood in the air. This makes the already unpleasant eternal hell. It becomes even more disgusting. Fortunately, the people here are not ordinary people. Whatever a monster. Good for the devil. Anyway, the mentality is abnormal level. The kind that can lie down and sleep among the dead. Not to mention the flying finger pistol in Maien unplugged. People who are not so perverted have died. The rest are pure elites. So, looking at Maien Nig outside the cell, although a little shocked. But those who are afraid of something are still out of their turn. Call. Take a deep breath and exhale slowly. In the darkness. A little spark lights up quickly. Accompanied by a burst of smoke. Shiryu of Rain with a cigar slowly said. I thought you killed celestial dragons out of that disgusting justice. Now it seems. You are like me. Everyone likes to kill. Maien Nig. Smell a strong smell of tobacco. Advertisement. Maien turned her head to look at Shiryu of Rain. Also the chief caretaker of Impel Down. Maien has exactly the same clothes as Yuji Shiryu. And this is why Shiryu of Rain guessed Maien's identity. At the same time, Impel Down the other prisoners who were not dead saw this. Suddenly also, they were still wondering. After all, Maien looks only 17 or 18 years old. Such a teenager. How can it be so powerful? Who is this guy? Now I heard what Shiryu of Rain said. The prisoners of Eternal Hell nodded immediately. No wonder. It turned out to be Maien Nig, the new head of Impel Down. The man who can defeat the captain of the Whitebeard Pirate Group 2nd Division Fire Fist Ace. Sure enough, it deserves its reputation. Think about it so far. Looking at Maien in front of him, the eyes of the prisoners of Eternal Hell all changed. No more ridicule, some are just strong vigilance and fear. Even Douglas Bullet. This moment is no exception. Looking at Maien Nig in front of him. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Unconsciously, Huo Fist Ace's previous sentence gradually appeared in Bullet's mind. Maien is strong. To this, Bullet didn't care about it. After all, Fire Fist Ace was defeated by Maien. Of course he doesn't want to admit that Maien is weak. Otherwise, doesn't it mean that he is weaker in disguise? No way. The weak always like to find reasons for themselves. Even the faceless things have to hold on. As the heir of the devil. Bullet has seen a lot of people like this. I don't care about it. But now it seems, Huoquan Ace may really be a good honest boy. Maien is strong. Advertisement. It's really strong. Haha. Maybe this is the fate of the former head guard of Impel Down. Maien spread her hands. He sneered and said to Yuji Shiryu. Start with strength. Finally killed. Only. Speaking of which, Maien's words changed abruptly. Put your hands in your pockets. He shook his head for a while and said. Chief Warden Shiryu, you can't just say that we are the same. There is still a little difference between you and me. Oh, what is it? Yuji Shiryu raised his eyebrows. Pretending to be curious. You are weak. Maien was straightforward. Quote. Hiss. Maien just finished speaking. The huge eternal hell is dead still. Immediately after that, countless air conditioning sounds rang out one after another. After all, Maien's words really don't save any face. Not to mention Yuji Shiryu is also Maien's elder guard. Just say these words of Maien. You are weak. Is Rain Shiryu weak? No matter what Maien Nigel thinks. None of the prisoners of Eternal Hell ever felt that way anyway. Zero ask for flowers. Although I hate the fact that Shiryu of Rain is the former head of Impel Down. Since this guy was imprisoned in Eternal Hell, the prisoners of Eternal Hell have been ridiculing Shiryu of Rain. Use this to vent your dissatisfaction. But no one dared to say that Shiryu of Rain is weak. Because that is not true. In the world of One Piece. Although the strong always make many enemies. But it also proved the strength of the strong. 4 emperors such as Whitebeard, Red Hair, Ant, Kaido. Another example is Marine admirals such as Aokiji, Kizaru, Akainu. Many people don't like them. Advertisement. But no one will say that they are weak. You can say anything bad. Cruel, tyrannical, greedy, even ugly. 0. Can't say it is very weak. Because this is a taboo vocabulary. The moment it was said, it's like raising your hand to slap someone. The so-called state of affairs will become irreversible in an instant. This is what is happening at this moment. Hehe. Am I weak? Hear Maien's words. Yuji Shiryu was also really dumbfounded for a while. But after regaining consciousness, there was a cruel sneer at the corner of his mouth. His eyes were instantly filled with killing intent. As an excellent swordsman, always keep a cool head. Even if it is usually a bit manic. You must be extremely sensible during the battle. At this point, Yuji Shiryu has always done very well. The expression is always the same. There is always a burning cigar in his mouth. Slowly smoking, even before and after the murder. There has never been a change. But this moment. Groundbreaking. Rain Shiryu stretched out his hand. Take off the cigar from his mouth. There was a sound of Z. Shiryu of Rain puts out the cigar. Slowly put it in your pocket. Immediately raised his head, looking at Maien coldly and saying. Chairman Maien, you seem to have misunderstood one thing. Listen thoroughly. Maien smiled. The reason why I am locked here is voluntary. Shiryu of Rain sneered coldly. If you think I am not the opponent of Magellan, then you are very wrong. B. Chapter 197. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Maien frowned. Take a deep look at Yuji Shiryu. This sentence is a bit unexpected. Maien thought that Shiryu of Rain could not beat Magellan. After all, Magellan is known as the strongest man in Impel Down. Coupled with Magellan's cool record, Rain Shiryu is the same as Magellan's Impel Down 2 powers. But in comparison, it always feels a bit inferior. But I really want to talk about it. Whether it is the original or the present. Maien did not hear the news that Shiryu of Rain could not beat Magellan. Everything is just Maien's own conjecture. Now it seems. What an unexpected surprise. Magellan was already strong enough. If Shiryu of Rain is really stronger than Magellan. Damn. From now on, Maien's commander is about to add a fierce general. Think twice about this. A triumphant smile appeared at the corner of Maien's mouth. Shiryu's eyes grew hotter as he watched Yuji. See this. Shiryu of Rain is stunned. He originally thought it was just right. Maien will be jealous. Rain Shiryu is not a fool. Now that Maien Nigel has come to Eternal Hell, he used the flying finger pistol to kill him again. It's not just proof that Maien Niger is strong. Also proved one thing in disguise. The Magellan guy definitely had an accident. Not killed by Maien. It was beaten away by Maien. Anyway, Magellan can't be Maien's opponent. Otherwise, take Magellan as a person. This will definitely stop Maien's indiscriminate killing. Just like Shiryu who stopped him from reigning. Advertisement. So smart people are smart people. Needless to say some things. Just look at it. The bends in the mind and belly go around. Putting on someone else is a mess. But in the wise man's body. That's obvious. Why does Maien take the pure elite route? This is the purpose. Talk to smart people. Take smart people to do things. Just a look. Both can understand each other. Half the effort. Maien is the man who wants to overthrow the world government. There is no room for half an idiot under his hands. The so-called pig teammate is here. A good hand can always be a mess. Just like those prisoners killed by Shijai Maien with finger pistol. One counts one. Definitely a person with no brains. Joke. Have no ability. How could Maien come to eternal hell? Will Magellan, the director of Impel Down, leave it alone? These questions only need a thought. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. You can figure it out. The boy in front of him who seemed to be only 17 or 18 years old. It must not be easy. But the prisoners who were killed by Maien. But sneered at Maien. There are also many threats in the words. They never thought about it. They are still in prison. He also wore heavy shackles on his hands and feet. The so-called strength can't be exerted at all. In this case. Dare to threaten Maien. Isn't this looking for death, and what is it? Isn't this an idiot? Such a person. What's the use of keeping it? It's better to kill a clean one. Advertisement. Maien first came to eternal hell. Targeted. It's a smart person like Yuji Shiryu. It's just someone like Shiryu of Rain. No matter how smart, there is a certain arrogance. It is impossible to use Maien for nothing. Flying finger pistol. Shiryu of Rain is still in a daze. Only a swish sound was heard. An air bullet steadily hit the big lock of the cell. There was a bang. The big lock was instantly broken by Maien's flying finger pistol. It hit the ground with a heavy boom sound. Then just listen to the click sound. The door of Shiryu's cell is closed. It was opened by Maien in this way. Quote. Eternal hell fell into a dead silence again. The prisoner who was not killed by Maien saw this. All eyes are wide open. Looked blankly at Maien Niger. Even Yuji Shiryu couldn't react a little. Douglas Bullet wraps his arms around his chest. See here. The big mouth immediately grinned, while showing a row of white teeth. The eyes flashed brightly. Interesting. Eyeballs rolled around Maien and Yuji Shiryu. Bullet only felt that the blood all over his body was boiling. Anyone who has seen One Piece knows it. Douglas Bullet is a war addict zero. Comparable to Zaraki Kenpachi in Shinigami. The so-called war madman. It's not just that I am keen on my own battle. Also keen on other people's battles. In a word, whether it is the participants or the people who eat melons. War fanatics can always get the fun they want from it. This is what is happening at this moment. After all, there is bound to be a big battle between Maien Nig and Shiryu of Rain. As the first two head guards of Impel Down, Maien Nig said to the face of Yuji Shiryu that you are weak under everyone's eyes. Advertisement. Shiryu of Rain is not a good crop in the first place. Especially like killing. For those who have no reason, they are cut into two pieces. What's more, Maien Nigel who has provoked him. What everyone didn't expect was. Maien Nigel looks young. I am also very impulsive to do things. Not bad. It is impossible for Shiryu of Rain to spare Maien. Can be in the cell. Yuji Shiryu can't even dismember Maien with a sword. Not to mention Yuji Shiryu has no swords. Can't get out even if there is a sword. Impel Down the 6th floor Eternal Hell cell. It is specially built for the strong like Shiryu of Rain. If you can open it casually. Golden Lion didn't cut off his feet either. But the people inside couldn't open the cell. The people on the outside said nothing about it. No way. The person who designed the cell did not even think about this problem. They are all murderous criminals. Who is free to open the cell for them? In the original work, Blackbeard Teach and Luffy, the king of straw hats, set a precedent. Nowadays, Maien Nigel did it, but Maien is essentially different from Blackbeard and Straw Hat. The two opened the cell, either looking for an ally to escape, either looking for a partner in the future. But Maien opened the cell. That's going to do it. Looking at Shiryu of Rain, who slowly walked out of the cell. There was still a smile on Maien's mouth. After all, Maien can't slap herself in the face. The words have been released. What about Shiryu, Rain? Say you are weak. You are weak. Do not accept it. What to look at. Chapter 198. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. People are always cheap. You won't have a long memory if you don't fight. Just like a dog. Is it okay to just feed it and wear it? Don't kick twice. Urinate and defecate anywhere today. Dare to bite tomorrow. Especially people like Shiryu of Rain. Never succumb to the weak. Nothing. That's it. Maien asked for directions today. Shiryu of the Rain. Let this other prisoners of eternal hell and Douglas Bullet take a look. Does he Maien Nigel have the qualifications to be their savior? There was a bang. Maien reached out and snapped her fingers. Accompanied by a click sound. A transparent light door slowly emerged. The moment the door opened, Maien stepped in immediately. Okay, see this. Rain Shiryu was once again in a daze. The other prisoners of Impel Down were once again stunned. Douglas Bullet, a war madman, let alone. His face was as if he had eaten a dead fly. What does Maien Nigel mean? Shiryu of Rain is released. He hid in this strange door. Escaped. Scared. Oh 90. This is really interesting. Yuji Shiryu's mouth has a sneer. But looking at the transparent light door in front of me. The whole person is still vigilant. After all, who knows what horrible idea Maien Nigel had in his heart. As predicted, at this time, just listen to a swish sound. A red shadow burst out of the transparent light door suddenly. Shot at Shiryu of Rain like lightning. Advertisement. And when I saw this red shadow, the pupils in Shiryu's eyes shrank into pinpoints in an instant. But the sneer at the corners of his mouth became somewhat relieved. The big hand stretched out suddenly. Shiryu of Rain caught Hong Ying in his hands. A sense of intimacy suddenly rose in my heart. Just then, Maien walked out of the transparent light door. Shrugged. Looking at Yuji Shiryu with a smile. Found it in Magellan's office. I think it should be yours. Famous sword thunderstorm. Right. Ha ha. The sneer sounded again. The red shadow in Shiryu's hands is nothing else. It is his saber. One of 21 workers with a big sharp sword. Famous sword thunderstorm. Swipe and pull. There was a sound. Rain Shiryu drew his sword out of its sheath. The red blade has a bloody light. An instant red light shined by the dark eternal hell. Just at this moment. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Rain Shiryu burst out with an extremely powerful murderous aura from all over his body. Even the strong blood of eternal hell. Therefore, they have become more and more full-bodied. A bloodthirsty light gleamed in his eyes. Maien's reflection appeared in his pupils. Shiryu of Rain holds a thunderstorm in his hand. He smiled cruelly at Maien. Replace it like a fake. Hiss. The moment when Shiryu's voice fell, the entire floor of eternal hell once again heard countless inhaling air conditioning sounds. Even if I have already guessed in my mind. After all, the prisoners of eternal hell are all big people who have seen the world outside. The eyesight is amazing. The breath belonging to the famous sword will never admit it. Don't talk about the rain. Shiryu pulled out the thunderstorm. Even if it's not good. The prisoners also knew that it was a famous sword thunderstorm. But what can't stand it is advertisement. It's weird in my heart. At this moment, the prisoners of eternal hell looked at Maien's eyes. All became extremely horrifying. My goodness. This man is going crazy. Can this person still get it? First, the words were rude. Annoyed Shiryu of Rain. It can be regarded as giving Shiryu of Rain a reason to kill Maien. Then break the big lock of Shiryu's cell that held Rain. Release him from the cell. Now, he even returned the famous sword thunderstorm to Shiryu of Rain. Hiss. Is this Maien Nigel's brain rusty? Can't he see the current situation? Rain Shiryu is an enemy or not a friend. Even if you don't want to live anymore. There is no need to be so cruel to yourself. Rain Shiryu's swordsmanship is superb. Without a sword, the strength can be discounted. It's good now. The famous sword thunderstorm returned. This is so powerful. In a dead silence. A long sigh came, carrying a thunderstorm, looking at Maien. Shiryu of Rain is the same as the other prisoners of eternal hell. I can't understand Maien, but there is no doubt that. Now, Maien Nigel is dead, unexpectedly. At your young age, you can't think about it so much. I thank you for the thunderstorm. Thank you very much for releasing me from the cell. Don't worry, Chief Warden Maien. I will let you die without any pain. Yuji Shiryu sneered at Maien and said, ha ha, ha ha ha. Rain of Shiryu's voice just fell. Maien hasn't said anything yet. Advertisement. The Douglas bullet not far away could not bear the excitement in his heart. In the laughter, punch after punch hit the cell. Dang 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 dang, there was a ringing sound. Although the sturdy cell was not destroyed by Bullet's fists. But the entire eternal hell trembled slightly with this terrifying force. Together with the floors above eternal hell, cracks began to spread. It can be said, Douglas Bullet at this moment. Physical strength alone shook the entire Impel Down. Without using Haki, can shake the entire Impel Down with a pair of fists. The strength is visible Madara. It's getting more and more interesting. Bullet grinned. Pointing at Maien, he stretched out his finger and said. Boy, you are so interesting. Don't get excited. Heard and saw what happened. Maien waved his hand lightly. The clouds are light and breezy on his face. It is very different from the other prisoners of Impel Down. The whole person is calmer than Shiryu of Rain. When everyone else thought that Bullet was going to tear down Impel Down. Maien looked at Bullet contentedly and said, when you defeat this guy, it's your turn. Quote. I don't know the number of times. Anyway, Impel Down fell into a dead silence again. Everyone didn't know how many times they were shocked. Binocular opening is already a routine operation. The silly look is already the basic format. It seems to face Maien Nig. Everyone must be mentally prepared in advance. This person can no longer be regarded as a person. This person's brain is completely abnormal. Shiryu was not enough to provoke Yuji. At this moment, I dare to look down upon Douglas Bullet. These are the two top combat powers of Eternal Hell. If you put it out, you have to be a king. How did it get to Maien Nig's mouth? Just like Xiaoyu Xiaoshimi. Not worth mentioning. Chapter 199. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. In shock, Douglas Bullet didn't feel insulted. Although Maien's words were extremely arrogant. But for a war-thirsty man like Bullet. Right to his temper. If Maien really defeated Shiryu of Rain. Even if Maien doesn't say it herself. Bullet are all looking for the door. But see this. Yuji Shiryu's face was completely gloomy. Obviously this moment, he is Maien Nig's opponent. But Maien seemed to only use him as a springboard. The battle with him seemed to be just a warm-up exercise. The real goal is Bullet. As for his Shiryu of Rain. You can do it casually. Arrogant kid. The corners of his eyes trembled for a while. Shiryu of Rain holds a thunderstorm in his hand. The killing intent on the face and in the heart instantly reached its apex. There is no hesitation anymore. Swipe and pull. There was a sound. Rain Shiryu drew his sword out of its sheath. Bloody sky. The bright red blade of the thunderstorm shines a bright red on the entire Eternal Hell. A red light passed quickly. When everyone looks intently. Shiryu of Rain has appeared behind Maien. Swordsmen have always competed with speed. This is especially true for swordsmen with a sword. Focus on it. Reach the top. The moment the blade was unsheathed. It was the moment the enemy fell. This is what is happening at this moment. The prisoners of Eternal Hell only felt a red light passing by. Immediately, it was discovered that Shiryu of Rain had appeared behind Maien. The thunderstorm has even been sheathed. Rain Shiryu didn't know when he was holding a cigar at the corner of his mouth. In the clouds and mist. Sparks are flickering. How terrible the speed is. The strength is visible Madara. Advertisement. Gudong. See this. The Eternal Hell prisoners all swallowed hard. Fortunately, my mouth is a little dirty. Didn't really make Yuji Shiryu anxious. If not, at this moment, it is estimated that it will be like Maien Nigel who does not know what is good or bad. Burial under the thunderstorm of Shiryu of Rain. Obviously, this moment, no one will believe that Maien is still alive. Under the terrifying speed of Shiryu of Rain. Maien Nigel didn't even have time to react. What about resistance? But what the prisoners did not see was Douglas Bullet on the side. At this moment, the corners of the mouth have been rising more and more. Just at this moment, the cold voice sounded faintly. Under the eyes of everyone who can't believe it. Including Shiryu of Rain. Maien slowly turned around. One word at a time. What are you doing? The tone is full of puzzlement. There is no emotion in his eyes. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Maien looked at Shiryu of Rain with a strange look. Just as he said, Maien really doesn't understand what Yuji Shiryu is doing. Hiss. The sound of inhaling air conditioning sounded one after another. The prisoners of Eternal Hell were shocked inexplicably. There were also discussions. Not cut. No way. I remember Maien Nigel didn't move. It did not move. In that case, Shiryu can't be cut. So to say. The discussion stopped abruptly. The prisoners could not go on talking about this. After all, the facts are clearly visible. Although they don't want to believe it. But facts are facts. Advertisement. The thunderstorm in Shiryu's hands has indeed cut Maien Nig. But it couldn't hurt Maien a bit. Of course the key is. Rain Shiryu's swordsmanship is superb. Thunderstorm is also one of the 21 jobs of Big Sword. Extremely sharp. There is no doubt. Super swordsmanship coupled with sharp famous swords. But there was still no scar on Maien's body. Oh my god. Who the hell is Maien Nigel? How so? Looking at Maien who was unscathed in front of him. Rain Shiryu's brows have been frowned to the extreme. He is not an idiot. On the contrary, he is extremely clever and cunning. Although there is always a sneer on his mouth. The moment the sword can be released. Shiryu of Rain does not release water. After all, Maien Nigel appeared in Eternal Hell. It proved that he defeated Magellan. For such a person. Yuji Shiryu had to be cautious. A moment of swinging the sword. Rain Shiryu used all his power. And in his eyes. Maien Niger did not take a defensive posture from start to finish. The whole person is too arrogant. See this. Rain Shiryu firmly believes that he can kill with one blow. But this moment, the development of the matter exceeded his imagination. Faced with his full slash. Maien BLCKM*N has no defense. Just the flesh. Actually caught his slash abruptly. Wrong. His eyes suddenly narrowed slightly. Looking at Maien in front of him. Rain Shiryu finally saw a little trajectory. Maien Nig is not without defense. Instead, the defense was done right from the beginning. Backquote is this. Is the iron body added armament Haki? Looking at Maien's dark neck. Advertisement. Yuji Shiryu's brows wrinkled tighter. Although the doubts in my heart have been solved. After all, Maien is just an ordinary person. It's not a physical freak like Kaido and Anti. Anyway, it's impossible to harden Shiryu's slash with his body. But the point is, Yuji Shiryu didn't expect it. Maien is young. Can you train armament Haki to this level? Shiryu of Rain, Iron Body, one of Marine 6 styles, has heard of it. I have also experienced it myself. After all, it is Impel Down's former chief caretaker. They all do things for the world government. There is not much difference between the senior officials of Naval Headquarters and Impel Down. So, Shiryu of Rain only knew about it. Iron Body is not a powerful move. Even if it is opened, good promise, it is sent to the extreme. Shiryu's superb swordsmanship, enough to break the defense easily. In this way, Maien was able to withstand Shiryu's full slash. It is his armament Haki. Speaking of, thanks also to Blackbeard teach. The reason why Maien's armament Haki can be so terrifying. It's all because of absorbing Blackbeard's armament Haki. If not, facing the slash of Shiryu of Rain, Maien said nothing could be arrogant to that extent. But precisely because of this, Shiryu of Rain is very nervous at this moment. Cold sweat began to ooze on his forehead. The cigar is gone. Squeeze out cigarette butts. Pulled back into his pocket angrily. No way. Until this moment, Yuji Shiryu discovered that he had miscalculated Maien's strength. I thought that Maien's strength was at most equal to him. Now it seems, it's much more than that. Post. Chapter 200. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Looking at Shiryu of Rain in front of him. Maien's eyes dimmed. Maien's disappointment was also contained in the sigh. I thought Shiryu of Rain could surprise himself a little. Now it seems, still a bit weak, in successive battles. Maien was already in love with the feeling of enthusiasm. To some extent, Maien has the potential to become a war madman. It may be related to Maien's past life. Although the dead fat house is useless. But my heart is always yearning for the years of burning passion. It's a pity now, under the ability to absorb fruits. Maien's strength has been strong to an extremely abnormal level. Even if Yuji Shiryu didn't lie, the strength is indeed better than Magellan. Not enough to be called Maien's opponent. It's time to end. Shave. The moment the voice fell, Maien's eyes were fixed. Thousands of feet on the ground. Shiryu of Rain was not given time to react at all. Maien came to Shiryu of Rain. Finger pistol Haki version. In silence, Maien's outstretched index finger has wrapped armament Haki. Dark fingers with dark eternal hell. Not only the speed is endless. It makes people invisible. Damn it. Below Maien's terrifying speed. Shiryu of Rain couldn't react at all. But as a swordsman, there is always a special sixth sense of danger. The brain couldn't keep up with Maien's rhythm. But the body reacted first. In addition, Shiryu's good observation Haki. Maien's finger pistol is fast though. Advertisement. The offensive is fierce. But don't think about winning with one blow. During this period, Yuji Shiryu drew his sword out of its sheath again. Blood is all over the sky. The thunderstorm is like his third hand in the hands of Shiryu of Rain. Flexible and exceptional, only heard, dang 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 dang, for a while. Rain Shiryu relies on the famous sword thunderstorm in his hand. Confronted with Maien, Maien only relies on an index finger. It's just as good as Yuji Shiryu. For a time. Sparks are flying. Daoguangjiying. A peak battle with speed as the main color was launched in eternal hell. The prisoners of Impel Down stared intently. Even Douglas Bullet watched it with gusto. But the two people in the fight have different mentalities. Maien always had no expression on his face. Rain of Rain, the cold sweat on Shiryu's forehead poured down. Because at the moment when the battle started, Yuji Shiryu knew the gap between him and Maien. This battle is undoubtedly defeated. Even at this moment. Maien has the upper hand in the battle. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. But Maien didn't mean to stop. But the weird thing is, he didn't mean to kill. It's like an old man playing a naughty boy. Maien didn't take this battle seriously. The reason why he fought Yuji Shiryu. One is to warm up. The second is to let Shiryu of Rain know how powerful he is. After all, in the world of One Piece, behind a qualified boss, always be accompanied by a swordsman who is good at swordsmanship. This is the so-called basic standard configuration. Maien didn't want to break this precedent. Of course. Everything depends on what Shiryu means. On the large sea. Although there are not many good swordsmen, there are not many. It's really impossible to take a stroll in the country of Wano. Advertisement. You can always find something satisfactory. If it weren't for Maien, he didn't want to leave it close. Shiryu of the Rain now. The heart has long been pierced and shattered by Maien's finger pistol. And this, the wise Yuji Shiryu also understands. It's just that I can't get past the hurdle in my heart. Maien Nigel is good with everything. Just being too young. Follow him to do things. I don't think so much. Just then, Rain Shiryu's heart suddenly felt uneasy. Finger pistol Juyin Haki edition. The moment Maien's voice rang in Shiryu's ears. Yuji Shiryu saw Maien suddenly clenched his fists. Entangling armament Haki. Boom straight at yourself. Bad. The pupils in his eyes suddenly shrank into pinpoints. Shiryu of Rain is about to pour his whole body strength into his hands. Hold the thunderstorm to resist. Just listen to a loud bang at the moment. Maien's finger pistol beast Yan Haki version blasted fiercely on the famous sword thunderstorm. There was a hum sound. Thunderstorm, one of the 21 famous swords of the big sword, is overwhelmed. He bends straight back when he was punched by Maien. Maien's eye was about to be interrupted by a punch. Rain Shiryu's face instantly turned pale. No more scruples. Looking at Maien Nig in front of him. Straight opened the mouth. If Warden Maien stops here, Shiryu of Rain is willing to help from now on. Isn't it enough to say that earlier? There was a smug smile on the corner of his mouth. Maien took his fist back. Once the force of terror was withdrawn. The famous sword thunderstorm also instantly returned to its original state. Only the red light on the blade became dim. Rain Shiryu sighed helplessly. I feel sorry for my thunderstorm. But at this moment, he could only insert the thunderstorm back into the scabbard angrily. Advertisement. Then stood respectfully in front of Maien. Don't call me Warden Maien anymore. It always feels a little strange. Maien patted Yuji Shiryu on the shoulder. Yes. Rain Shiryu nodded respectfully. The whole person is completely different from before. It seems that the individual has changed. But this is what Maien wants. He came here eternal hell. No, to be precise. Maien will go to many places to recruit strong players. Expand your own strength. But the attitude of these people. Maien felt it necessary to adjust. When I watched One Piece before. Maien felt a little awkward. Whether it's marine or pirate. There is always such a group of people who are not big or small. Pirates are crew members and captains are always jokes. Marine is the subordinate laughing and yelling at the superior. Although the atmosphere looks good. Everyone has a good relationship. Neither treat each other as outsiders. Always mingle. It can be placed here in Maien. No way. The boss is the boss. One word will win. He is under Maien Nig. A certain amount of awe must be maintained towards him. Just like Shiryu of Rain at this moment. Respectfully. Don't dare to slack off. Power is justice. What Maien wants is a team that is as fast as the wind, Shu as Lin, vigorous as fire, and motionless as a mountain. Everyone must regard Maien alone. The disobedient guy is dying. The stranger wants to make him regret coming to this world. And want to do this. Maien must be like Shiryu of Rain. Crush the past with great strength. Even Douglas Bullet is no exception.